Dust of Defiance, a Western Odyssey of Survival and Truth. Chapter 1. The Sun and the Silence. The silence was the first thing that truly terrified her. It was not the quiet of a library or the hush of a theater before the curtain rose. This was a deep, bottomless silence that swallowed sound whole. It pressed in on her from all sides, a physical weight on her chest, heavier than the oppressive blanket of heat. Lola had spent her life surrounded by noise, the clamor of the orchestra pit, the roar of applause, the clinking of glasses, and coarse laughter in the saloons of Las Vegas. Noise was life. This silence was the sound of the end of the world. She lay in the narrow strip of shade thrown by the broken-down stagecoach, the silk of her dress, a vibrant emerald green meant for turning heads in a bustling town, now grimy with dust and clinging unpleasantly to her damp skin. The fabric, once a symbol of her success, of her escape from a life she'd rather forget, felt like a fool's costume in this desolate expanse. The sun beat down on the cracked earth, a merciless white-hot eye in an endless blue sky. The heat shimmered in waves off the sand, distorting the horizon until the distant, jagged mountains seemed to tremble and melt like wax. Hours ago, or was it a lifetime, there had been the splintering crash of the axle, a sound so final it had echoed the snapping of her own hope. Then came the driver's curses, the panicked whinnying of the horses, and finally, the grim pronouncement that they were stranded. The driver and the other passenger, a portly salesman with sweat-stained collars, had taken the two remaining healthy horses and ridden off in search of help, promising to return. They had promised. But as the sun climbed higher, scorching the very air she breathed, that promise had evaporated into the shimmering heat haze. They had left her. They had left her with him, the prospector. He hadn't said more than a dozen words since the salesman disappeared over the rise, a shrinking speck of desperation. His name was Zeke. She'd gleaned that much from the driver's gruff introduction back at the last way station. He was a tall, lean man, built of sinew and silence, with a face that looked as if it had been carved from the same unforgiving rock that littered the landscape. His skin was the color of tanned leather, creased around the eyes by years of squinting into this very sun. His hair, a dark brown streaked with gray at the temples, was shaggy and unkempt, and a scruff of beard shadowed a jaw that looked as solid and unyielding as his demeanor. He was currently at the front of the wreck, his back to her, working with a quiet, unnerving efficiency. He moved with an economy of motion that spoke of a life lived without waste. No wasted words, no wasted gestures. He'd methodically unhitched the two dead horses, their bodies already beginning to bloat grotesquely in the heat, a swarm of flies buzzing a greedy, macabre hymn around them. He'd dragged them a short distance away, a grim task performed without expression. Now he was salvaging what he could from the wreckage: a length of rope, a canvas tarp, the water cask. Lola watched him, her fear a cold knot in her stomach. He was a stranger, a man of the wilderness, and she was a showgirl, a canary in a cage of sequins and gaslight, suddenly tossed into the eagle's domain. In Vegas, she knew how to handle men. She could disarm them with a smile, deflect them with a sharp word, entice them with a glance. Her wit and her beauty were her armor and her currency. But here, under the vast, indifferent sky, her skills were useless. This man didn't look like he could be charmed or enticed. He looked like he could break her with one hand and not even notice he'd done it. Her throat was a desert in itself, raw and parched. The small canteen they'd left her was nearly empty. She had been sipping at it sparingly, but the thirst was a relentless torment. She watched Zeke lift the main water cask. He shook it gently, his head cocked, listening. A grim line tightened his mouth. He set it down and walked back toward her, his boots crunching softly on the gravelly sand. He stopped a few feet away, his shadow falling over her. It was a brief, blessed respite from the sun. He looked down at her, his eyes a startlingly clear shade of blue, the color of a mountain lake against the sun-weathered terrain of his face. They were not unkind eyes, she noted with a flicker of surprise, but they were weary, filled with a deep, ancient knowledge of hardship. "We need to conserve what's left," he said. His voice was a low baritone, rough like gravel, but steady. It was the first full sentence he'd directed at her all day. Lola pushed herself up on one elbow, the movement sending a wave of dizziness through her. "The driver, he said they'd be back by evening." Her own voice was a dry rasp, a stranger's voice. She tried to inject a note of confidence into it, the same breezy certainty she used on stage, but it came out as a pathetic, wavering plea. Zeke's gaze drifted to the horizon, to the empty, shimmering line where the other men had vanished. He didn't answer for a long moment. The silence stretched, filled only by the whisper of the hot wind and the drone of the flies. "Maybe," he said finally, and the single word carried more doubt than 1,000 denials. He knelt, his movements fluid and sure, and untied the canteen from her saddlebag. He uncorked it, then held it out to her. "Just a mouthful. Swish it around before you swallow." She took it, her fingers brushing against his. His hand was rough, calloused, the skin cracked and hard. The brief contact sent a strange jolt through her, a spark of life in the deadening heat. She did as he said, the lukewarm, tin-tasting water a miracle on her tongue. It was not enough, not nearly enough, but it was something. She handed the canteen back, her eyes meeting his. "Thank you." The words were small, inadequate. He gave a short, almost imperceptible nod and stood up, moving back to his work. The moment of connection, if it had been one at all, was over. He was once again a creature of this place, and she was the intruder. Lola sank back into the sliver of shade, her mind drifting away from the terrifying present. It fled back to the night before she'd left Vegas, a desperate, frantic escape. She could almost smell it, the heady mix of cheap perfume, stale cigar smoke, and spilled whiskey that clung to the velvet curtains of the gilded cage. She could hear the tinny piano, the raucous laughter, the smooth, dangerous voice of Alistair Finch. He was the owner of the saloon, a man whose smile never reached his cold, possessive eyes. He had bought her dresses, showered her with gifts, and slowly, insidiously, tried to buy her too. He saw her not as a performer, but as a possession, another pretty ornament for his collection. The final straw had been the diamond bracelet, cold and heavy on her wrist, as his fingers closed around it, his thumb stroking her skin. "A girl like you needs a man to look after her, Lola," he'd purred, his breath smelling of brandy. "This world will chew you up and spit you out." His protection felt more like a cage, its bars growing tighter every day. She'd fled with what little money she had saved, sewn into the hem of her petticoat, taking the first stagecoach heading east, anywhere away from him. She was heading for San Francisco, where a friend from her chorus line days had promised a new start, a chance to be more than just a saloon singer, a chance to be respectable. She had imagined a small dress shop, the scent of fresh linen and lavender instead of smoke and whiskey. A life of her own making. A bitter laugh escaped her raw throat. "Look at her now." She'd fled one cage only to find herself trapped in a far larger, far deadlier one. Alistair's threats seemed hollow and distant compared to the stark, immediate threat of the sun and the silence. She watched Zeke. He had managed to pry a few boards loose from the coach's undercarriage. With them, and the canvas tarp, he began to construct a crude lean-to against the shady side of the wreck, extending the patch of sanctuary from the sun. He worked without pause, his movements precise and purposeful. There was a competence about him that was both reassuring and intimidating. He knew this world. He knew how to survive in it. Her survival, she realized with a chilling certainty, was entirely dependent on this silent, grim-faced stranger. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in brutal strokes of orange and crimson. The heat lessened its grip, but a new kind of cold began to seep from the ground. The desert was a place of extremes, offering no gentle transition between its cruelties. Zeke finished his work. The lean-to was small, but it offered a solid block of shade, a defense against the coming night's chill. He gestured toward it with his chin. "You should rest there. The ground holds the cold." Lola crawled under the canvas, the rough material smelling of dust and sun. The space was cramped, forcing her to sit with her knees drawn up. He laid out a worn woolen blanket on the sand beside the lean-to and sat down. His back against a wheel, his long rifle laid across his lap. He stared out into the deepening twilight, his posture alert, watchful. He was a sentinel guarding the edge of nothing. "What are you looking for?" she asked, her voice a little stronger now. "Anything that's looking for us," he replied without turning. A shiver that had nothing to do with the evening chill traced its way down her spine. "Coyotes?" He made a sound that might have been a humorless chuckle. "Coyotes are the least of it. Two-legged kind are worse." He fell silent again, the rifle resting comfortably in his hands. He was as much a part of the landscape as the cacti and the rocks, a man who understood its dangers in a way she couldn't begin to fathom. The last of the sun's fire bled from the sky, and the stars began to appear. They emerged not one by one, but in a sudden, breathtaking flood, a spill of diamond dust across black velvet. Lola had never seen such a sky. In Vegas, the gaslights and the glare from the saloons washed out the heavens. Here, the sheer, brilliant immensity of it was dizzying. It made her feel infinitesimally small, her anxieties and her fears a petty footnote in a grand cosmic story. For a long time, they sat in a shared silence that felt different from the one before. It was less a void and more a presence, filled with the vastness of the night and their own unspoken thoughts. Lola found herself studying the man beside her. In the faint starlight, the harsh lines of his face seemed to soften. He looked less like a hardened survivor, and more like a man burdened by a great weariness. She wondered what he was a prospector of. Gold? Silver? Or was he, like her, just searching for something he had lost? "Were you coming from Vegas?" she asked softly, breaking the quiet. He turned his head slightly, his gaze still on the dark horizon. "Passing through." "I hate that place," she said, the words coming out with a surprising venom. He was quiet for a moment. "It's a place that takes more than it gives." His simple agreement was a balm. He didn't ask what she did there or why she'd left. He didn't judge. He simply stated a truth he seemed to know bone deep. In that moment, he felt less like a stranger. "What were you doing there?" she pressed, emboldened by his response. He shifted, the leather of his gun belt creaking in the stillness. "Looking for someone." The words hung in the air, freighted with a history she could only guess at. A woman? A partner? An enemy? His tone gave nothing away, but it closed the door on the conversation as effectively as a slammed gate. The temperature was dropping fast now. The desert night was as unforgiving as its day. Despite the thin wool of her dress, a deep chill was setting in. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to stop the shiver that shook her frame. Zeke noticed. Without a word, he reached behind him and picked up a second blanket, one she hadn't seen before. It was thick and heavy, woven with faded red and gray stripes. He leaned over and draped it around her shoulders. "It'll get colder," he said, his voice low. His arm brushed her back as he settled the blanket around her. His proximity, the faint masculine scent of him, dust, leather, and something uniquely his own, something clean and earthy like dry soil after a rain, enveloped her for a fleeting second. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart, which had been beating a slow, sluggish rhythm of despair, gave a sudden, sharp thump against her ribs. She pulled the blanket tighter, the rough wool a comforting weight. It still held a trace of his warmth. "Thank you, Zeke," she whispered, the name feeling surprisingly natural on her lips. He merely nodded, his attention already returned to the vast, dark emptiness that surrounded them. He was a guardian, a silent protector in a world that had offered her none. But as she huddled under the warmth of his blanket, a new, more complicated fear began to bloom alongside the old ones. It was the fear of the man himself, not of what he might do to her, but of the unexpected and terrifying flicker of connection she felt toward him. A fragile tendril of trust, reaching out across the desolate space between them. It was a foolish, dangerous feeling, a seed of hope planted in the most barren ground imaginable. And Lola knew with a certainty that chilled her more than the desert night, that hope was the most dangerous thing of all. Chapter 2. A Name Carried on the Wind. Lola awoke to a world washed in shades of bruised purple and delicate rose. The cold had crept deep into her bones, a damp, insidious chill that the thick wool of the blanket could not entirely repel. For a disorienting moment, she didn't know where she was. The ceiling above her was not plaster, but a rough canvas, and the air she breathed was not the familiar stale air of a hotel room, but something thin, sharp, and clean, carrying the scent of dust and distant sage. Then memory crashed down upon her with the weight of a physical blow. The desert. The wreck. The silence. Him. Her head turned, a stiff, pained movement. Zeke was exactly where she had last seen him, sitting with his back against the wagon wheel, the rifle still across his lap. But he was not asleep. His gaze was fixed on the eastern horizon, where a fragile line of pale lavender heralded the dawn. He was utterly still, a statue carved from the twilight, and she wondered if he had moved at all during the long, cold hours of the night. Had he stood watch over her, over their tiny, desperate island in this sea of sand, for the entire night? The thought sent another shiver through her, but this one was different. It was not born of fear or cold, but of a strange, unsettling flicker of gratitude. She sat up slowly, the blanket pooling around her waist. Every muscle in her body ached with a dull, persistent throb. The emerald silk of her dress was a ruined whisper of its former self, torn and stained. She looked at her hands, the nails chipped, the skin grimy. A week ago, these hands had been soft, manicured, their only labor holding a champagne flute or adjusting a feathered fan. Now they looked like a stranger's. The sun breached the horizon, not with a gentle climb, but with a sudden, violent surge of light, setting the clouds ablaze with fiery gold. The beauty of it was so stark, so majestic, that it stole her breath. It was a brutal, indifferent beauty, a masterpiece painted for no one, and it made her feel utterly, terrifyingly alone. Zeke finally moved, stretching his long limbs with a quiet groan that was the first sound she'd heard from him in hours. He stood up, his tall frame silhouetted against the blinding sunrise. He ran a hand through his shaggy hair, his eyes scanning the entire 360-degree sweep of their world. He was like an animal testing the air, sensing for dangers she could not even imagine. His gaze eventually landed on her. The clear blue of his eyes seemed to capture the vastness of the new day's sky. "Morning," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked, her own voice husky. "Enough." The word was clipped, dismissive of her concern. He walked over to the water cask, his movements already betraying a stiffness that spoke of his night-long vigil. He unstoppered it and poured a small amount of water into a tin cup. He drank half of it in a single controlled swallow, then walked over and handed the cup to her. "Just what's in the cup. That's it for this morning." The finality in his tone was absolute. Lola took the cup, her fingers trembling slightly. The water was warm, but it was the most precious thing she had ever held. She sipped it slowly, letting it moisten her tongue and throat before swallowing, the small act of obedience a tacit acknowledgement of his authority. He was in charge here. Her life depended on it. When she finished, she held the empty cup out to him. He took it without a word and went back to the wreckage, beginning a quiet inventory of their meager supplies. Lola watched him, feeling useless, a decorative object in a world that valued only function. She had built her life on being looked at, on being an object of desire and admiration. Here, she was just another mouth to feed, another liability. The thought stung her pride. She would not be a liability. She would not be a helpless doll waiting to be rescued or to die. She pushed the blanket aside and stood up, ignoring the protest of her sore muscles. She smoothed down her ruined dress, a futile gesture of defiance against the wilderness that was trying to claim her. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice firmer now. "How can I help?" Zeke paused in his task of coiling the length of rope he'd salvaged. He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment on her impractical, high-heeled slippers, now scuffed and broken. A flicker of something, pity, exasperation, crossed his face before it was gone. "Stay in the shade. Don't waste energy," he said, turning back to his work. The dismissal was like a slap. Humiliation and anger warred within her. "I am not a child, Mr. Zeke. I can do more than sit and wait." He stopped again, turning to face her fully this time. The morning sun cast his face in harsh relief, deepening the lines etched into his skin. "Your name is Lola. That's what the driver called you." It wasn't a question. "Lola is a name for a town, for a saloon. It's not a name for this place." He gestured with his chin at the endless expanse around them. "Out here, you're just a woman in a silk dress with no water and no horse. The best thing you can do is not get in the way." His words were not cruel, but they were brutally honest. They stripped away her persona, the carefully constructed identity of Lola the Vegas Nightingale, leaving her bare and exposed. She was just a woman, and she was going to die out here. The thought was so clear, so certain, that her knees felt weak. She sank back down onto the sand, the fight going out of her. He was right. What could she do? She couldn't track, she couldn't hunt, she couldn't find water. She couldn't even walk for more than a mile in these ridiculous shoes. She was as helpless as one of the dead horses. Zeke seemed to sense her despair. He finished his work and came to sit on the worn blanket again, a few feet away. He pulled a small oilskin pouch from his saddlebag and opened it. Inside was a piece of dried meat and a few squares of hardtack. He broke the jerky in two and held a piece out to her, along with one of the biscuits. "Eat," he said, his tone a little softer than before, slowly. She took the offering, humbled. The jerky was tough as leather and salty, and the hardtack threatened to crack a tooth. But it was food. It was fuel. As she chewed, forcing the dry biscuit down her parched throat, a fragile sense of normalcy returned. They were just two people, sharing a meager breakfast under an impossibly large sky. "Why are you out here?" she asked after a while, the silence once again becoming too heavy to bear. "You're a prospector," the driver said. "Are you looking for gold?" He chewed his own portion of jerky thoughtfully, his eyes on the distant, shimmering mountains. "Gold is a fool's game. Mostly, it finds you, not the other way around." "Then what do you search for?" He was quiet for so long, she thought he wouldn't answer. The wind picked up, a low, mournful sigh that whispered across the sand, carrying with it the faint, sweet smell of a hardy desert flower she couldn't see. His gaze seemed to follow the sound, a faraway look entering his eyes. "Peace, I suppose," he said, so quietly she almost didn't hear him. Then, almost as if to himself, he added, "Something that was lost." The words were an unguarded glimpse into the man behind the hardened facade. They resonated with her own flight from Vegas, her own search for something more than what she'd had. She felt a sudden, powerful urge to know more, to understand the source of the profound weariness that clung to him like a shroud. "Is that what you were looking for in Vegas?" she asked gently. "The person you were searching for, were they a part of that?" He stiffened. The brief opening in his armor slammed shut. His jaw tightened, and the muscles in his neck stood out. He stared at the horizon, his blue eyes turning to chips of ice. The wind gusted again, stronger this time, kicking up a small swirl of dust that danced between them. He watched it, his expression unreadable. "Eliza," he breathed. The name was a ghost on the wind, a sound so faint and filled with pain that it seemed to tear something in the air. It wasn't meant for her. It was a word pulled from a deep, private well of sorrow. He said it as if tasting ash. The moment he realized he'd spoken it aloud, his face became a mask of stone. He stood up abruptly, turning his back to her. "The driver's not coming back," he announced, his voice once again rough and impersonal. "No one would ride out in this heat unless they had to. We wait here, we die here, we have to walk." The change of subject was jarring. A door slammed in her face. But the name, Eliza, echoed in her mind. It was a beautiful name, an old name full of grace. It did not fit with the grit and grime of this man, and yet, in the way he had whispered it, it seemed to be the very core of him. "Walk?" Lola looked down at her feet, then at the endless, rocky terrain stretching in every direction. "Walk where? There's nothing out there." "There's a spring," he said, pointing a little south of the rising sun. "About a day's walk from here, if we're lucky. I've used it before. From there, it's another 2 days to a mining outpost. It's a chance." A day's walk. The thought was daunting. Impossible. I can't walk that far. Not in this. She gestured helplessly at her dress, her ruined shoes. Zeke turned and gave her a long, appraising look. There was no sympathy in it, only cold, hard pragmatism. Then we'll make you able. Before she could protest, he walked to the coach and returned with his knife, its blade long and sharp. He knelt in front of her. Hold still. He took the hem of her emerald silk dress in his rough hand. For a moment, his fingers brushed the skin of her calf, and the same startling jolt she'd felt yesterday shot through her. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, then, with a single decisive motion, he sliced through the expensive fabric. He cut straight up to her knee, the sound of the tearing silk like a scream in the quiet morning. He repeated the process on the other side, leaving the front panel of her skirt intact as a sort of apron, but the sides now open for movement. He then ruthlessly tore long strips from the discarded material. Lola sat in stunned silence, watching the symbol of her livelihood, her very identity, being dismembered. Yet, beneath the shock, there was a strange sense of liberation. The dress had been a costume. Now, it was becoming a tool for survival. He took her foot and, without ceremony, pulled off the broken slipper. He examined her soft, pale foot as if it were a piece of equipment that needed mending. He used the strips of silk to bind the sole of the slipper back to the top, then wrapped another strip around her ankle, securing it tightly. He did the same for the other foot. The result was a clumsy, makeshift walking shoe, but it was far better than bare feet. He worked with a focused intensity, his touch firm and impersonal. But Lola was acutely aware of the warmth of his hands, the strength in his fingers, the sheer, unnerving closeness of him. She could see the fine lines around his eyes, the flecks of gray in his beard, the way a muscle twitched in his jaw. She was no longer afraid of him, she realized. Her fear had been replaced by a complicated, swirling mix of dependence, resentment, and a deep, powerful curiosity. Who was this man? Who could be so harsh and so gentle in the same breath? Who was Eliza, the name that carried so much pain? When he was finished, he stood up and surveyed his handiwork with a critical eye. It'll have to do. He turned to do a final sweep of the wreckage, gathering the canteen, the rope, and the pouch of food. Lola got to her feet, testing her modified shoes. They were awkward, but they would hold. She felt a flicker of pride, a sense of readiness. She was no longer Lola, the showgirl. She was a survivor. As she took a step, Zeke, who was kneeling by the broken front axle, went completely still. She saw his whole body tense, his head cocked as if listening to something only he could hear. He wasn't looking at the horizon. He was looking at the wood of the axle itself. "What is it?" she asked, her newfound confidence wavering. He didn't answer. He ran his calloused fingers over the splintered brake, his touch surprisingly delicate. He traced a line, then another. His face, when he finally looked up at her, was harder and colder than she had ever seen it. It was the face of a man who had just looked into the eyes of death and seen it staring back. "This coach didn't just break," he said, his voice a low, chilling whisper that cut through the desert wind. The axle was sawed, almost all the way through. The bumps on the trail just finished the job. Lola stared at him, her mind refusing to process the words. Sawed? It didn't make sense. "It wasn't an accident," he continued, his eyes locking onto hers, their blue depths dark with a terrible certainty. "This was deliberate. Someone wanted this coach to crash, right here. in the middle of nowhere. The blood drained from her face. The sun and the silence were no longer her primary enemies. The men who had ridden away, promising help, they hadn't just abandoned them out of cowardice. They had left them to die. They had been part of a plan. A new, more terrifying thought struck her. A plan for whom? The portly salesman, the driver, or for her, the girl who had run from a powerful, possessive man in Las Vegas? The desert was no longer an empty, indifferent wilderness. It was a trap, and the hunters who set it might still be out there, watching them. Chapter 3. Scars of the Past. Zeke's words hung in the air, as stark and chilling as the shadow of a vulture passing overhead. It wasn't an accident. The simple statement dismantled Lola's world, replacing the terror of random misfortune with the far more intimate horror of calculated malice. The desert was no longer a passive enemy. It was an execution chamber, and they had been led into it. Lola's mind reeled, grasping for some other explanation, some detail that would prove him wrong. "Sawed?" she repeated, her voice a thin, reedy sound. "How can you be sure? Maybe it was just a crack, a weakness in the wood?" She needed it to be a crack. She needed this to be a story about survival, not a story about being hunted. Zeke stood up, wiping his dusty hands on his trousers. He looked at her with an unnerving calm, the kind of calm a man has when he has seen the worst of the world and is no longer surprised by it. "I've worked with wood my whole life, built cabins, shored up mine shafts. I know what a clean break looks like, and I know what a saw cut looks like. This was a saw. Someone took their time. They knew exactly how much to cut, so it would hold for a few miles out of the way station, long enough for them to be in the clear." He didn't need to elaborate. The image was vivid and sickening in her mind. Some shadowy figure, in the dead of night at the last outpost, methodically, quietly weakening the axle, condemning its passengers to a slow, agonizing death. The portly salesman, with his sweaty brow and nervous chatter, and the gruff, tobacco-chewing driver, were they accomplices, or were they just as disposable as she was? Their promise to return now seemed like a cruel joke, a final twist of the knife before they rode away to collect their payment. Payment from whom? The question slammed into her with the force of a physical blow. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. Alistair Finch. It had to be him. His parting words echoed in her memory, no longer a possessive threat, but a chilling prophecy. "This world will chew you up and spit you out, Lola. A girl like you needs a man to look after her." He hadn't meant to protect her. He had meant to own her. And what Alistair Finch couldn't own, he destroyed. She had underestimated him. She had seen him as a saloon owner with a bruised ego, a common bully draped in expensive clothes. She hadn't seen the ruthless, reptilian coldness behind his smile. He hadn't just sent men to drag her back. He had arranged her death, a clever, untraceable accident in the vastness of the Nevada desert. No body, no questions, just a showgirl who vanished, swallowed by the unforgiving frontier. It was the perfect crime. "It was for me," she whispered, the words tasting like poison. She looked up at Zeke, her eyes wide with a dawning, frantic terror. "He did this for me." Zeke's expression didn't change, but a new intensity sharpened his gaze. He looked at her not as a liability anymore, but as the center of a storm. "Yeah." "Alistair Finch," she said, the name feeling like a curse on her tongue. He owns the Gilded Cage in Vegas. He thought he owned me too. I ran. I took this stagecoach to get away from him." Her breath hitched, a sob catching in her throat. "I led us into this. This is my fault. You're here because of me." The guilt was a crushing weight, heavier than the sun, more suffocating than the silence. This silent, weary man, who had shown her a gruff and unexpected kindness, was going to die because she had been foolish enough to believe she could escape a man like Finch. Zeke was quiet for a long moment, his eyes scanning her face, searching for the truth in her words. He saw the genuine terror there, the self-recrimination. He gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Man like that, with money and no morals. Yes, I can believe it." He looked away, his gaze sweeping the horizon again, but this time it was different. He was no longer just looking for the dangers of the desert. He was looking for the dangers of men. This changes things. We can't just walk to the spring. We have to assume they might be watching, waiting to make sure the job is done. The idea of unseen eyes on them, hidden among the rocks and shimmering heat waves, made the skin on Lola's arms a prickle with gooseflesh. The vast emptiness that had been so terrifying before now seemed infinitely more menacing, filled with a hidden, hostile presence. "We need to move. Now," Zeke said, his voice hard with urgency. "And we need to get off the open trail. Stick to the rocks where we can." He picked up his rifle, checking the action with a practiced, efficient movement. The click of the metal was a stark, deadly sound in the quiet. He slung the canteen over his shoulder and picked up the small pouch of food. "Take the blanket. It'll be cold again tonight. And carry the rope." He was giving her a job, a purpose. The small act of trust was a lifeline. Lola scrambled to obey, folding the heavy wool blanket into a clumsy bundle and coiling the rope over her shoulder. The weight of it was grounding, real. She was no longer a passive victim. She was part of this. Zeke led the way, not toward the distant mountains where the spring supposedly lay, but at an angle, heading for a jagged outcropping of red rock that jutted from the sandy floor a few miles away. His pace was relentless but steady, a long, ground-eating stride that she struggled to match. The sun climbed higher, a malevolent force intent on boiling the very moisture from their bodies. Lola's modified shoes were a godsend, protecting her feet from the sharp stones and scorching sand. But her body, unaccustomed to such exertion, screamed in protest. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, and the ruined silk of her dress, now a practical garment, was soaked with sweat, clinging to her like a second skin. Yet she pushed on, her fear of Alistair's unseen hunters a more potent fuel than any food or water. Zeke never looked back, but she knew he was aware of her, adjusting his pace just enough so that she didn't fall too far behind. He moved through the landscape with an instinctual grace, his eyes constantly scanning, reading the terrain for cover, for threats. He was a part of this world, she realized again, but not just as a survivor. He was a warrior. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the shadow of the rocks. Lola collapsed against a sun-warmed boulder, her chest heaving, her vision swimming with black spots. The shade was a miracle, a cool hand on her fevered skin. Zeke allowed her only a moment's rest before he uncorked the canteen. "Just a mouthful," he ordered, his voice an uncompromising rasp. She obeyed, the small sip of water doing little to quench the raging fire in her throat, but it was enough to clear her head. Zeke stood over her, his own breathing barely labored. He was staring back the way they had come, his body coiled with tension. "Tell me about him," he said, his voice low. "This Finch. What does he look like? Does he have men who work for him, names? Anything you can give me." Lola closed her eyes, forcing her exhausted mind to work. She described Alistair Finch, his slicked-back hair, his expensive suits, the diamond stick-pin he always wore. She described his two main enforcers, a hulking brute named Silas and a smaller, weaselly man named Finn, who always seemed to be lurking in the shadows, his eyes missing nothing. As she spoke, the reality of her situation became sharper, more defined. These were not faceless monsters. They were real men, men she had seen and spoken to, and they were likely the ones hunting her. Zeke listened without interruption, his expression grim. Silas and Finn. Good. Names are good. Gives a face to the devil. He took a small sip of water himself, then carefully stoppered the canteen. We'll rest here through the worst of the heat. Then we move again. If they're tracking us, they'll follow the footprints from the coach. Coming here, into the rocks, will make it harder for them. They settled into a tense silence, hidden in the labyrinth of stone. The sun beat down on the world outside their sliver of shade, the heat so intense it felt like a physical presence. Lola's mind, no longer consumed by the effort of walking, began to turn inward. The guilt was still there, a raw, open wound. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I never should have run. I should have just stayed, dealt with him. Then you wouldn't be what?" He cut in, his voice sharp. "Dead? We're not dead yet." He turned to look at her, his blue eyes holding an unexpected intensity. "You think you're the only one out here, running from a past that wants to kill you?" The question stunned her. It was a raw, unguarded admission, a crack in his stoic facade that mirrored the one she'd seen in the axle. Before she could respond, he unbuttoned the cuff of his dusty shirt and pulled the sleeve up past his elbow. Lola gasped. His forearm was a road map of old scars, but one stood out, a puckered, angry welt, high on his bicep. It was not the clean line of a knife fight or the ragged tear of an animal's claw. It was a brand. The shape was faint, distorted by time and healing, but she could just make it out. A stylized C with a crossbar through the center. It was the mark of the Colton Mining Company, a notoriously brutal operation known for using convict labor and a private, thuggish security force to keep its workers in line. It was a brand given to men who were considered property, to men who had tried to escape. Zeke saw the recognition and shock in her eyes. He pulled his sleeve down, a curt, final gesture. "We all have our scars, Lola. Some are just more visible than others. Finch isn't the first rich man who thought he could own a person's soul." The air between them shifted. His confession, offered not as a plea for sympathy, but as a stark statement of fact, had forged a new kind of bond between them. They were no longer just a prospector and a showgirl thrown together by chance. They were two fugitives, two people who had dared to fight for their freedom and were now paying the price. His past was as present and as dangerous as hers. The name he had whispered last night returned to her mind. Eliza. Was she connected to this? To the brand on his arm? Was she someone he had failed to protect? Or someone who had betrayed him? The questions burned in her, but she knew she could not ask. The wall he had built around that name was made of solid granite. "Colton Mining," she said softly, testing the words. I've heard stories that they work men to death in the silver mines up north. The stories are true, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. And then some. He picked up a small, sharp stone, turning it over and over in his calloused fingers. A man learns things in a place like that. How to be quiet. How to see in the dark. How to tell when a rock is about to give way. He paused, his gaze turning distant and cold. And how to tell when a man is lying. The implication was clear. He had survived a hell she could barely imagine. Her troubles with Alistair Finch, as terrifying as they were, seemed almost civilized by comparison. She felt a new respect for him, a deep and profound awe at the resilience etched into every line of his face, into the very way he held himself. As the sun began to dip lower, casting long, distorted shadows across the desert floor, Zeke stood up. Time to move. The second leg of their journey was harder than the first. The terrain grew rougher, forcing them to scramble over boulders and navigate narrow, winding crevices between the rocks. Lola's body, already pushed to its limit, screamed with every step. But her mind was different. The shared revelation, the unspoken understanding that now existed between them, had given her a new kind of strength. She was not alone in her fight. They walked in silence, the only sounds the crunch of their feet on the gravel, their own ragged breaths, and the ever-present sigh of the wind. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in soft pastels, Zeke led them into a small sheltered cove, a natural amphitheater of rock that was all but invisible from the open desert. "We'll stop here for the night," he said, his voice low. "It's defensible. Only one way in." He set down his rifle and began to build a small, smokeless fire, using dry twigs and brush he'd gathered along the way, arranging them in a tight pit to conceal the flame. Lola watched, mesmerized by the efficiency of his movements. He was a man stripped down to the essentials of survival, and there was a raw, compelling beauty in it. He shared the last of the jerky and hardtack with her. It was a pitiful meal, but as they ate, huddled close to the small, precious fire, a fragile sense of peace settled over Lola. The vast, terrifying world was held at bay by the circle of rock and the flickering light. "Zeke," she began, her voice tentative. She had to know. "The person you were looking for in Vegas. Eliza. Was she at the Colton mine?" He froze, a piece of jerky halfway to his mouth, the muscles in his jaw clenched, and for a terrifying second she thought he would lash out, that she had pushed too far, broken the fragile truce between them. The firelight flickered across his face, carving deep shadows under his eyes and cheekbones, making him look gaunt and haunted. He didn't look at her. He stared into the dancing flames as if seeing ghosts in them. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken pain. Lola held her breath, regretting her question, wishing she could pull the words back from the air. Finally, he spoke, his voice so low and rough it was like stones grinding together. She was the owner's daughter. The words dropped into the quiet like a bomb. The owner's daughter, Eliza Colton. He had not been a fellow prisoner with her. He had been a branded slave, and she, the daughter of the man who had branded him. The chasm between them seemed impossibly wide. Lola couldn't fathom a world where two such people could even cross paths, let alone forge a connection so powerful that he would still be searching for her years later in a place like Las Vegas. He said nothing more. He finished his meal in a stony, impenetrable silence. The story, whatever it was locked away behind that name. a wound too deep to be touched. As darkness fell completely, he took the first watch, sitting at the entrance to their stone sanctuary, his rifle across his knees, a solitary figure against the star-dusted sky. Lola wrapped herself in the blanket, her body aching, her mind in turmoil. She had fled a man who wanted to possess her, only to find herself stranded with a man haunted by a woman he could never have. Their pasts were a tangled, dangerous web, and they were caught in the center of it, two fugitives running from different ghosts under the same merciless sky. And as she drifted into an uneasy sleep, she knew that Alistair's hunters were not the only danger they faced. The deepest scars, she was beginning to understand, were the ones they carried inside. Chapter 4. Water and Whispers. The night was a restless sea of shallow, dream-haunted sleep. Lola drifted in and out of consciousness, her mind a chaotic theater of flashing images. Alistair Finch's cold smile, the glint of a saw blade on wood, the ghostly shape of a brand on a man's arm, and a woman's face she couldn't quite see. Her name, a painful whisper on the wind. Each time she awoke, the cold reality of their situation rushed back in. A frigid wave that stole her breath. She would see Zeke's silhouette against the star-drenched mouth of their stone alcove, a steadfast, unmoving guardian, and the terror would recede, replaced by a low, persistent thrum of anxiety. They had switched watches halfway through the night. Zeke had woken her with a gentle shake of her shoulder, his touch surprisingly light. "Your turn," he'd murmured, his voice thick with sleep. "Just watch the entrance. Yell if you see anything that's not a rock or a cactus." He'd then wrapped himself in his own thin blanket and was asleep in moments, a deep, exhausted slumber that spoke of the toll his vigilance had taken. Lola had sat with the rifle across her lap, its cold, heavy weight a terrifying and strangely reassuring presence. The desert night was not silent, she discovered. It was filled with 1,000 tiny sounds, the scuttling of unseen creatures, the whisper of the wind through the rocks, the distant, mournful cry of a coyote. She had never felt so small or so alive. Every nerve was on fire, every sense heightened. For the first time in her life, she was responsible not only for her own life, but for another's. The thought was sobering. She stared into the deep velvet darkness, her eyes straining, until the first hint of gray softened the eastern horizon. Now, as the dawn broke in a spectacular silent explosion of color, a new and more urgent fear took hold. Thirst. The canteen was empty. The last mouthful of water they'd shared before sleeping was a distant memory. Her tongue felt thick and swollen in her mouth, and a dull, pounding headache had begun behind her eyes. Survival was no longer an abstract concept. It had become a physical, immediate need, a primal scream from every cell in her body. Zeke stirred as the first rays of sun touched their sanctuary. He sat up, his movements stiff, and ran a hand over his weary face. He looked at her, then at the empty canteen hanging from a knob of rock. He didn't need to say a word. The same desperation was reflected in his clear blue eyes. "The spring," he said, his voice a dry croak. "We have to reach it today, or we don't reach it at all." There was no more talk of rest. They packed their meager belongings in a grim silence and set out as the sun began its relentless climb. The landscape changed, the red rock giving way to a more desolate, rolling terrain of sand and scrub brush. The sun was a physical weight, pressing down on them, leaching the life from the air itself. The world dissolved into a rhythm of torment. The crunch of their feet, the burning in their lungs, the ever-increasing fire in their throats. Lola's thoughts became fragmented, simple. Left foot, right foot, breathe, don't fall. The world of Las Vegas, of sequins and champagne and Alistair Finch, seemed like a fever dream, a life lived by someone else on a different planet. The only reality was the next step, and the one after that. She watched Zeke. He moved with a stoic determination, his eyes fixed on some distant, invisible point on the horizon. But she could see the strain in the tight set of his jaw, the slight slump in his broad shoulders. The desert was taking its toll on him too. He was not invincible. The realization was terrifying. Her survival was tied to his, and he was just as vulnerable as she was. Hours crawled by. The sun reached its zenith, a white-hot coin in a bleached-out sky. Lola's vision began to blur at the edges. The distant mountains shimmered and danced, playing cruel tricks on her eyes. Once, she thought she saw the glint of water, a beautiful, shimmering pool, and a strangled cry of hope escaped her lips. Zeke stopped and turned, his face a mask of concern. "Mirage," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Don't look at it. Don't let it fool you. Keep your eyes on the ground in front of you." The disappointment was a physical blow, almost knocking her off her feet. She stumbled, her ankle twisting on a loose rock. A sharp pain shot up her leg, and she cried out, sinking to her knees in the scorching sand. The fight went out of her. She couldn't go on. It was over. "I can't," she gasped, the words tearing at her raw throat. "I can't go any further. Just leave me." Tears of frustration and despair tracked clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. She was going to die here. A pathetic, silk-clad fool in the middle of nowhere. Zeke was beside her in an instant. He knelt in front of her, his hands on her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. His face was grim, his skin pulled taut over his cheekbones, but his eyes were blazing with a fierce, unwavering light. "Don't you dare say that," he growled, his voice low and intense. "Don't you dare give up. Not now. We're close. I can smell it." "Smell what?" she sobbed. "I can't smell anything but dust." "Water," he said, his gaze locked on hers. "It has a smell, green things, damp earth. It's faint, but it's on the wind. Now, get up." His grip on her shoulders was firm, almost painful, but it was also grounding. He was not letting her go. He was pulling her back from the edge. "Get up, Lola." He said her name, the town name he had scorned, but now it sounded different. It was not a judgment. It was a command, a plea. Slowly, leaning on him, she forced her aching body to obey. She stood on her throbbing ankle, biting back a whimper of pain. Zeke tore another strip from her ruined dress, the emerald silk a testament to her tattered former life. He knelt, and, with surprising gentleness, expertly wrapped her injured ankle, his touch steady and sure. The support was immediate, the pain lessening to a dull, manageable ache. "We're close," he repeated, his voice softer now. "Just a little further. I promise." She didn't know if she believed him, but she believed in the fierce resolve in his eyes. She nodded, unable to speak, and they started walking again, this time with him beside her, his arm ready to catch her if she faltered. He was right. After another half-hour of torturous progress, a change came over the landscape. A few hardy green bushes appeared, their leaves a startling, vibrant color against the monotonous beige of the desert. The air grew heavier, carrying a faint loamy scent. And then she heard it. A sound so beautiful, so miraculous, that she thought it must be another hallucination. The soft, musical trickle of running water. They crested a low rise, and there it was. Not a shimmering mirage, but a real, honest-to-God oasis. A small pool of crystal-clear water, no bigger than a saloon table, fed by a thin stream that seeped from a fissure in a moss-covered rock face. A handful of cottonwood trees, their leaves rustling in the breeze, offered a canopy of deep, luxurious shade. It was the most beautiful place Lola had ever seen. She broke away from Zeke, stumbling the last few feet to the water's edge. She fell to her knees and plunged her hands into the cool, clear pool, bringing the water to her lips in handfuls. It was the sweetest, purest taste she had ever known. It was the taste of life itself. She drank and drank, heedless of Zeke's cautioning call to go slow. When her initial, frantic thirst was slaked, she splashed the water on her face, her neck, washing away the layers of grime and despair. She looked up to see Zeke at the head of the spring, where the water trickled from the rock. He drank from his cupped hands, his movements slow and deliberate, his face a mask of profound relief. He then refilled the canteen, his expression almost reverent. Lola sat back in the cool, damp sand, leaning against the trunk of a cottonwood tree. The shade was a blessing, the sound of the water a soothing balm. The headache behind her eyes began to recede. The world came back into sharp, clear focus. They had made it. They had survived. Zeke came and sat beside her, leaning his back against the same tree. He offered her the now full canteen. "Sip it now," he said, a faint smile touching the corners of his mouth. It was the first time she had seen him smile, and it transformed his face, erasing some of the weariness and pain. "Don't want to make yourself sick." They sat in a comfortable silence for a long time, sipping the cool water, listening to the gentle murmur of the spring and the rustle of the leaves. The tension that had been a constant companion for 2 days began to melt away, leaving behind a deep, bone-weary exhaustion, but also a quiet sense of triumph. "You saved my life," Lola said softly, looking at him. His profile was strong and noble against the backdrop of green. "Back there, I had given up. Thank you, Zeke." He turned his head to look at her, his blue eyes clear and direct. "We saved each other's lives," he corrected her. "You kept watch. You carried your weight. That's more than some I've known would do." His praise was a simple, unadorned thing, but it warmed her more than any flowery compliment she had ever received. He saw her not as a helpless showgirl, but as an equal, a partner in their survival. The thought was both humbling and empowering. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, a sense of intimacy grew between them in the secluded oasis. The shared ordeal had stripped away all pretense, all artifice. They were just a man and a woman who had faced death together and won. "Eliza," Lola said, the name coming to her lips unbidden. It was a risk, she knew, to break the fragile peace between them, but the mystery of it was too powerful to ignore. Was she beautiful? Zeke was silent for a long moment, his gaze turned inward. He picked up a fallen leaf, tracing its veins with his thumb. Lola expected him to shut down, to retreat behind his wall of pain as he had before. But this time, he didn't. "She was," he began, his voice low and thoughtful, as if searching for a word that had not been worn out by time. "She was like this place. In a world of rock and dust, She was a spring, full of life. She wasn't like the others, not like her father. He spoke of her in a way that was both tender and distant, like a man describing a star he had once been close enough to touch. He told Lola how Eliza used to sneak food and medicine to the convict workers, how she would sit and talk with them, treating them as human beings, not as property. He described her passion for books, her arguments with her father about the brutality of his operation, her dreams of leaving the mining camp and seeing the world. "She didn't see the brand on my arm," he said, his voice thick with memory. "She saw me, the man I was before." "And you loved her," Lola whispered. It was not a question. He nodded slowly, his eyes dark with a sorrow that seemed bottomless. "I did, and that was the most dangerous thing I could have done, for both of us." He fell silent then, the story unfinished, the unspoken ending hanging heavy in the air. Lola didn't press him. She understood that some wounds were too deep to be fully exposed, but she felt a profound ache in her chest, a sorrow for the man beside her, for the love he had lost, for the peace he was still searching for. As dusk fell, Zeke built another small, careful fire. The flames cast a warm, flickering glow on their faces, creating a tiny, intimate world for two in the vast, dark wilderness. He had managed to snare 2 small rabbits near the spring, and the smell of the roasting meat was intoxicating. It was a feast. They ate in a comfortable silence, the shared meal a communion. After they had finished, Lola took a strip of silk and a little water and began to gently clean the grime from her face and arms. The simple act of cleanliness felt like a profound luxury. Zeke watched her, his expression unreadable in the firelight. When she was done, he reached out and gently touched a long, thin scar that ran from her temple down to her cheekbone, a pale line she usually concealed with powder and paint. "Finch?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. Lola flinched at the memory, but she didn't pull away from his touch. His fingers were rough, but his touch was surprisingly gentle. "No," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "Before him. My father, he had a temper when he drank." It was a part of her past she never spoke of, a secret shame she carried. But here, in this place, with this man who wore his own scars, the truth came out. Zeke's jaw tightened, and a dangerous light flared in his eyes. His thumb traced the line of the scar, a feather-light touch that sent a shiver down her spine. "No man has the right," he said, his voice a low, fierce growl. His anger on her behalf was a strange and powerful thing. No one had ever been angry for her before. In that moment, the last of her fear of him vanished completely, replaced by something far more complex and dangerous. A current passed between them, an unspoken understanding of shared pain and resilience. His hand moved from her cheek to cup her jaw, his thumb stroking her skin. His face was close, his blue eyes searching hers in the firelight. Lola's heart was pounding, a wild, frantic drum against her ribs. She could feel the warmth of his breath on her lips. The world narrowed to the space between them, the scent of wood smoke, the feel of his calloused hand on her skin. He was going to kiss her. She knew it. And God help her, she wanted him to. It was madness. He was a stranger, a man haunted by another woman, and they were being hunted in the middle of the desert. But he was also the man who had saved her life, who had seen her at her weakest and had not turned away, who understood her scars because he carried his own. He leaned in, his eyes closing, and her own lids fluttered shut. She tilted her head, her lips parting slightly in anticipation. The world held its breath. And then a sound broke the spell. A faint but unmistakable sound, carried on the night wind from the direction they had come. The sharp, metallic click of a horseshoe striking stone. Zeke's eyes flew open. He was on his feet in an instant, his body a study in coiled, deadly tension. He grabbed his rifle and kicked dirt over the fire, plunging their oasis into darkness. "They found us," he whispered, his voice a blade of ice in the sudden dark. "Get behind the rocks, and don't make a sound." Chapter 5. The Ghost of Vegas. The world, a moment before a warm, intimate sphere of firelight and burgeoning connection, was instantly shattered, plunged into cold, terrifying darkness. The soft murmur of the spring, which had been a soothing balm, now seemed monstrously loud, a betrayal that could guide their hunters directly to them. The rustling leaves of the cottonwoods whispered of approaching death. Lola's heart, which had been pounding with a dizzying, hopeful anticipation, now hammered against her ribs with the frantic rhythm of pure terror. Zeke moved with a silent, fluid grace that was terrifying in its own right. He was no longer the weary, gentle man who had shared his past by the fire. He was a predator, instantly alert and lethal. He pushed her, not ungently, behind the large, moss-covered boulder from which the spring flowed. "Stay down," he breathed, the words a wisp of air against her ear. "No matter what you hear, don't move." She crouched in the damp earth, the cold seeping through the thin silk of her dress. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a storm of adrenaline and fear. She pressed her cheek against the rough, cool stone, peering through a narrow gap between the boulder and the trunk of a cottonwood. Her view was limited, a small, moon-dusted slice of the clearing, but it was enough. Zeke had melted into the shadows on the opposite side of the pool, near the entrance to the small canyon. He was a darker shape against the darkness, the long, menacing line of his rifle the only thing that defined him. He was utterly still, a patient hunter waiting for his prey to step into the trap. The sound came again, closer this time, the clink of a horseshoe on rock, followed by the crunch of boots on gravel. Then, a low voice, rough and familiar. "I tell you, Silas, I smelled smoke. They're here." The name sent a fresh wave of ice through Lola's veins. Finn, the weaselly, sharp-eyed man who was always at Alistair Finch's side, his shadow and his spy. And if Finn was here, then the hulking, brutal Silas would not be far behind. A large shape emerged from the darkness into the moonlit clearing. Silas. He was even bigger than Lola remembered, a mountain of a man with a face like a slab of raw meat. He moved with a lumbering, deliberate menace, a pistol held loosely in one massive fist. Finn appeared at his side, a smaller, wiry man who seemed to dart and twitch with a nervous energy, his eyes scanning the oasis with a rodent-like quickness. "See? What did I tell you?" Finn said, pointing a skinny finger at the disturbed earth where their fire had been. "Still warm. They can't be far." Silas grunted, his gaze sweeping the clearing. His eyes, small and brutish, seemed to linger on the dark shadows where Lola was hiding. Her heart stopped. She was certain he could see her, that he could hear the frantic drumming in her chest. She squeezed her eyes shut, praying to a god she hadn't spoken to in years. "Spread out," Silas growled, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the ground. "The boss wants the girl. Said he don't care about the prospector. Kill him if he gets in the way." The casual brutality of the order was sickening. They weren't just here to take her back. They were here to execute a witness. The thought of Zeke, the silent, scarred man who had saved her life, being gunned down because of her was more than she could bear. Finn began to circle the clearing to the left, his movements furtive and quick, while Silas started to move to the right, his heavy boots making a soft, crunching sound on the sandy ground. They were closing in, tightening the net. Lola risked another glance toward Zeke. He hadn't moved. He was waiting, letting them come closer, letting them separate. It was a terrifying game of patience, and Lola's nerves were screaming. Finn reached the spot where Lola had sat just minutes before, her makeshift bundle of the blanket lying on the ground. He bent down and picked it up, sniffing it like a dog. "Perfume," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Smells like a Vegas whore, all right. She's here." He tossed the blanket aside and took another step, his eyes peering into the deep shadows around the base of the spring rock. He was only a few feet from her now. She could smell the stale whiskey on his breath. This was it. He was going to find her. A strangled whimper escaped her lips. It was the only sound needed. Before Finn could react, there was a sudden, explosive roar from the other side of the clearing. It was not the sharp crack of Zeke's rifle, but something deeper, more guttural. Zeke had thrown a rock against the far canyon wall. The effect was instantaneous. Both Finn and Silas spun toward the sound, their guns raised. "Over there!" Silas yelled, and they both started moving toward the decoy noise. It was the opening Zeke needed. He moved from the shadows like a phantom, no longer the patient hunter, but a swift, silent angel of death. He didn't use his rifle. He closed the distance to Silas, who was now slightly ahead of Finn, his back momentarily turned. Lola watched, her breath caught in her throat, as the scene unfolded in a horrific, moonlit tableau. Zeke brought the butt of his rifle down in a vicious, silent arc, striking Silas at the base of his skull. The big man made a soft, surprised, "oof" sound, and crumpled to the ground like a felled tree, landing with a heavy thud that shook the earth. Finn whirled around, his eyes wide with shock, his pistol coming up. But he was too slow. Zeke was already on him. He lunged forward, grabbing Finn's gun hand and twisting it with a sickening crack of bone. Finn screamed, a high, thin sound of agony, and the pistol clattered to the ground. Zeke didn't hesitate. His other hand shot out, grabbing Finn by the throat and slamming him back against the trunk of a cottonwood tree. "Where's Finch?" Zeke's voice was a low, deadly whisper, more terrifying than any shout. Finn gasped for air, his face pale and slick with sweat in the moonlight, his eyes wild with pain and fear. "Don't know. I swear." Zeke's grip tightened. "Liar," he hissed. "He sent you. Is he coming himself? How many more are with you?" "Just us," Finn choked out, his voice a strangled rasp. "Finch is back at the way station. He's waiting for us to bring the girl back. He said to make it look like the prospector did it. Killed her, then ran." The cold, calculating cruelty of Alistair's plan was breathtaking. He wouldn't just have her killed. He would have her memory sullied, her death blamed on the innocent man who had tried to save her. It was a final, possessive act of desecration. "He's a fool," Zeke snarled. He slammed Finn's head against the tree again, a sharp, ugly sound that made Lola flinch. Finn went limp, his eyes rolling back in his head as he slid down the trunk to a heap on the ground. Silence descended on the oasis once more, a heavy, ringing silence broken only by the sound of Zeke's harsh breathing. He stood over the two unconscious men, his chest rising and falling, the rifle held in a white-knuckled grip. The moonlight caught the cold, hard planes of his face, and in that moment, he looked like a man capable of anything. He was not just a survivor, he was a killer. The knowledge was both terrifying and profoundly reassuring. He turned and looked toward her hiding place. "Lola, it's safe." She emerged from behind the rock, her legs trembling so badly she could barely stand. She stumbled into the clearing, her eyes fixed on the two still forms on the ground. They were the ghosts of her past, the embodiment of the life she had fled, and now they lay defeated at her feet. But there was no triumph in it, only a sick, hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach. Zeke walked over to her, his face still a mask of grim fury. He reached out and gripped her arms, his hands firm, steadying her. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his eyes scanning her face, searching for any sign of injury. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. I'm all right." She looked at him, at the raw violence she had just witnessed, and saw the cost of it in the deep, haunted look in his eyes. He had done this for her. He had killed, or come close to it, to protect her. "Zeke, we have to go," he said, cutting her off, his voice urgent. "Finch is at the way station. That's a day's ride from here, maybe less. He'll come looking for them when they don't return. We have no time." He released her and went to work with a brutal efficiency. He used the rope she had been carrying to bind Silas and Finn's hands and feet, pulling the knots tight with a grim satisfaction. He took their pistols and ammunition, stuffing them into his own saddlebag. He searched their pockets, finding a small flask of whiskey, which he emptied onto the ground, a few coins, and a folded piece of paper on Finn. He opened it, his brow furrowed as he read it in the dim moonlight. It was a crude, hand-drawn map. A line led from the way station to the spot where their coach had crashed. A second line, more tentative, led from the crash site toward the spring. "They were tracking us," Zeke said, his voice tight. "But this map, it's not finished. There's another place marked on it, a mining outpost, north of here." He looked up at Lola, his eyes sharp. "The one I was taking you to." Lola's blood ran cold. How? How would they know about that? "There's only one way," Zeke said, his voice grim. "Someone at the way station told them. The driver, the salesman. One of them knew my route, knew I used that outpost." He crumpled the map in his fist, his knuckles white. "This isn't just about you anymore, Lola. Finch isn't just hunting you. He's hunting me, too." The revelation was staggering. It meant his past and her present had collided in this desolate place. The brand on his arm, the ghost of Eliza Colton, Alistair Finch's possessive rage, it was all part of the same tangled, deadly web. "Wita," she asked, her mind struggling to make the connection. "Why would he care about you?" "The outpost," Zeke said, his gaze distant, his mind clearly working through the possibilities. "It's called redemption. It's a small, independent operation. A place for men like me. Men who are trying to escape a past. It was founded by a man who used to work for Colton." He looked at her, and she saw a flicker of the old pain in his eyes. "Eliza helped him get away. She gave him the money to start it. It was her secret, her act of rebellion against her father." The pieces began to fall into place, forming a picture that was far more complex and dangerous than Lola had ever imagined. "Finch," Zeke continued, his voice a low growl of dawning comprehension. "I heard whispers in Vegas. He's been buying up land, old mining claims, expanding. He's as ruthless as Colton ever was. If he found out about redemption, a small, rich claim run by ex-convicts, he'd want it. He'd see it as an easy target. And if he found out that I was connected to it, he'd see you as a threat, Lola finished, her voice a horrified whisper. And he'd use me to get to you. It was a brilliant, diabolical plan. Alistair hadn't just arranged for a random stagecoach accident. He had discovered who she was with, who this silent prospector was. He had engineered their meeting, their stranding, knowing that Zeke, with his reputation, would likely try to lead her to the safety of the redemption outpost. He had set a trap not just for the girl who had scorned him, but for a much bigger prize. "We have to warn them," Zeke said, his voice filled with a new, desperate urgency. He looked at the two bound men on the ground with a mixture of disgust and calculation. "We can't leave them here. They'll either die from the heat, or Finch will find them, and they'll tell him everything. And we can't take them with us." He looked at his rifle, then back at the men, and for a terrifying moment, Lola saw a flicker of cold, pragmatic murder in his eyes. She saw him weighing their lives against the lives of the men at Redemption, against his own, against hers. "No," she said, stepping forward, her voice surprisingly firm. "Zeke, no, we can't." He looked at her, his expression hard, unyielding. "They tried to kill us, Lola. They would have left us to die in the sun, without a second thought." "I know," she said, her own voice trembling but determined. "But we are not them. We are not Alistair Finch. If we kill them like this, in cold blood, then he's already won. He's made us into him." Her words hung in the charged air between them. She saw the struggle in his face, the battle between the hardened survivor, who knew the brutal necessities of this world, and the man of honor he was trying to be. The ghost of Eliza, the woman who had seen the man beneath the brand, seemed to be there in the oasis with them, her presence a silent plea for mercy. Slowly, the coldness in his eyes receded. He gave a sharp, frustrated sigh and lowered the rifle. He looked at Lola, a new, grudging respect in his gaze. "You're right," he said, the words costing him. "Damn it, you're right." He turned back to the prisoners. "We'll leave them with water. Enough for a day. It's more than they deserve, but it'll give them a chance. By the time Finch finds them, we'll be long gone." They worked quickly, their movements synchronized by a shared purpose. They propped Silas and Finn against the trees, leaving the canteen and the last of the roasted rabbit just within their reach. A final act of mercy they had not earned. As they prepared to leave the oasis, the place that had been a sanctuary and then a battlefield, Lola looked back at the two men, the ghosts of her Vegas life. She was leaving them behind, bound and defeated. She was walking away from the life of a victim. Zeke touched her arm. "Ready?" She looked at him, at his strong, weary face, and nodded. She was ready. Their journey was no longer a desperate flight for survival. It was a race to a town called Redemption, to warn a community of outcasts that a new evil was coming. And Lola knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her soul, that her own redemption was tied to the fate of that town, and to the fate of the scarred, silent man who now led her into the darkness. Chapter 6. A Prospector's Secret. The oasis, once a symbol of life and hope, vanished behind them, swallowed by the darkness. The world became a treacherous, moon-drenched landscape of rock and shadow. They moved with a desperate, newfound urgency, the knowledge that Alistair Finch was a day's ride away, a spur at their backs. The night was no longer a time for rest, but a shield, a cloak of invisibility they had to use to its fullest extent. Their pace was grueling. Zeke pushed them onward relentlessly, his long strides eating up the harsh terrain. He abandoned the easier, open ground for the punishing, broken country of the high desert, a labyrinth of ravines and stony ridges that offered cover but exacted a heavy toll on their bodies. Lola's ankle, which had felt manageable at the spring, was now a constant, throbbing agony. Every step was a fresh wave of pain, but she bit her lip and forced it down, refusing to slow him down, refusing to be the weak link. The memory of Finn and Silas, of their casual cruelty and Zeke's cold, efficient violence, was a potent antidote to her pain. This was no longer just about her. It was about redemption. It was about the legacy of a woman named Eliza. As they walked, a new dynamic settled between them. The near kiss, the shared confession, the violent confrontation. It had all stripped away the last vestiges of their former selves. They were no longer a prospector and a showgirl. They were soldiers in a silent war, partners forged in fire and fear. Lola found herself watching Zeke with a new intensity, seeing not just the capable survivor, but the man beneath. She saw the way his eyes constantly scanned the horizon, the subtle tensing of his jaw when a rock skittered in the distance, the almost imperceptible sag of his shoulders when he thought she wasn't looking. He was carrying the weight of this not just for himself, but for the men at the outpost, and for her. The burden was immense, and she felt a fierce, protective urge to help him carry it. Hours before dawn, when the moon had set and the darkness was at its deepest, Zeke finally called a halt. He led them into a narrow, high-walled canyon, a deep scar in the earth that was all but invisible until you were upon it. "We'll rest here until first light," he said, his voice a ragged whisper. He slumped against the canyon wall, the rifle sliding from his weary grip. The facade of iron strength had cracked, revealing the profound exhaustion beneath. Lola sank to the ground beside him, her entire body a symphony of aches. She leaned her head back against the cold stone, the silence of the canyon pressing in on them. "Will we make it, Zeke?" she asked, the question a small, fragile thing in the vast darkness. "To redemption, before he does." He was quiet for a long time, the only sound his own deep, steadying breaths. "Finch will be on horseback," he said finally, his voice flat and pragmatic. "We're on foot. He'll have men with him. They'll travel faster, but they'll follow the map, expecting us to take the most direct route. I'm taking us the long way, the hard way. It's the only chance we have." He paused, turning his head to look at her in the gloom. "It's not going to be easy, Lola." "I know," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. "I'm not the same woman who left that stagecoach." A faint ghost of a smile touched his lips. "No," he agreed. "You're not." The simple validation was a balm to her weary soul. They sat in a comfortable silence, a shared understanding passing between them. The intimacy they had found by the fire had not been extinguished by the violence that followed. It had been tempered by it, hardened into something stronger, more resilient. As the first faint hint of gray began to lighten the sky, Zeke reached into his saddlebag. He pulled out the 2 pistols he'd taken from Finn and Silas. He checked them both, his movements economical and sure. He held one out to her, butt first. Lola stared at it. It was a Colt Peacemaker, its metal dark and menacing, its weight promising death. She had seen guns her whole life, on the hips of cowboys in saloons, in the hands of actors on stage. But she had never touched one. It was a tool of a world she had always tried to remain separate from, a world of violence and brutal finality. "I don't know how," she whispered, her hand hovering, unwilling to take it. "I'll teach you," he said, his voice patient but firm. "Finch has men. I can't fight them all myself. You need to be able to protect yourself. If something happens to me—" He left the sentence unfinished, the implication hanging heavy and cold between them. She took the gun. Its weight was shocking, a solid, dense reality in her palm. It felt cold, alien. Zeke's hand closed over hers, his fingers warm and rough, guiding her grip. He showed her how to hold it, how to brace her arm, how to sight down the barrel. His proximity was unnerving, his low voice a murmur against her ear as he explained the mechanism. She was acutely aware of the clean, earthy scent of him, the strength in his hands, the focused intensity of his gaze. "You don't aim for the man," he instructed, his tone low and serious. "You aim for the center of him. A button on his shirt, the buckle of his belt. Don't think about who he is. Just think about the target." He looked into her eyes, his own gaze clear and unwavering. "And you don't pull the trigger unless you mean to. There's no taking it back. You understand?" She nodded, her throat tight. She understood all too well. This was the final step in her transformation. The silk dress had been torn. The soft hands had been calloused. The saloon singer's voice had grown hoarse. Now she was holding a gun. She was becoming a part of this brutal world, whether she wanted to or not. They had no ammunition to spare for practice. The lesson was purely theoretical, a grim pantomime of violence. When he was satisfied that she understood the basics, he took the gun back and tucked it into the waistband of her ruined dress, the cold metal a shocking sensation against her skin. "Just in case," he said. They set out again as the sun rose, the world turning from gray to gold. The terrain became even more difficult, a series of steep, rocky inclines that left their muscles screaming and their lungs burning. They were climbing now, into the foothills of the distant mountains. Zeke seemed to draw strength from the ascent, a grim determination setting into his features. This was his world, the high, lonely places. As they climbed, he began to talk, not about Eliza or Colton or the ghosts that haunted him, but about the land itself. He pointed out the different types of rock, explaining what minerals they might indicate. He showed her how to find the north side of a tree, how to read the clouds for signs of changing weather. He spoke of the desert not as an enemy, but as a complex, living thing that had its own rules, its own harsh beauty. It was a language he was fluent in, and as Lola listened, she began to see the world around her not just as a terrifying, empty space, a canvas for her fear, but as a place of hidden life and ancient secrets. It was a distraction, she knew. He was keeping her mind off her aching ankle, off their dwindling water supply, off the men who were hunting them. But it was more than that. He was sharing a part of himself, the part that was not defined by pain or loss. He was sharing the prospector's secret, that the earth itself was a story, and if you knew how to listen, it would tell you where you were and where you needed to go. By midday, they reached a high plateau, a wind-swept expanse of rock and hardy, twisted junipers. The air was thinner here, cleaner. From this vantage point, They could see for miles. The desert floor they had crossed was a vast, shimmering tapestry of brown and beige below them. Zeke stopped, his eyes scanning the horizon, his body tense. "There," he said, his voice a low growl. He pointed to a spot far below them, a tiny disturbance in the heat haze. Lola squinted, her hand shielding her eyes. At first, she saw nothing. Then, she caught it. A small, dark cloud moving across the desert floor. A dust cloud, the kind made by horses moving at speed. "Finch," she breathed. "Aye," Zeke confirmed, his jaw tight. "Looks like 3 riders. They're heading for the spring. They found our tracks." He watched them for a long moment, a grim, calculating expression on his face. "They're moving fast. They'll find the oasis empty and our friends tied up. Finn will tell them everything. They'll know we're heading for the high country." The hunters were closer than they had imagined. The fragile sense of security Lola had begun to feel evaporated like morning mist. "What do we do?" "We keep moving," Zeke said, turning away from the terrifying sight. "And we hope this is the only secret I have left." He led her away from the edge of the plateau, deeper into the stand of ancient junipers. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their bark the color of old silver, their scent sharp and clean. After a few minutes of walking, he stopped in front of a massive, flat-faced wall of granite that seemed to block their path completely. It was a dead end. Lola looked at him, her heart sinking. "Zeke, there's no way through." He didn't answer. He walked to the rock face and began to run his hands over its surface, his touch as intimate and familiar as if he were greeting an old friend. He traced a crack here, a fissure there. He seemed to be searching for something, a secret sign that only he could read. Lola watched, mystified, as he pushed on a section of rock that looked no different from the rest. At first, nothing happened. Then, with a low, grinding groan of stone on stone, a section of the rock wall moved. It pivoted inward, revealing a dark, narrow opening, a black slash in the bright afternoon. Lola stared, her mouth agape. It was a hidden door, a secret passage. What is this?" she stammered. "An old prospector's trick," Zeke said, a rare, triumphant glint in his eye. "A bolt hole, for hiding from claim jumpers, or the law. I found it years ago. It leads through the mountain. It's not an easy passage, but it'll cut 2 days off our journey, and no one, not even Finch, will ever find the entrance." This was it, his final secret, the ace up his sleeve. It was a chance, a real one, to beat Finch to redemption. He lit a small lantern he produced from his saddlebag, its feeble flame pushing back against the profound darkness of the passage. "Stay close behind me," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "The floor is uneven, and don't touch the walls." He stepped through the opening, and after a moment's hesitation, Lola followed him, the heavy weight of the pistol a cold, solid reminder of the world she was leaving behind. The rock door swung shut behind them with a deep, final thud, plunging them into an absolute suffocating darkness, broken only by the small, dancing flame of the lantern. The air in the tunnel was cold and stale, smelling of damp earth and centuries of silence. The passage was narrow, forcing them to walk in single file. The lantern cast Zeke's shadow, huge and distorted, on the walls in front of them, a looming giant leading her into the bowels of the earth. The only sound was the scuff of their boots on the stone floor and the frantic, echoing beat of her own heart. This was a place of secrets, a place of ghosts. As she followed the bobbing light, she felt as if she were walking not just through a mountain, but through Zeke himself. This tunnel was a metaphor for the man, dark, hidden, full of unexpected turns and unknown dangers, but leading, she prayed, to a place of safety. The passage began to slope steeply downward. The air grew colder. The silence was so profound, it felt like a pressure on her ears. Lola's imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion, began to run wild. She imagined the tons of rock above them, the possibility of a cave-in, of being buried alive in this forgotten place. She imagined them getting lost, the lantern dying, leaving them to wander in eternal darkness. She reached out, her hand finding the rough fabric of Zeke's shirt, her fingers gripping it like a lifeline. He stopped, turning to look at her. The lantern light illuminated the concern in his eyes. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she lied, her voice trembling. It's very dark." He reached out, and his hand covered hers, his grip warm and steady. "I know this passage like the back of my own hand," he said, his voice a low, reassuring rumble that seemed to push back the oppressive silence. "I won't let anything happen to you. I promise." His promise, made in the heart of the mountain, was a vow. It was more than a guarantee of physical safety. It was a pledge of connection, an acknowledgement of the bond that had been forged between them. In the deep, silent darkness, surrounded by stone and secrets, Lola finally admitted a truth to herself that was as terrifying and as real as the gun at her hip. She was falling in love with this scarred, haunted man. The realization was not a gentle dawning. It was a seismic shift, a reordering of her entire world, as profound and as irrevocable as the closing of the stone door behind them. She squeezed his hand, a silent answer to his unspoken question. They stood for a moment in the flickering light, two fugitives in the dark, their shared grip a fragile anchor in a world of uncertainty. Then he turned and led them onward, deeper into the mountain, deeper into the unknown, their path illuminated by a single, defiant flame. Chapter 7. Mirage of a Different Life. Time ceased to have meaning in the belly of the mountain. There was no sun, no moon, only the eternal, flickering twilight of Zeke's lantern. The world shrank to the narrow confines of the tunnel, the scent of damp stone, and the sound of their own breathing echoing back at them. Lola's hand remained firmly gripping Zeke's shirt, a desperate anchor in the disorienting darkness. The initial terror of being entombed alive slowly gave way to a strange, hypnotic rhythm. The scuff of their boots, the bobbing of the light, the steady presence of the man in front of her. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes opening into small cavernous chambers where water dripped from unseen stalactites, the sound a lonely plink in the profound silence. In these larger spaces, Zeke would pause, holding the lantern high. The light would catch on glittering veins of quartz and mica embedded in the rock, turning the rough-hewn walls into a momentary palace of scattered diamonds. He would explain what they were, his voice low and reverent, the voice of a man in his temple. "Fool's gold," he said, tracing a finger along a bright seam of pyrite. "Looks pretty, but it's worthless. The real treasure is harder to see. It doesn't glitter so much. You have to know what you're looking for." His words resonated with a deeper meaning. He was talking about more than rocks. He was talking about people, about life, about the deceptive allure of a place like Vegas, and the quiet, hidden value of a place like Redemption. He was talking about Eliza, the woman who had seen the real treasure in him beneath the rough convict's exterior. And he was, perhaps without realizing it, talking about Lola herself. He was seeing past the showgirl, past the sequins and the perfume, to the resilient, frightened, and determined woman beneath. Her confession of love, made only to herself in the silent darkness, echoed in her heart. It was a terrifying, exhilarating secret, a fragile flame she nurtured in the cold confines of the tunnel. It was a mad, impossible love, born of desperation and shared trauma, but it felt more real than anything she had ever known. It was not the cloying, possessive affection of Alistair Finch, nor the callow infatuation of the young cowboys who had courted her in Vegas. This was something forged, not found, hammered into shape by fear and respect, and a profound, bone-deep recognition of a kindred, wounded soul. The tunnel began to slope upward again, the air growing warmer, less stale. After what felt like an eternity, Zeke stopped. "We're close to the other side," he said, his voice holding a note of tired relief. Ahead of them, the oppressive blackness was diluted by a faint gray light. As they moved closer, the light grew stronger, and with it came a breath of fresh, clean air, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The exit was another narrow fissure in the rock, partially obscured by a thick curtain of tangled ivy. Zeke pushed through the leaves, holding them aside for Lola. She stepped out after him, blinking in the sudden, glorious light of a new day. They had walked through the night, through the heart of the mountain, and emerged into a world transformed. They were in a small, hidden valley, a perfect bowl of green nestled high in the mountains. The sun was just beginning to crest the eastern peaks, its golden rays spilling into the valley and setting the dew on the grass ablaze. A clear, bubbling stream snaked its way through a meadow dotted with wildflowers, blue, yellow, and a vibrant, hopeful red. Tall pines and aspens climbed the steep slopes of the surrounding mountains, their leaves shimmering in the morning breeze. The air was crisp and cool, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the desert they had left behind. It was an Eden, a secret, untouched paradise. Lola stared, her heart aching with the sheer, impossible beauty of it. After the desolation of the desert and the claustrophobic darkness of the tunnel, this place felt like a dream, a mirage of a different, better life. "My God, Zeke," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Where are we?" "They call it Eliza's Vale," he said softly, his gaze sweeping across the valley with a look of profound love and sorrow. She found it. It was her place, her sanctuary from everything. Lola understood. This was the source of the spring in the desert, the heart of the life that pulsed in this harsh landscape. It was a physical manifestation of the woman he had loved. Standing here was like standing in a room that still held her scent, her presence. Lola felt a pang of something sharp and painful, a feeling she couldn't name. It was not jealousy, not exactly. It was a deep, sorrowful respect for the love that had created this place, and a poignant awareness that she was an intruder in this sacred memory. Zeke seemed to shake himself free from his reverie. "Redemption is on the other side of this ridge," he said, pointing to the western wall of the valley. "We're almost there. But we can rest here for a bit. We're safe. No one but me knows the way in." He led her to the stream, and they knelt to drink the pure, ice-cold water. It was a baptism, a washing away of the fear and the grime of their journey. Lola splashed the water on her face, feeling reborn. She looked at her reflection in the clear pool. The woman who looked back was a stranger. Her face was leaner, her eyes wider and older. The scar on her cheek was stark and unadorned. Her hair was a wild, tangled mess. But there was a strength in that face she had never seen before, a resilience in the set of her jaw. She was no longer just Lola. She was not yet sure who she was, but the showgirl was gone forever. Zeke built a small, clean fire, and this time there was no fear in the act. He produced a small fishing line and a hook from his seemingly bottomless saddlebag, and, with a practiced ease, caught 2 small silvery trout from the stream. As he cleaned them, Lola gathered firewood, her movements no longer clumsy, but efficient. They worked together in a comfortable domestic silence, a man and a woman preparing a meal in their own hidden corner of the world. As the fish sizzled over the fire, their scent mingling with the smell of pine and damp earth, a sense of peace settled over Lola, so profound it was almost painful. For the first time in her life, she felt truly safe. Here, in this hidden valley, Alistair Finch and his ghosts could not reach them. Here there were no expectations, no performances required. There was only the sun, the stream, and the quiet company of the man beside her. They ate the trout with their fingers, the flesh flaky and delicious. It was the best meal Lola had ever had. After they finished, they sat by the stream, watching the light change on the mountainsides. The oppressive urgency that had driven them for days had finally lifted, leaving a space for other things to grow. "Tell me more about her," Lola said softly, her voice barely disturbing the peace of the valley. "About Eliza." Zeke didn't stiffen this time. Here in her sanctuary, it seemed he could finally speak of her without the shield of pain. He spoke of her wit, her fierce intelligence, her stubborn refusal to accept the world as it was. He told Lola how she had secretly taught some of the convicts to read, using books she'd smuggled from her father's library. He described the way she would argue with her father, her voice ringing with a passion and a conviction that both infuriated and, he suspected, secretly impressed the old man. She saw the world not for what it was, but for what it could be, he said, his eyes on the distant peaks. She believed in redemption, not just for men like me, but for the land itself. She believed that something beautiful could grow even in the harshest places. He gestured to the valley around them. This place was her proof. As he spoke, Lola pieced together the fragments of their tragic story. He had been a prisoner, a branded man. She, the daughter of his captor. Their love was impossible, a spark in a powder keg. He didn't speak of how it ended. He didn't have to. The sorrow in his voice was a story in itself. "What happened to her, Zeke?" Lola asked, her heart aching for him. He was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the stream, as if he could see her face in the swirling water. "There was a cave-in at the mine," he said, his voice flat, stripped of all emotion. "A big one. Her father had been cutting corners on the support timbers to save money. A whole section of the mine collapsed. Men were trapped." He paused, his throat working. "Eliza, she went in, with some of the other men, trying to dig them out. She shouldn't have. It was too unstable. There was a second collapse. He couldn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The words hung in the beautiful sunlit valley, a testament to a love that had ended in the cold, dark earth. She had died trying to save others, a final tragic act of the redemption she so fiercely believed in. Lola's eyes filled with tears, not for herself, but for him, for the beautiful, brave woman he had lost, for the love that had been buried under tons of rock. She reached out and placed her hand on his arm. He didn't pull away. He simply sat there, a statue of grief, his gaze lost in the past. "The outpost. Redemption," she whispered. It's for her, isn't it? It's her legacy. He nodded. A single sharp movement. The man she helped escape. He named it for her. It's a place for men who have nothing left. A place to build something new. A place where a man isn't judged by the brand on his arm, but by the work of his hands. He finally turned to look at her, his eyes raw with a pain that was still fresh, even after all these years. That's why I have to protect it. It's all I have left of her. In that moment, Lola's impossible love for him deepened into something more profound, more selfless. It was no longer about her own feelings, her own desires. It was about him. It was about helping him protect this last, precious piece of the woman he had loved. She would fight for redemption as fiercely as he would, not just for her own survival, but for his. They spent the rest of the day in the valley, a stolen sliver of peace in a world of violence. They spoke little, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with a shared understanding, a deep and resonant empathy. As the afternoon sun began to dip toward the western ridge, casting long, cool shadows across the meadow, Zeke began to pack their few belongings. The truce with the world was over. It was time to move on. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice gentle. Lola looked around the valley one last time, at the whispering pines, the wildflower-strewn meadow, the clear, life-giving stream. It was a mirage, a beautiful, impossible dream of a life she could never have. Her life was on the other side of that ridge, in a town full of desperate men, with a ruthless killer on their trail. She stood up and squared her shoulders. The pistol at her waist was a cold, hard reality. "I'm ready," she said. As they began the steep climb up the western ridge, leaving Eliza's Vale behind, Lola knew she was leaving more than just a beautiful place. She was leaving behind the last remnants of the woman she had been. She was walking toward a future that was uncertain and dangerous, a future that would be defined by violence and struggle. But she was not walking alone. She was walking beside a man who had shown her the meaning of courage and sacrifice, a man who had shared his deepest wounds with her. And she knew, with a fierce and unwavering certainty, that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with him. The mirage was over. The battle for redemption was about to begin. Chapter 8. Footprints in the Dust. The climb out of Eliza's Vale was a brutal ascent, a physical manifestation of their return to the harsh realities of the world. The gentle, flower-strewn meadow gave way to a steep, unforgiving slope of scree and shattered rock. Every step was a struggle, every breath a gasp in the thinning mountain air. The peaceful sanctuary fell away below them, shrinking until it was just a small, perfect teardrop of green in the vast, gray expanse of the mountains. Lola didn't look back. The mirage was over, and her focus was now singular, sharp as a shard of glass. Redemption. Zeke led the way, his movements once again infused with a grim, relentless purpose. The brief respite in the valley had eased the exhaustion in his body, but a new, more intense weariness had settled in his eyes. He had bared his soul to her, unearthed a grief he had kept buried for years, and the effort had cost him dearly. He was quieter now, more withdrawn, as if he had sealed the wound shut again, unable to bear its exposure to the open air for too long. Lola understood. She gave him his silence, walking a few paces behind him, a silent partner in his grim pilgrimage. The gun at her waist felt heavier now, its purpose clearer, its potential use more terrifyingly real. They crested the ridge as the sun was setting. the sky behind them a dramatic, fiery spectacle of orange and purple. Before them, the landscape fell away into a deep, shadowed canyon. And there, nestled on a wide ledge on the far side, was the outpost. Redemption was not a town, not in the way Lola understood the word. It was a raw, defiant scar on the mountainside. A collection of a dozen or so rough-hewn cabins and tents clustered around the dark, gaping maw of a mine entrance. A single larger building with smoke curling from a stone chimney stood at its center, presumably the mess hall or saloon. There were no painted signs, no boardwalks, no storefronts. It was a place built for work, not for comfort. A grim, functional settlement clinging to the edge of civilization. Yet, in the fading light, the scattered flicker of lanterns and campfires in the growing dusk gave it a strange, almost welcoming glow. It was a tiny constellation of human defiance in the vast, indifferent wilderness. "We'll wait until it's fully dark," Zeke said, his voice a low rumble. He settled behind a rocky outcrop that gave them a clear view of the outpost, his gaze sweeping over it, taking in every detail. Finch's men could already be there. "We go in blind. We're walking into a trap." Lola crouched beside him, her eyes tracing the paths between the cabins. She could see the dark shapes of men moving about, their silhouettes stark against the firelight. They were rough-looking men, bearded and clad in dusty work clothes. The men of redemption. Ex-convicts. Fugitives. Men like Zeke. Her protectors? Or her executioners? She couldn't be sure. As full darkness fell, blanketing the canyon in shadow, Zeke turned to her. His face was a pale oval in the gloom, his eyes intense. "I'm going down alone," he said. "I'll circle around, come in from the back, see what the lay of the land is. You wait here." "No," Lola said, the word out of her mouth before she could think. The thought of being left alone on this dark ridge, of him going down there by himself, was unbearable. "I'm coming with you. We're in this together, Zeke. You said it yourself." He looked at her, a long, searching gaze. He saw not the frightened showgirl he had found by the wreck, but the woman who had faced down his grief, who had held a gun and not flinched. He saw a partner. "All right," he said with a slow nod, "but you do exactly as I say. No arguments. You hear a shot. You don't come running. You run the other way. You go back to the valley. You understand me, Lola? You survive." It was the hardest promise she had ever had to make. To agree to abandon him, to save herself. "I understand," she whispered, her throat tight. The descent into the canyon was treacherous in the dark. They moved slowly, carefully, Zeke testing every foothold before guiding her down. He moved with the silent grace of a mountain cat, a creature of the night. And Lola did her best to emulate him, placing her feet where he placed his, making as little noise as possible. They reached the canyon floor and began to circle around the edge of the outpost, keeping to the deep shadows at the base of the canyon wall. The sounds of the camp grew louder. The clang of a blacksmith's hammer, a burst of rough laughter, the mournful notes of a harmonica playing a sad, simple tune. It sounded normal, too normal. The ordinariness of it was more unnerving than an outright ambush would have been. Zeke led them to the back of the camp, to a spot behind the largest building where stacks of firewood were piled high. It offered the deepest shadow, a perfect vantage point. This is the mess hall," he whispered, his mouth close to her ear. "The heart of the camp. If Finch is here, this is where he'll be." He gestured for her to stay hidden behind the woodpile, Then, drawing his pistol, he flattened himself against the rough log wall of the building. There was a single grimy window a few feet away. He crept toward it, moving with a slowness that was agonizing to watch. He risked a quick glance inside, then pulled back, his body tense. He looked over at Lola and gave a slight shake of his head. Finch wasn't there. He gestured for her to follow, and they crept along the back of the building to a corner that gave them a view of the main camp area. From their hiding place, they could see the entrance to the mine, the smithy, and the porches of several of the small cabins. Men were gathered around a large central fire, drinking coffee, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. Zeke scanned the faces, his expression grim. "I know these men," he whispered. "They're redemption men. No sign of Finch or his crew." A wave of relief so powerful it made Lola dizzy washed over her. They had made it. They had beaten him here. But Zeke didn't relax. His eyes were still narrowed, his body coiled with tension. "Something's not right," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "It's too quiet, too calm. These men, they look beaten." He was right. Looking closer, Lola could see it too. There was no life in them. They sat staring into the fire, their shoulders slumped, their faces grim. The laughter she had heard earlier was gone. The harmonica had fallen silent. It was a camp of ghosts, their spirits as exhausted as their bodies. Suddenly, a cabin door opened, spilling a rectangle of yellow light into the clearing. A man stepped out, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick gray beard and a weary, authoritative air. The men at the fire looked up as he approached, a flicker of respect in their eyes. "That's Jed," Zeke breathed. "Jedediah Stone, the man who runs this place, the one Eliza helped." Jed walked to the fire, his boots crunching in the dust. He looked at the faces of his men, a deep sadness in his eyes. "Any sign of him?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly baritone. One of the men shook his head. "Nothing, Jed. Sent trackers up both sides of the canyon. It's like he vanished into thin air." "He's out there," another man said, spitting into the fire. "He's just toying with us, like a cat with a half-dead mouse." A cold dread began to creep up Lola's spine. They weren't talking about Finch. They were talking about someone else. "Who?" Zeke whispered, his voice tight with confusion. "Who are they talking about?" As if in answer to his question, Jed sighed, a sound of profound weariness. "We should have known better than to think we could be free. A man like Colton, his shadow is long. It reaches even here." Colton. The name hit Zeke like a physical blow. Lola felt him flinch beside her. "Colton's dead," he hissed under his breath. "Died years ago." "Maybe the old man is," Jed said to his men, his voice heavy with grim certainty. "But his son is alive and well, and it seems he's inherited his father's appetite for cruelty. And his memory." A new figure emerged from the shadows near the mine entrance. He was a stark contrast to the rough-hewn miners. He was dressed in a tailored Eastern suit, his boots polished to a high shine despite the dust of the camp. He was of medium height, with a clean-shaven, handsome face that was spoiled by a pair of cold, flat eyes and a cruel, thin-lipped smile. He moved with an arrogant, proprietary air, as if he owned the very ground he walked on. "Indeed I have, Mr. Stone," the man said, his voice smooth and cultured, but with an underlying edge of reptilian coldness. "A very long memory." Zeke went rigid beside Lola. A low, guttural sound, a growl of pure, primal hatred escaped his throat. Lola stared at the newcomer, a chilling premonition taking root in her heart. The man stopped by the fire, his cold eyes sweeping over the defeated faces of the miners. "You see, my father, for all his business acumen, was a sentimentalist. He believed in brands and chains. He believed in breaking a man's body. I, however, have a more modern approach. I believe in breaking a man's spirit. Why own a man's labor when you can own his hope?" He let his gaze drift over the camp, a landlord surveying a property he was about to acquire. "This little experiment in redemption, it's a charming idea, a testament to my dear, misguided sister's bleeding heart." He sighed, a theatrical sound of mock sadness. "But it's an insult to my father's memory. A loose thread. And I do so hate loose threads." "What do you want, Colton?" Jed demanded, his voice a low growl of defiance. The man, Colton's son, smiled. It was a chilling, predatory expression. "Want? I already have what I want. I have the deed to this land, legally acquired from the state. I have the allegiance of the law in the nearest town. And I have the patience to wait you out. Your supplies are cut off. No one will trade with you. No one will help you. This mountain is your prison now, gentlemen. You will either starve or you will come to work for me. For a fair wage, of course. The choice," he added, his smile widening, "is entirely yours." It was a brilliant, insidious strategy, not a frontal assault, but a slow, creeping siege. He was choking the life out of redemption, strangling their hope until they had no choice but to submit. Lola felt Zeke trembling beside her, a storm of rage and grief shaking his entire frame. This was his nightmare come to life. The son of the man who had branded him, come to destroy the last legacy of the woman he had loved. And he had led them right into the heart of it. Then, the younger Colton's eyes fell upon something on the ground near the fire. He bent down and picked it up. It was a single wilted wildflower, a splash of vibrant blue against the gray dust, identical to the ones Lola had seen in Eliza's veil. One of the miners must have carried it down, a small memento of a place of beauty and peace. Colton looked at the flower, a flicker of genuine, venomous hatred crossing his features. "My sister," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "She always did love weeds." He crushed the flower in his fist, letting the bruised petals fall into the dust. That single cruel act was what broke Zeke. With a raw, inarticulate cry of pure rage, he burst from the shadows, his pistol raised. "Colton!" he roared, his voice a thunderclap in the stunned silence. The camp exploded into chaos. The miners, shocked into action by the sudden appearance of their old friend, scrambled for their own weapons. Colton's son, his face a mask of surprise and fury, drew a small, silver-plated derringer from his coat pocket. "Zeke, no!" Lola screamed, but her voice was lost in the pandemonium. Zeke fired, his shot aimed not at Colton, but at the lantern hanging over the mess hall door, plunging the center of the camp into darkness. It was a signal, an act of defiance. Colton fired back, his small gun popping like a firecracker. The shot went wide, but it was a declaration of war. Men were shouting. Guns were being drawn. Lola, her heart pounding in her throat, pulled the heavy Colt from her waistband. Her hands were shaking, but Zeke's instructions were a steady voice in her head. Aim for the center. Don't pull the trigger unless you mean to. Jedediah Stone, seeing his old friend appear as if from the grave, let out a roar of his own and charged toward Colton. Two men who had been lurking in the shadows near the mine, men dressed like Colton, not like miners, drew their own guns and moved to intercept him. Zeke, using the darkness he had created, was moving, trying to circle around to get a clear shot at Colton, who was now using the central fire for cover. The camp had become a whirlwind of shadows and flashing light, a deadly, chaotic dance. Lola knew she couldn't stay hidden. Zeke was outnumbered. Jed was in danger. She took a deep breath, the cold mountain air searing her lungs, and stepped out from behind the woodpile. She saw one of Colton's men taking aim at Jed's back. There was no time to think, no time to be afraid. She raised the heavy pistol with both hands, just as Zeke had taught her, found the center of the man's back, and squeezed the trigger. The gun bucked in her hands, the explosion a deafening roar that seemed to shake her to the bone. The recoil sent a shockwave up her arms. For a moment, she was deaf and blind, the world a swirl of smoke and ringing silence. Then, through the haze, she saw the man she had aimed at stumble forward, a look of shocked surprise on his face. He dropped his gun, clutching at his shoulder, a dark stain spreading across his fine coat. He wasn't dead, but he was down. The world came rushing back. Men were staring at her, this strange, wild-looking woman in a ruined silk dress, who had just appeared out of nowhere and shot a man. Zeke turned, his eyes finding hers across the chaotic clearing, a look of fierce pride and stark terror on his face. The shot had broken the stalemate. Jed, his back now safe, tackled the second gunman, the two of them crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The miners, emboldened by this unexpected turn of events, surged forward, a wave of desperate, angry men. Colton, seeing the tide turn against him, fired one last, wild shot into the air. "This isn't over, you animals!" he shrieked, his voice cracking with rage. He turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness of the canyon, his one remaining gunman scrambling after him. A sudden, ringing silence fell over the camp. The fight, as sudden and as violent as a summer storm, was over. The miners stood panting, their faces a mixture of shock, elation, and disbelief. Jed stood over the man he had subdued, his chest heaving. And in the center of it all, Zeke and Lola stared at each other across the dusty, blood-stamped ground. The footprints of their long, desperate journey had led them here to this moment of violence and fragile victory. They had found redemption, only to discover it was a battlefield. And Lola, the showgirl from Vegas, had just fired the first real shot in the war. Chapter 9. The Shadow on the Horizon. The echo of Lola's shot faded, leaving behind a ringing silence that was more profound than the preceding chaos. The air, thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, seemed to shimmer in the firelight. For a long, suspended moment, no one moved. The miners of redemption, their faces a mixture of awe and bewilderment, stared at the woman in the tattered silk dress, the smoking pistol still held aloft in her trembling hands. She was an apparition, a fierce, avenging angel who had appeared from the darkness to turn the tide. Lola's arms felt like lead. The Colt peacemaker, which had been a cold, abstract weight at her waist, was now a living thing, a conduit of terrible power that had bucked and roared and changed the world. She saw the man she had shot being helped to his feet by Jedediah Stone, his face pale with pain, his arm hanging uselessly at his side, the dark stain on his coat spreading like a guilty secret. He was alive. The thought was a small, fragile raft in a sea of overwhelming shock. She hadn't killed him. but the line had been crossed. The chasm between the woman she was and the woman she had been was now impassable. Then, through the haze of smoke and confusion, Zeke moved. He crossed the dusty clearing in a few long strides, his eyes locked on hers, ignoring the stunned men, ignoring the prisoner, ignoring everything but her. He came to a stop in front of her, his tall frame a solid, grounding presence in her swirling vision. His hands came up, not to take the gun, but to gently cup her face. His calloused thumbs stroked her cheeks, wiping away tears she hadn't even realized she was shedding. "Lola," he said, his voice a low, rough whisper. It was thick with a storm of emotions she couldn't begin to decipher. Pride, terror, relief, and a deep, aching sorrow. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, a small, jerky movement. "No," she managed to whisper, her throat raw. But it was a lie. She felt as if some vital part of her had been shot through, leaving a clean, cold hole where her innocence used to be. Zeke's gaze dropped to the gun in her hands. Slowly, carefully, he wrapped his fingers around hers and gently eased the pistol from her grasp. The release of its weight was so sudden, her arms floated, light and useless at her sides. He tucked the gun into his own belt, his movements sure and protective, taking the burden from her. He kept one arm around her shoulders, holding her steady as the world threatened to tilt on its axis. The spell was broken. The camp came back to life. Jedediah Stone, his face a grim mask of authority, barked orders. "Get him tied up with the other one. Douse that fire. Get the lanterns low. They might be back." He looked over at Zeke and Lola, his gaze lingering on her for a long moment, a look of profound, weary respect in his eyes. "Zeke, you old ghost. I thought you were dead." "Close enough, Jed," Zeke replied, his voice tight. "We need to talk." "Aye," Jed agreed, his eyes flicking to the darkness where Colton had vanished. "We do." The miners moved with a renewed, if grim, purpose. The captured gunman, moaning in pain, was hauled away. The other man, subdued by Jed, was dragged after him. The central fire was extinguished, plunging the camp back into a nervous, flickering gloom, lit only by a few scattered lanterns. The brief, fragile victory had already been replaced by the chilling certainty of what was to come. Colton was not a man who accepted defeat. He would be back, with more men, with more guns. Zeke led Lola away from the center of the chaos, toward one of the small, dark cabins. "You need to sit down," he said, his voice still holding that strange, gentle roughness. He pushed open the door to a cabin that was little more than a box, containing a narrow cot, a small wooden crate for a table, and the lingering scent of stale sweat and pine smoke. It was a monk's cell, a place of stark survival. He guided her to the cot, and she sank down onto the rough blanket, her body finally succumbing to the tremors that had been shaking her from the inside out. Zeke lit a small, greasy lantern on the crate, its warm light pushing back the encroaching shadows. He poured a cup of water from a bucket by the door and handed it to her. Her hands were shaking too badly to hold it, so he held it to her lips, tipping it gently. The water was cool and clean, and it helped to quiet the frantic hammering of her heart. He knelt in front of her, his expression a mixture of concern and a pain that seemed to mirror her own. "Lola," he said, his voice low. "Look at me." She lifted her head, meeting his gaze. The blue of his eyes was dark with unspoken emotions. "What you did," he started, then stopped, searching for the words. "You saved Jed. You saved all of us. You were brave, braver than anyone I've ever known." His praise was like a knife twist. "I shot a man, Zeke." The words were a flat, dead thing in the small cabin. "I aimed a gun at a human being and I pulled the trigger." "You did what you had to do to survive," he said, his voice fierce. "The same way you walked across that desert. The same way you climbed this mountain. You survived. That's all that matters." "Is it?" she asked, a raw, desperate edge to her voice. "I feel cold, empty, like that gunshot blew a hole right through me." She looked down at her hands, half expecting to see them stained with blood. "Is this what it's like? To be a part of this world? Your world?" His face tightened, the lines around his eyes deepening. He reached out and took her hands in his. They were ice cold. He began to chafe them, his rough palms generating a friction that was both painful and comforting. "I know that feeling," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "And I am so sorry, Lola. I am so sorry I brought you into it. I wanted to protect you from this. I didn't want this world to touch you." His confession, his raw regret, was her undoing. A sob tore from her throat, a wave of all the fear and pain and horror of the last few days finally breaking through the wall of shock. She leaned forward, her forehead resting against his chest, and wept. She cried for the woman she had been, for the man she had shot, for the terrifying, uncertain future that lay before them. Zeke held her, one hand stroking her tangled hair, the other holding her hands tightly. He didn't offer empty platitudes or tell her to be strong. He simply held her, a silent, solid anchor in her storm, absorbing her grief into himself. He knew this pain. He had lived with it for years, and in that shared, broken moment, the last wall between them crumbled into dust. After a long time, her sobs subsided into shuddering breaths. She pulled back, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm sorry," she whispered, embarrassed by her outburst. "Never be sorry for that," he said, his voice thick. He looked at her, his gaze so intense it felt as if he were seeing straight into her soul. "Never." A knock on the cabin door broke the spell. "Zeke?" It was Jed's voice. "We need you." Zeke squeezed her hands one last time before letting go. "I'll be back," he promised. He stood up and walked to the door, pausing to look back at her one last time before he stepped out into the darkness. Lola was left alone in the flickering lantern light. She felt drained, hollowed out, but also strangely calm. The storm had passed, leaving a quiet, desolate landscape in its wake. She had faced the worst of it, the reality of what she had done, and she had survived. Zeke's acceptance, his shared pain, had been a strange and powerful absolution. She was changed, yes, scarred, but not broken. She lay back on the cot, the rough blanket a comfort against her cheek. She was no longer a showgirl, no longer a victim. She was a woman who had walked through the desert, who had faced down killers, who had fired a gun to protect a man she was coming to love. She was a woman of redemption. Meanwhile, Zeke joined Jed and a small group of the camp's senior men in the mess hall. The large room was cold and smelled of stale coffee and fear. A single lantern on the central table cast long, dancing shadows on their grim faces. The prisoner, Colton's man, sat slumped in a chair, his wounded arm crudely bandaged, his face a mask of sullen pain. Jed stood before him, his arms crossed over his broad chest. "Talk," Jed said, his voice flat. or we let the boys have a turn." The man paled, but his mouth remained a stubborn line. Zeke stepped forward. He looked at the man, his eyes cold as a mountain lake in winter. "Your name is Larson," Zeke said. It wasn't a question. "You worked security at the Oro Fino Casino in Vegas. You skimmed from the house take. Finch found out. Now you work for him." Larson's eyes widened in shock and fear. How did you know that?" "I make it my business to know things," Zeke said, his voice low and dangerous. "I know Finch promised you a cut of this mine when Colton was done squeezing us out. I also know that Finch is a man who ties up loose ends. He won't share a rich claim like this. He'll put a bullet in your back the second you're no longer useful, just like he was going to do to me." He leaned in closer. "You have one chance. You tell us everything. How many men does Finch have? How many does Colton have? What's their plan? You tell us, and you live. You might even walk out of here. You stay silent, and I'll give you back to Finch myself, and I'll make sure he knows you talked anyway." It was a masterful bluff, a brutal piece of psychological warfare. Larson crumbled. He told them everything. Finch had a dozen hired guns holed up at the way station. Colton had another half-dozen of his own men, better trained, better armed. They had joined forces. Colton, humiliated and enraged by their defiance, was no longer interested in a slow siege. He had sent for Finch and his men. The plan was to launch a full-scale assault on the outpost at dawn, to wipe them out, to leave no witnesses, to take the mine by force. The news settled over the room like a shroud. There were fewer than 20 men in Redemption, and most of them were miners, not fighters. They were low on ammunition, low on food. They were trapped. "We can't hold them off," one of the old miners said, his voice shaking. "They'll slaughter us." Despair, thick and suffocating, began to fill the room, but Jedediah Stone's face was set like granite. "We are not convicts in a cage anymore," he roared, slamming his fist on the table. "This is our home. We built it with our own hands, with our own sweat. This is our redemption. If we are to die, we will die here, as free men on our own feet." His words, full of fire and defiance, rallied them. The fear in their eyes was replaced by a grim, hard-won resolve. Zeke looked at the faces around him, at these broken, forgotten men who had found a last, desperate hope in this desolate place. He looked at Jed, the embodiment of Eliza's legacy. His personal quest for vengeance against Colton had become secondary. This was about protecting her dream. "They're expecting a fight from the front," Zeke said, his voice cutting through the rising clamor. "They think we're trapped, but they don't know the mountain the way I do." He began to sketch a map on the dusty table with his finger. "We won't wait for them to attack. We hit them first, before dawn, while they're still in their camp." It was a bold, desperate plan, a suicide mission, but it was their only chance. As the men of Redemption prepared for the fight of their lives, checking their weapons, rationing out the last of the ammunition, Zeke stepped back outside. He looked up at the vast, star-filled sky, the cold, clean air a balm on his weary spirit. He thought of Lola, asleep in the small cabin. He had brought this war to her doorstep. He had promised to protect her, and instead, he had put a gun in her hand and forced her to use it. His heart ached with a love that was so intertwined with guilt and fear that he could not separate the strands. He loved her courage, her resilience, her fierce heart. And he was terrified that this world, his world, would destroy it. Just then, a figure stumbled out of the darkness at the edge of the camp. It was one of the lookouts Jed had posted on the canyon rim. He was breathless, his eyes wide with terror. "Jed! Zeke!" he gasped, stumbling toward them. "They're coming, but not like we thought." "What is it, son?" Jed asked, grabbing the man's arm to steady him. "It's Colton," the scout stammered, pointing back into the darkness. "He's not just bringing men. He's brought equipment from the old mine workings down the canyon. Ropes, pulleys." The scout swallowed hard, his face pale in the lantern light. "And dynamite." A cold, heavy silence fell over the small group of men. Dynamite. Colton wasn't just planning to attack them. He was planning to blow the mine entrance, to bury them all alive in the heart of the mountain, to entomb redemption itself. The shadow on the horizon was no longer just a threat of men with guns. It was a promise of total, explosive annihilation. Chapter 10. A Claim of Ownership. The word hung in the cold mountain air, more potent and more terrifying than any bullet. Dynamite. It was a word that spoke of ultimate, indiscriminate destruction. It was not the weapon of a conqueror who wanted to seize an asset. It was the tool of an annihilator, a man so consumed by spite and wounded pride that he would rather destroy the prize than see it in the hands of his enemies. The younger Colton was not his father. His father had wanted to own men's bodies. The son wanted to obliterate their very existence, to erase their sanctuary from the face of the earth. A wave of cold, hard dread washed over Zeke, extinguishing the last embers of his battle-forged hope. His desperate, daring plan to launch a pre-dawn raid now seemed laughably naive, a child's game in the face of such overwhelming destructive force. They couldn't fight dynamite. They couldn't outrun an avalanche. Colton was going to seal the mine, their only source of livelihood, their reason for being, and he would likely try to bury them with it. Jedediah Stone, his face a mask of disbelief, grabbed the young scout by the shoulders. "Are you certain?" he demanded, his voice a low, desperate growl. "You saw it with your own eyes?" The scout nodded, his eyes wide with the horror of what he had seen. "Yes, sir. Saw them hauling the crates. Saw the spools of fuse. They're setting up on the ridge directly above the mine entrance. It's Colton himself directing them. He's smiling." The image was more chilling than any threat. A man smiling as he prepared to bury other men alive. The last vestiges of civilized warfare, of any unspoken rules of engagement, were gone. This was a war of extermination. The small group of men who had gathered around them erupted in a panicked clamor. The grim resolve they had found just moments before shattered into fragments of fear. "He'll bring the whole mountain down on us," one man cried. "We're finished. We have to run," another shouted, his voice cracking with terror. "Run where?" a third voice cut in, laced with bitter despair. "There's nowhere to go. We're trapped." Zeke stood silent amidst the rising tide of panic, his mind racing, 1,000 desperate calculations clicking through his head like the tumblers of a lock. He felt the cold, heavy weight of Eliza's legacy settling on his shoulders. He had come here to protect it, and instead, he had led its destroyers to the door. His reappearance had been the catalyst, the spark that had turned Colton's slow, insidious siege into a final explosive assault. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing the air from his lungs. "Quiet!" Jed's voice boomed, a clap of thunder that silenced the panicked whispers. He stood tall, his fists clenched, his face a study in battered, unyielding defiance. "We have faced worse than this. We have faced the darkness of the pit, the lash of the overseer, the slow death of hopelessness. We survived. We built this place from nothing but rock and grit. I will not see it turned to a tomb by that snake-blooded coward. We do not run. We fight." His words were brave, but they rang hollow against the terrible finality of dynamite. A grim silence fell over the men. They would die on their feet, yes, but they would die. It was then that Lola's voice, clear and steady, cut through the despair. "You can't fight him here." All eyes turned to her. She had emerged from the cabin, drawn by the commotion. She stood at the edge of the circle of men, her face pale in the lantern light, but her eyes were clear, her expression resolute. The weeping, trembling woman from the cabin was gone. In her place stood a woman who had looked into the abyss and had not blinked. "He wants to destroy this place," she continued, her voice gaining strength. "He's using it to draw you into a trap. As long as you are here, defending this ground, he has you pinned down. He has the high ground. He has the dynamite. You can't win." "She's right," Zeke said, his voice quiet but firm, his eyes locking with hers in a shared, instant understanding. The despair in his heart was being replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. "We can't save the mine. Not tonight. But we can save the men. We can save redemption itself. Redemption isn't the rock. It's us." Jed looked from Zeke to Lola, his brow furrowed. "What are you saying, son? Abandon our claim?" "I'm saying we change the battlefield," Zeke said, his mind now working with a desperate, razor-sharp focus. He pulled Jed and the other senior men closer, his voice dropping to a low, urgent whisper. "He thinks we're trapped in the camp. He's focused on the mine entrance. But he's not guarding the back way. He's not guarding the veil." A flicker of understanding, of dawning, desperate hope sparked in Jed's eyes. "Eliza's veil. Aye," Zeke confirmed. "We evacuate the camp, now. We take every man, every weapon, every round of ammunition we have. We move through the passage, into the valley. He'll waste his dynamite on an empty camp. He'll blow the mine, and we will have vanished. He'll think we were buried inside." It was a plan born of utter desperation, a strategic retreat that felt perilously close to a rout. To abandon their claim, the physical symbol of their freedom, was a bitter pill to swallow. But the alternative was annihilation. "And then what?" Jed asked, the harsh reality of their situation tempering the spark of hope. "We hide in a valley while he takes the mountain? We starve? It only buys us time." "It buys us a fighting chance," Zeke countered, his voice intense. "His target is the mine. Once it's gone, his primary objective is complete. He and Finch will be celebrating. They'll be drunk. They'll be careless. They won't be expecting a counterattack, not from men they believe are dead." The sheer, audacious madness of the plan began to dawn on the men. It was a gamble of epic proportions, staking everything on a single, desperate deception. "We let him have his victory," Zeke continued, his eyes burning with a cold fire. "And then, when he's at his weakest, we come out of the mountain like ghosts. We hit his camp. We take his supplies, his horses. We turn his own siege against him. We make this mountain his prison." A slow, grim smile spread across Jedediah's face. The beaten, weary man was gone, replaced by the cunning, defiant leader who had survived Colton's hell. "By God, Zeke," he breathed. "It's the kind of plan Eliza would have loved. Insane. Impossible. but beautiful. There was no more time for debate. The decision was made. A silent, frantic exodus began. The men moved like specters in the darkness, gathering their meager possessions, their tools, their weapons. Every rifle was checked. Every precious bullet counted. The two prisoners, Larson and the man Lola had shot, were gagged and hauled along, their value as bargaining chips or sources of information too great to leave behind. Lola worked alongside them, her earlier shock replaced by a focused, almost numb efficiency. She helped ration out the last of the dried meat and hardtack, filled canteens, tore strips from blankets for extra bandages. She was no longer an outsider. She was a part of this desperate, fugitive community. The men, who had first stared at her with bewilderment, now treated her with a quiet, profound respect. She was the woman who had stood her ground. She was one of them. Zeke moved through the camp like a phantom, his voice a low, steadying presence directing the evacuation. He was in his element, a commander leading his men on a dangerous, clandestine operation. He paused only once to come to Lola's side as she was loading medical supplies into a canvas sack. "This is not the life I would have chosen for you," he said, his voice a low, pained whisper, meant only for her. She looked up at him, her hands stilling. In the dim light, she could see the guilt etched into the lines of his face, the deep sorrow in his eyes. "You didn't choose it for me, Zeke," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Alistair Finch chose it for me. My father chose it for me long ago. All you've done is teach me how to fight back." She reached out and touched his arm, her fingers curling around his hardened bicep. "I'm not afraid." It was a lie, of course. She was terrified. But it was a different kind of fear now. It was not the passive, helpless terror of a victim. It was the sharp, active fear of a soldier before a battle, a fear that coexisted with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Zeke looked at her, and for a moment, all the pain and guilt in his expression was replaced by a look of pure, unadorned love. He leaned in and pressed his lips to her forehead, a brief, chaste kiss that was more intimate and more profound than any passionate embrace. It was a promise, a benediction. "Stay close to me," he said, then turned and melted back into the shadows. The journey to the hidden passage was a silent, nerve-wracking procession. A long line of dark figures snaking their way up the side of the mountain, every dislodged stone, every snapped twig, sounding like a thunderclap in the tense silence. Lola's heart pounded with every step. She could feel the eyes of Colton's men on them, even if they were unseen. The feeling of being hunted was a cold knot in her stomach. They reached the granite rock face, the secret door to their salvation. Zeke and Jed heaved it open, the grinding sound of the stone seeming to echo through the entire canyon. One by one, the men of redemption filed into the darkness, their faces grim, their eyes reflecting the flickering lantern light as they left their homes, perhaps for the last time. Lola was one of the last to enter, with Zeke and Jed bringing up the rear. As she stepped over the threshold, from the cold, open air of the mountain into the still, close darkness of the tunnel, she paused and looked back. She could see the outpost below, a collection of dark, silent shapes. It looked so small, so fragile. Her home for a single chaotic night. Zeke placed a hand on her back, gently urging her forward. He and Jed put their shoulders to the massive stone door and, with a final groaning shudder, pushed it closed. They were sealed in. The darkness was absolute. The silence complete. They were in the belly of the beast. A tribe of ghosts in the heart of the mountain. The air in the tunnel was thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, fear, and a faint, desperate hope. The journey through the passage was slow and arduous, a blind, shuffling procession lit by only a few precious lanterns. Lola found herself walking beside Jedediah Stone. The big man moved with a surprising agility, his presence a calming force amidst the nervous energy of the other men. "He was always like this, you know," Jed said, his voice a low rumble beside her. Zeke, even back in the pit, quiet, kept to himself, but you could see it in his eyes. He wasn't broken, not like the rest of us. He was just waiting, biding his time. "For Eliza?" Lola asked softly. Jed nodded. She was his North Star, his reason. She saw the man he was, not the animal her father tried to make him. When she died, he sighed, a sound of deep, old sorrow. A part of him died with her. He walked out of that camp and never looked back. I never thought I'd see him again. And now, here he is, brought back by another woman with more courage than sense. He looked at her, a faint, sad smile on his lips. "You're good for him, girl. You've woken something up in him I thought was buried forever." His words were a comfort and a pain. She was not Eliza. She could never fill the void that had been left in Zeke's soul, but perhaps, she thought, she could help him build something new alongside it. They finally emerged into the cool pre-dawn air of Eliza's Vale. The men spilled out into the meadow, their eyes wide with wonder at the impossible beauty of the place. They had lived for years on the barren, rocky slopes of the mountain, and to find this hidden paradise on the other side was a miracle. It was a reaffirmation of what they were fighting for, a symbol of Eliza's belief that something beautiful could survive in the harshest of places. But there was no time for rest. As the first pale gray light of dawn began to touch the eastern peaks, a low, rumbling tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. It was a deep, guttural sound, the groan of the mountain itself. A moment later, it was followed by a colossal, deafening explosion that echoed from the peaks, sending a flock of startled birds screaming into the sky. The men all turned to look at the western ridge, their faces pale with horror. A vast plume of smoke and dust was rising from the other side, blotting out the dawn sky. Colton had done it. He had blown the mine. He had destroyed their home. The men stood in stunned, silent grief. Their redemption, the physical proof of their freedom, was gone. It was a smoking ruin. Zeke stood on a high rock, his face grim, his eyes fixed on the rising cloud of dust. He had known this was coming, but the reality of it was a savage blow. He felt a hand on his arm and turned to see Lola standing beside him. She said nothing. She simply stood with him, her presence a silent statement of solidarity. She was sharing his grief, his burden. He looked down at her strong, beautiful, determined face, and a fierce, possessive clarity washed over him. Colton could have the mine. Finch could have his worthless Vegas saloons. They could have the rock and the dust. But this woman, this incredible, courageous woman, was his. Not a possession to be owned like Alistair Finch had tried, but a partner. A claim he would stake on her heart. A claim he would defend with his life. He reached out and pulled her to him, his arms wrapping around her in a fierce, protective embrace. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling her scent, the only thing that felt real in this world of smoke and destruction. "He didn't win," he whispered, his voice a raw, ragged promise against her ear. "As long as we're breathing, he hasn't won." Lola wrapped her arms around his waist, holding on to him as if he were the only solid thing in a collapsing world. The ground had literally shaken beneath her feet, but here, in his arms, she felt an unshakable sense of purpose. The fight was not over. It had just begun. And this claim, this silent, desperate declaration of ownership in the ruins of their world, was the only one that mattered. Chapter 11. Two Paths in the Sand. The plume of dust and smoke from the destroyed mine hung in the dawn sky like a funeral shroud, a grim monument to their loss. The men of redemption stood scattered across the beautiful, dew-kissed meadow of Eliza's Vale, their faces a mixture of shock, grief, and a slow-burning, helpless rage. The explosion had been more than the destruction of their livelihood. It was a violation, a desecration of the fragile peace they had fought so hard to build. They were homeless, adrift in a hidden paradise that now felt more like a beautiful prison. Zeke released Lola from their embrace, though his hand remained firmly on the small of her back, a constant, grounding pressure. He looked out at the faces of the men, seeing the despair begin to take root in their eyes. Hope was a fragile commodity, easily shattered, and he knew he had only moments to rally them before they succumbed to the black tide of hopelessness. "He thinks we're dead," Zeke's voice rang out, clear and hard in the crisp morning air, cutting through the stunned silence. He stood on the rock, a tall, commanding figure against the backdrop of the smoking ruin. "He thinks he's won. He's back in his camp right now, drinking whiskey with Finch, celebrating his victory over a bunch of dead men." He paused, letting the words sink in, letting the image of their enemy's arrogance fuel the embers of their anger. He blew up a hole in the ground. That's all he did. He didn't destroy redemption. He didn't destroy us. He swept his arm out, encompassing the ragged, dusty group of men. "This is redemption. The grit in your hands, the fire in your bellies, the stubborn refusal to be broken. That is what this place is. And that he can never touch." A murmur went through the crowd. A few men straightened up, their shoulders squared. The slump of defeat was beginning to be replaced by a flicker of defiance. "Today we mourn," Zeke continued, his voice dropping to a lower, more somber tone. "We rest. We tend to our wounded. But tonight, we show them what ghosts can do. We show them the price of waking the dead." His words, a promise of vengeance, were the spark that ignited the dry tinder of their rage. A low growl of assent rippled through the men. They were not defeated. They were cornered, and a cornered animal is the most dangerous kind. Jedediah Stone stepped forward, his presence lending weight to Zeke's words. "You heard him," Jed boomed. "We make camp, post lookouts, clean your weapons, get ready. Tonight, we take back our mountain." The day passed in a haze of tense, purposeful activity. The valley, Eliza's sanctuary of peace, was transformed into a military encampment. The men, their grief channeled into a cold, hard fury, prepared for war. Rifles were cleaned and oiled with a grim reverence. Ammunition was carefully recounted and distributed. Knives were sharpened. The two prisoners, their eyes wide with the dawning horror of their situation, were bound more securely and placed under heavy guard. Lola found her place in this new, grim order. With the few medical supplies she had carried, she set up a makeshift infirmary near the stream. The man she had shot, Larson, was her first patient. His shoulder wound was clean, the bullet having passed straight through, but he was weak from blood loss and feverish. As she cleaned and bandaged the wound, he looked at her with a mixture of fear and grudging respect. "You shoot straight for a city girl," he grunted, his voice hoarse with pain. "I had a good teacher," Lola replied, her voice steady, her hands not faltering as she tightened the bandage. There was no pleasure in his pain, but there was no guilt either. There was only a cold, clear sense of necessity. She had done what was needed, and she would do it again if she had to. This realization was both chilling and liberating. The desert had stripped her down to her core, and what it had revealed was not a fragile flower, but a survivor forged from steel. She moved among the other men, tending to the various cuts, bruises, and sprains that were the daily currency of a miner's life. They were a rough, hard-bitten crew, their bodies a testament to a life of brutal labor. But they treated her with a gentle deference, accepting her care with a quiet gratitude that was more eloquent than any words. She was their angel of mercy, their avenging angel, a strange and potent symbol of their struggle. Zeke spent the day with Jed and the senior miners, crouched over a map scratched into the dirt, refining their audacious plan. They were no longer just planning a raid, they were planning a campaign. They would use their intimate knowledge of the mountain, the hidden game trails, the secret passages known only to them, to launch a series of lightning-fast, ghostly attacks. They would harry their enemy, disrupt their supply lines, sow confusion and fear. They would not fight a pitched battle, which they would surely lose. They would fight a war of shadows. As she worked, Lola watched Zeke from afar. He was transformed. The haunted, solitary prospector was gone. In his place was a natural leader, a brilliant strategist, his mind as sharp and as dangerous as the mountain peaks around them. He moved with a confidence and a purpose she had never seen before. It was as if accepting the fight, embracing the role of protector of redemption, had finally allowed him to step out from the shadow of his own grief. He was fighting for Eliza's legacy, and in doing so he was finally, truly, living again. Her heart swelled with a fierce, painful love for this new man, this warrior who had risen from the ashes of his own past. As dusk began to fall, casting long purple shadows across the valley, Zeke came to find her. She was sitting by the stream, washing the blood from her hands and the bandages. He sat down beside her, the weariness of the day evident in the slump of his shoulders. But his eyes were bright, alive with a fire she hadn't seen before. "The men are ready," he said, his voice a low rumble. "They're scared, but they're ready." "And you?" she asked, looking at him, at the immense burden he was carrying. He looked out at the valley, a thoughtful, faraway expression on his face. "I've spent years running from my past, Lola, hiding from it, trying to pretend it didn't exist. But it followed me. It always does." He turned to look at her, his gaze direct and intense. "Today, for the first time, I'm not running. I'm turning to face it, to fight it. And I'm not alone." His hand found hers, his fingers lacing through hers. "Whatever happens tonight, whatever the cost, it's worth it. To finally be free." The word hung in the air between them. Free. It was what they had both been searching for, on two very different paths. Her flight from the gilded cage of Las Vegas, his from the branded slavery of the Colton mines. Their paths had been separate, two lonely tracks in the sand. But they had converged here, in this impossible place, leading them toward a single shared destiny. "When this is over, Zeke," she began, her voice tentative, not daring to speak, the hope that was a fragile budding flower in her heart. He silenced her by placing a finger on her lips. "When this is over," he said, his voice soft but firm, "we'll talk about the future. But tonight is for the ghosts." The raid began under the cover of a moonless, star-dusted sky. Zeke divided his small force into 3 groups. The first, led by Jed, would circle wide and create a diversion on the far side of Colton's camp. The second, a small group of the best trackers, would slip in and try to spook and scatter the horses, cutting off any easy escape. The third, the main assault force, was led by Zeke himself, and, to his initial, vehement protest, Lola was a part of it. "It's too dangerous," he had argued, his voice tight with fear for her. "The most dangerous place for me to be is alone," she had countered, her chin set in a stubborn line. "I can shoot, I can fight. I am not a liability, Zeke. I am a soldier in this army, your soldier. You will not leave me behind." He had looked into her eyes and seen not foolish bravado, but the same steely resolve he felt in his own heart. He had finally, reluctantly, agreed. They moved through the secret passage like wraiths, emerging back onto the dark, barren slopes of the mountain they now called home. The air was cold and still, the silence broken only by the distant crackle of their enemies' campfires. They crept down the canyon, their movements silent, practiced. Lola's heart pounded against her ribs, a wild drumbeat of fear and adrenaline. The heavy Colt was in her hand, no longer an alien object, but an extension of her own will. They could see the enemy camp below. It was larger than Redemption had been, a sprawling, chaotic collection of tents and fires. The men, Finch's hired guns and Colton's private security, were celebrating, just as Zeke had predicted. The sounds of raucous laughter, drunken singing, and the clink of whiskey bottles floated up to them on the night air. They were arrogant in their victory, secure in the knowledge that their enemies were buried under a mountain of rock. They had posted only a few sentries, and even those were lax, more interested in the bottle being passed around than in the surrounding darkness. Zeke gave the signal, a soft whistle that mimicked the call of a night bird. Far below, on the other side of the camp, a sudden series of shots rang out, followed by a chorus of defiant yells. Jed's diversion. The effect was immediate. The drunken celebration turned into a confused, angry uproar. Men grabbed their guns, stumbling over each other as they rushed toward the source of the attack. At the same moment, a series of panicked whinnies and shrieks erupted from the picket line where the horses were tied. Zeke's second team was at work, cutting the ropes, sending the terrified animals stampeding into the darkness. The enemy camp was in chaos. It was the moment Zeke had been waiting for. "Now," he whispered, and his team surged from the shadows, a wave of silent, avenging ghosts. They hit the camp like a thunderstorm. It was not a battle. It was a swift, brutal, surgical strike. The men of Redemption, fueled by rage and a desperate love for their lost home, fought with a savagery that stunned their disorganized, drunken opponents. Zeke was a whirlwind of motion, his pistol and his knife a blur of deadly efficiency. He moved through the camp not with wild rage, but with a cold, focused fury, his every action precise, calculated. Lola stayed close to his side, her fear burned away by a white-hot, protective instinct. She did not fire into the chaos. Instead, she watched their backs, her eyes scanning the shadows for any threat that Zeke, in his forward charge, might miss. She saw a man rise from behind a tent, his rifle leveled at Zeke's unprotected back. There was no time to shout a warning. She raised her own pistol, her hands steady now, her aim sure. She fired. The man grunted and fell, his shot going wide, harmlessly into the night sky. Zeke turned, his eyes finding hers for a fraction of a second, a silent acknowledgement, a shared moment of grim partnership in the midst of the maelstrom. Then he was gone again, plunging back into the heart of the fight. The raid was over in minutes. The resistance collapsed. Some of Finch's men, sobered by the sudden, ferocious assault, threw down their guns and surrendered. Others fled into the night, chased by the victorious, jeering miners. In the center of the ravaged camp, amidst the overturned tables and smoldering fires, stood Alistair Finch. He was holding a whiskey bottle in one hand and a pistol in the other. His fine suit stained and disheveled, his face a mask of drunken disbelief. He stared at the chaos around him, his mind unable to process the impossible reality of what had just happened. And then he saw her, standing in the firelight, her face smudged with dirt, her emerald dress in tatters, a smoking gun in her hand. His Lola, his possession, transformed into this wild, fierce creature he no longer recognized. "You," he slurred, his voice a mixture of rage and wounded pride. He raised his pistol, its barrel wavering unsteadily. "You were supposed to be dead, you ungrateful bitch!" Before he could fire, Zeke was there. He kicked the gun from Finch's hand, sending it skittering into the dirt. He grabbed the front of Finch's expensive coat, lifting the smaller man off his feet. "She's not yours," Zeke snarled, his face inches from Finch's, his voice a low, deadly growl. "She was never yours." He drew back his fist to deliver a final brutal blow, but Lola's voice stopped him. "Zeke, no." He turned to look at her, his arms still raised, his knuckles white. "He's not worth it," she said, her voice calm and steady. "He's nothing. A ghost. His power over me is gone." She looked at Alistair Finch, at the pathetic, drunken man cowering in Zeke's grip, and she felt nothing. No fear, no hatred, only a profound, weary pity. He was a creature of a world she no longer inhabited. Zeke looked from her to Finch, and the killing rage in his eyes slowly subsided. He understood. To beat Finch to a pulp would be to give him power, to acknowledge that he still mattered. He opened his hand and contemptuously dropped the man to the ground. Finch landed in a heap, sobbing, a broken, pathetic remnant of his former self. The victory was complete. They had won. They had taken the camp. But as the adrenaline began to fade, a new, cold reality set in. Colton was still out there. He had fled during the initial chaos, his cold, reptilian instinct for self-preservation overriding any loyalty to his hired guns. He was still on the mountain, and he would be back. The war for redemption was far from over. Their two paths had led them to this victory, but the road ahead was still shrouded in shadow, a single shared path into an uncertain dawn. Chapter 12. A Protector's Stand. The aftermath of the raid was a chaotic tableau of flickering firelight, smoke, and shadows. The elation of their improbable victory was a wild, fragile thing, tempered by the grim reality of their situation. They had won a battle, not the war. The men of redemption moved through the captured camp, their initial roars of triumph subsiding into a grim, purposeful silence. They rounded up the surrendered men, their faces a mixture of fear and sullen defeat, and began to take stock of their spoils, a treasure trove of ammunition, rifles, food, and most importantly, horses. They had turned the tables, transforming themselves from a besieged, fugitive band into a mobile, well-armed fighting force. Alistair Finch, stripped of his pistol and his dignity, was hauled away with the other prisoners, his drunken protests and threats ignored. Lola watched him go, a ghost from a past life, and felt a final, definitive sense of closure. The cage he had built for her had been an illusion, its bars forged from her own fear. Now that fear was gone, burned away in the crucible of the desert and the fire of battle. He held no more power over her. But another, more dangerous ghost still haunted the mountain. Colton, Zeke, Jed, and the other senior miners convened a council of war around a captured campfire. The mood was sober, the faces illuminated by the flames etched with weariness and a deep, gnawing anxiety. "He'll be back," Jed said, his voice a low growl. "He's like a wounded snake, more dangerous now than ever." "He knows about the passage now," another miner added, his voice grim. "He knows about the veil. There's nowhere left for us to hide." The truth of his words settled over them like a shroud. Eliza's veil, their sanctuary, their symbol of hope, was no longer safe. Colton, in his rage and humiliation, would not hesitate to violate it, to burn it to the ground, to poison the very stream that gave it life. The thought was a sacrilege, a desecration that made Zeke's blood run cold. "Then we don't hide," Zeke said, his voice cutting through the rising despair. "We make our stand, here." He gestured to the camp around them. "This is the high ground now. This is the fortress. We control the supplies. We control the horses. We force him to come to us." It was a bold, risky strategy. To invite a direct confrontation with a man as ruthless and as well-armed as Colton was a gamble. But it was their only move. The war of shadows was over. The final battle for the soul of the mountain was at hand. While the men fortified the camp, setting up barricades and establishing defensive positions, Zeke sought out Lola. He found her by the makeshift infirmary, her face pale with exhaustion, her hands stained with the blood of men from both sides of the conflict. She was tending to a young miner who had taken a nasty gash on his arm. Her movements calm and efficient, her voice a low, soothing murmur. He watched her for a moment, a fierce, protective love swelling in his chest. She had become the heart of their ragged community, an unlikely den mother to this pack of lost, broken men. Her strength, her resilience, her quiet compassion. It was the glue that was holding them all together. When she finished with the young miner, she looked up and saw him, a faint, weary smile touching her lips. "The general, surveying his troops?" she asked, her voice laced with a gentle irony. He walked over and sat down beside her on a crate of captured supplies. He took her hands in his, turning them over to examine the blisters and calluses, the signs of her labor. They were no longer the soft, manicured hands of a showgirl. They were the hands of a survivor. "I need to ask you to do something," he said, his voice low and serious. "Something I have no right to ask." Lola's heart clenched. She knew what was coming. "You want me to leave?" she said, her voice flat. He nodded, his eyes filled with a deep, aching pain. "Colton is coming. This is going to be a bloodbath, Lola. There's no place for you in the middle of it." He squeezed her hands, his grip desperate. "I can give you a horse, supplies. You can ride out of here before he blockades the canyon. Head for San Francisco. Find that friend of yours. Live the life you were trying to find." It was everything she had wanted, just a few short, impossible days ago. A new start. A respectable life. Safety. But now, the thought of it was like ash in her mouth. The idea of riding away, of leaving him here to face Colton alone, was a betrayal she could not contemplate. "And you?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "What will you do?" "I will stay," he said, his voice a simple, unalterable statement of fact. "This is my fight. It always has been. I will see it through to the end." "Then I will stay too," she said, her voice ringing with a conviction that surprised them both. "My fight is here, with you. You told me redemption wasn't a place, that it was the people. Well, I am one of those people now. You will not send me away, Zeke. I will not run." He looked at her, at the fierce, unwavering fire in her eyes, and he knew it was useless to argue. She was as stubborn, as brave, and as foolishly noble as Eliza had been, and he loved her for it with a depth that terrified him. "Then I have another favor to ask," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a small, oilskin-wrapped packet. It was worn and soft from years of being carried close to his heart. He carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a small, leather-bound book, a journal, and a single pressed wildflower, its blue petals faded but still vibrant. A fragile ghost of Eliza's veil. "This was hers," he said, his voice rough. "Her journal, her thoughts, her dreams." He held it out to Lola. "If something happens to me, I want you to have this. I want you to take it away from this mountain. I want a part of her to survive, to be free. Will you do that for me?" It was the ultimate act of trust, the passing of a sacred torch. He was entrusting her with the last, most precious piece of his past, of his heart. Tears welled in Lola's eyes as she took the journal. Its leather cover was warm from his body. "Nothing is going to happen to you," she said fiercely, clutching the journal to her chest. "We are going to win this. We are going to survive, together." He looked at her, a sad, knowing smile on his face. "Just promise me, Lola." "I promise," she whispered, her voice breaking. The next day was a tense, unnerving calm before the storm. Their lookouts reported that Colton had gathered his remaining forces and was moving to block the mouth of the canyon, just as Zeke had predicted. He was setting up a siege, bottling them in. He was patient. He would starve them out. He did not know that they now had his supplies, his food, his water. The hunter had become the hunted, and he didn't even realize it. The waiting was a form of torture. The men's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. They cleaned their rifles for the 10th time. Sharpened knives that were already razor-sharp told the same grim jokes over and over. Lola moved among them, offering a quiet word of encouragement, a cup of coffee, a fresh bandage. Her presence was a steadying influence, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Not just a piece of rock, but a chance at a life where decency and compassion could exist. That night, under the cold, watchful eyes of the stars, Zeke found her standing alone at the edge of the camp, staring out into the dark, silent canyon. "You should be sleeping," he said, coming to stand beside her. "So should you," she countered, not taking her eyes off the darkness. "The battle is tomorrow. The battle is always tomorrow," he said with a sigh. They stood in a comfortable silence for a long moment, two soldiers on the eve of a war. "Zeke," Lola said, her voice soft. After I promised to take the journal, you never told me what you wanted me to do with it. He was quiet for a moment. I hadn't thought that far ahead, he admitted. Just that it should be safe, that her words shouldn't be lost. I read some of it, she confessed, her voice a whisper. I hope you don't mind. I needed to understand. He turned to look at her, his expression unreadable in the gloom. And do you? I think so, she said. She writes about you. She says you were a caged hawk, that all you needed was a glimpse of the open sky to remember how to fly. Lola paused, her throat tight. She loved you, Zeke. She believed in you, with all her heart. A shudder went through his powerful frame. He had known it, of course, but to hear it spoken aloud, by this woman, in this place, was a wound and a balm at the same time. She also wrote about her brother, Lola continued gently. She said he was a hollow man, that he was jealous of her spirit, that he hated their father, but wanted his power more than anything. She was afraid of him. She wrote, he doesn't want to build anything, he only knows how to break things. Zeke nodded, a grim understanding dawning on him. This wasn't about the mine, not really. It was about a bitter sibling rivalry that had festered for years. It was about a hollow man trying to destroy the last vestige of the sister whose light had always outshone his own. Her last entry, Lola said, her voice trembling slightly. It was the day of the cave-in. She wrote that she was going to confront her father, to expose his negligence. She wrote, I will not stand by while good men die for his greed. This is my protector's stand. That was the last thing she wrote. A protector's stand. The words echoed in the silent canyon, a ghostly voice from the past. Eliza hadn't just stumbled into a rescue attempt. She had gone to make a stand for what was right, and it had cost her her life. Zeke felt a profound, clarifying shift inside him. His fight had always been fueled by a mixture of love, grief, and a burning desire for vengeance. But now, it was something more. It was a continuation of her fight. He was taking up the banner she had been forced to drop. This was not just his battle. It was his protector's stand. He turned to Lola, his eyes blazing with a new, unshakable purpose. He took her face in his hands, his touch no longer gentle, but fierce, possessive. Lola, he said, his voice raw with an emotion so powerful it was like a physical force. He didn't say he loved her. The words were too small, too inadequate for the vast, uncharted territory of his feelings. Instead, he showed her. He lowered his head and kissed her. It was not the chaste, sorrowful kiss of the valley. It was a kiss of fire and desperation, of love and loss, of a shared past and a terrifying, uncertain future. It was a kiss that sealed a pact, a vow made in the shadow of war. It tasted of dust and gunpowder, and a desperate, defiant hope. Lola responded with an equal fire, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him closer. This was not the tentative, hopeful kiss of the oasis. This was a claim, a declaration. She was anchoring herself to him, to this moment, before the storm broke. When they finally broke apart, they were both breathless, the world around them silent and still. The fear was still there, a cold stone in the pit of her stomach. But now, there was something else beside it. A fierce, burning love that was a shield and a weapon, a reason to fight and a reason to live. The attack came at dawn. A wave of men, led by Colton himself, charged up the canyon, expecting to find a demoralized, starving camp. Instead, they were met with a volley of disciplined, accurate fire from behind fortified barricades. The battle for redemption had begun. It was a brutal, bloody affair. The canyon floor became a killing field. The men of redemption, fighting with the ferocity of cornered wolverines, held their ground. Zeke was everywhere at once, a brilliant, deadly commander, directing his men, plugging gaps in their defenses. His rifle a constant, barking message of defiance. Lola was in the heart of it, not as a fighter, but as a healer. She moved from barricade to barricade, heedless of the bullets that sang past her head, tending to the wounded, offering water, a word of encouragement, a steadying hand. She was no longer afraid. Her fear had been replaced by a cold, clear purpose. She was a protector, just as Eliza had been. She was fighting her own stand. As the sun climbed higher, the battle reached a fever pitch. Colton, enraged by the unexpected resistance, pushed his men forward relentlessly. He stood behind the main line of attack, a distant, directing figure, shielded by his best gunmen. Zeke saw him. He knew that as long as Colton was alive, this fight would never end. He had to be stopped. It was a suicide mission. Colton was too well protected. But it was the only way. He looked over at Lola, who was kneeling beside a wounded Jed, pressing a bandage to a deep cut on his forehead. Their eyes met across the chaos. A silent, heartbreaking farewell. He gave her a single sharp nod, a final acknowledgement of the love that had redeemed him. Then, with a final, defiant war cry, he vaulted over the barricade and charged, alone, across the open ground toward Colton. He was a hawk, finally released, flying straight into the heart of the sun. It was his final protector's stand. Chapter 13. The Weight of a Promise. The world slowed to a crawl, each moment stretching into an eternity of sharp, unbearable clarity. Lola saw Zeke vault over the barricade, a singular, defiant figure against the chaotic backdrop of the battle. His name was a strangled cry in her throat, a sound swallowed by the deafening roar of gunfire. She watched, her heart a frozen stone in her chest, as he ran, a lone wolf charging a fortified position. It was not a charge of tactical brilliance. It was an act of pure, sacrificial will. He was not trying to win the battle. He was trying to end the war. The men of redemption, seeing their leader's desperate, suicidal charge, let out a collective roar of rage and grief. They redoubled their fire, pouring a furious, covering volley toward Colton's position, trying to buy Zeke the precious seconds he needed. Bullets kicked up dust at his feet, whined past his head like angry hornets. He didn't flinch. He didn't swerve. His focus was absolute. A straight, unwavering line to the man who was the source of all their pain. Colton, standing behind a cluster of boulders, watched Zeke's approach with a look of stunned disbelief that quickly morphed into a sneer of contemptuous arrogance. He saw not a brave warrior, but a cornered animal making a final foolish lunge. He raised his own rifle, taking a calm, deliberate aim. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to personally extinguish the last troublesome ember of his sister's legacy. Lola's world narrowed to the space between those two men. Every fiber of her being screamed for her to run after Zeke, to stand by his side, to shield him with her own body. But his final, silent command, the look in his eyes, held her rooted to the spot. Survive. It was a promise she had made, a sacred vow, and the weight of it was a physical chain, anchoring her to the ground even as her soul strained to fly to him. She saw a puff of smoke from Colton's rifle. Zeke stumbled, his stride faltering for a half step, but he didn't go down. He kept moving forward, his own rifle coming up to his shoulder. He fired from the hip, a wild, unaimed shot that was more a defiant roar than a tactical move. He was closing the distance, his goal not just to kill Colton, but to reach him, to face him, to make this a personal, final accounting. The battle raged around this central, fatal drama. Jed, his head bandaged, his face a mask of furious grief, bellowed orders, directing his men's fire, trying to draw attention away from Zeke. "Pour it on them, boys! Give him a chance! For redemption! For Eliza!" The name of the woman who had died in a similar act of defiance hung in the gunpowder-laced air, a ghostly battle cry. The miners fought with a renewed, desperate ferocity, fueled by love for the man who was sacrificing himself for them. Zeke was closer now. So close. Lola could see the hatred on Colton's face, the triumphant, cruel smile as he chambered another round, taking his time, savoring the kill. He was a cat playing with a mouse, drawing out the final moment. And then something shifted. To Colton's right, a figure rose from behind a rock. It was Alistair Finch. His fine suit was torn and filthy, his face a mess of bruises and scratches, but his eyes were clear, sober, and burning with a desperate, calculating terror. He had seen the tide of the battle turn, had seen the raw, suicidal courage of the men he had dismissed as animals. He understood that his alliance with Colton was a death sentence. There was no victory here for him, only a shared grave. Finch didn't have a gun, but he had the desperation of a cornered rat. With a high-pitched, terrified shriek, he threw himself at Colton, not as an attack, but as a clumsy, desperate tackle. He grabbed Colton's rifle, trying to wrench it away, trying to create a diversion, a chance to escape. The two men, the two villains of Lola's story, crashed to the ground in a tangle of flailing limbs and curses. Colton's second shot went wild, burying itself harmlessly in the dirt. It was the opening Zeke needed. He covered the last few yards in a final lunging burst of speed. He didn't fire. He brought the butt of his rifle down in a vicious, sweeping arc, striking Colton squarely in the head as he struggled to disentangle himself from Finch. Colton went limp, his eyes rolling back. Zeke stood over the two fallen men, his chest heaving, his body screaming with pain and exhaustion. He had done it. He had reached him. He had won. But victory is a fleeting, treacherous thing. From behind another boulder, one of Colton's last remaining bodyguards rose, his pistol leveled at Zeke's back. Lola saw him. Time, which had been moving in slow motion, suddenly snapped back to its frantic pace. "Zeke!" she screamed, her voice tearing from her raw throat. Zeke spun around, but he was too slow, too weary. The bodyguard fired. The bullet struck Zeke high in the chest, spinning him around, a dark, blossoming flower of red appearing on his dusty shirt. He staggered, a look of shocked surprise on his face, and then his knees buckled. He fell to the ground, his rifle clattering beside him. The world went silent. A collective gasp went through the men of redemption. Their hero, their leader, was down. The bodyguard, a grim smile of satisfaction on his face, took a step forward to deliver the final, killing shot. But before he could fire, another shot rang out, sharp and clean, from the barricade. The bodyguard jerked, a small, neat hole appearing in the center of his forehead. He crumpled to the ground, his pistol discharging into the air as he fell. Lola lowered her rifle, the barrel smoking. Her hands were rock-steady. Her vision was clear. There were no tears. There was only a cold, vast emptiness. She had made the shot. She had saved him from the final indignity. But she had been too late. A stunned, horrified silence fell over the battlefield. The fight was over. Colton's remaining men, seeing their leaders fall, threw down their weapons, their will to fight broken. The battle was won, but the cost was unbearable. Lola didn't wait. She vaulted over the barricade, the journal she had tucked into her waistband for safekeeping bouncing against her hip. She ran across the open, blood-soaked ground, her feet seeming to fly, her entire being focused on the still form lying in the dust. She fell to her knees beside Zeke. His eyes were open, glazed with pain. His breathing shallow and ragged. The front of his shirt was soaked with blood. It was a terrible, fatal wound. She knew it with a chilling certainty. "Zeke," she whispered, her voice breaking. She reached out and touched his face, her fingers tracing the familiar beloved lines. He blinked, his eyes struggling to focus on her. A faint, sad smile touched his lips. "Lola," he rasped, his voice a bare thread of sound. "You kept your promise. You survived." "Don't talk," she said, her own voice choked with unshed tears. "Jed is coming. We'll get you back to the camp. We'll fix this." She was lying. They both knew it. He shook his head, a small, pained movement. "Too late," he whispered. He coughed, a wet, rattling sound, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's a good day to die. A good place." His gaze drifted past her, up toward the high, silent peaks of the mountain. "I'll see her soon." Tears streamed down Lola's face, hot and silent. "Don't leave me, Zeke," she pleaded, her voice a raw, desperate prayer. "Please, I love you." The words, finally spoken, hung in the air between them, beautiful and tragic. His eyes focused on her again, and for a moment the pain receded, replaced by a look of pure, unblemished love. "I know," he whispered. He reached up, his hand trembling, and touched the journal at her waist. Her words. My promise. His hand fell away, his strength failing. "Keep it safe. Live free." His eyes fluttered, the light in them beginning to fade. "So beautiful," he breathed, his gaze fixed on her face, and then, with a final, gentle sigh, he was gone. Lola knelt there in the dust, holding his cooling hand, the sounds of the victorious camp fading into a distant, meaningless roar. The sun was climbing higher, bathing the canyon in a warm, golden light, but all she could feel was a profound, soul-deep cold. He was gone. The hawk had flown his last flight. Jed and the other men gathered around them, their faces a mask of grief. They stood in a silent, respectful circle, their heads bowed, their hard-won victory tasting like ashes. Jedediah Stone knelt beside Lola, his big, calloused hand resting gently on her shoulder. "He died a hero, lass," he said, his own voice thick with unshed tears. "He died a free man. He saved us all." Lola could only nod, unable to speak past the lump of grief in her throat. She looked down at Zeke's peaceful face, at the faint, lingering smile on his lips. He had found his redemption. But she was left with the weight of his final promise. She looked at the men around her, at their tired, battered, hopeful faces. She looked at the captured supplies, the horses, the prisoners. She looked at the mountain, their mountain, won at such a terrible cost. This was her responsibility now. This was her legacy to protect. Slowly, she got to her feet, her movements stiff, her heart a cold, heavy stone in her chest. She wiped the tears from her face with a dusty hand. Her grief was a vast, bottomless ocean, but she could not drown in it. Not now. Not yet. There was work to be done. She looked at Jed, her eyes clear and steady, reflecting the cold, hard light of the morning sun. "What are your orders?" she asked, her voice quiet but firm. Jed looked at her, at this incredible, transformed woman, and he saw not a grieving lover, but a leader. He saw the same fire, the same unbreakable will that he had seen in Zeke, that he had seen in Eliza. He straightened up, his own grief pushed aside by the pressing needs of the living. "We secure the prisoners," he said, his voice regaining its authority. "We tend to our wounded, and we bury our dead." He looked at Zeke's body, his face softening with a deep, profound sorrow. "We take him home, to the Vale." It was the right thing to do, to lay him to rest in the sanctuary he had loved, beside the woman whose memory he had honored. As the men began the grim work of cleaning up the battlefield, Lola walked over to where Colton lay. He was conscious, groaning, a large bloody knot on the side of his head. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of hatred and fear. "You," he spat, "you think you've won? This changes nothing. The law is on my side. This mine is mine." Lola looked down at him, at this hollow man who only knew how to break things, and she felt nothing but a cold, empty pity. "You don't own this mountain, Mr. Colton," she said, her voice as cold and as hard as the rock beneath their feet. "You don't own these men. You don't own anything." She pulled the journal from her waistband, its worn leather a comforting, solid weight in her hand. "This is a claim of ownership," she said, holding it up for him to see. "It's a history of the real value of this place, a story of courage and sacrifice and love. It's a testament, and I promise you, it's a story the world is going to hear." She turned and walked away, leaving him to stare after her, his face a mask of impotent fury. The weight of her promise to Zeke was immense, a burden that would shape the rest of her life. But it was also an anchor, a purpose. She would not just keep Eliza's journal safe. She would use it. She would be its voice. She would ensure that the story of redemption, the story of Zeke and Eliza, was not buried in the dust of this forgotten canyon. She would carry their legacy out into the world. It was her final protector's stand. Chapter 14. A Taste of Stolen Freedom. The journey back to Eliza's Vale was a slow, solemn procession, a funeral march under the vast, indifferent blue of the sky. The triumphant energy that had propelled them into battle was gone, replaced by a heavy, bone-deep weariness and a shared, silent grief. They had won their mountain, but the cost had been the very soul of their rebellion. Zeke's body, wrapped carefully in a clean canvas tarp, was carried on a makeshift litter by Jed and 3 of the strongest miners, their faces grim, their steps measured and respectful. Lola walked beside the litter, one hand resting lightly on the canvas that covered him. The physical contact was a strange comfort, a way of holding on to him for just a little longer. Her own grief was a sealed, quiet chamber in her heart. The tears had dried, leaving her feeling hollowed out, scoured clean by the pain. In its place was a cold, hard resolve, a sense of purpose as unyielding as the granite of the mountain. She had a promise to keep. The prisoners, including a subdued Alastair Finch and a seething, head-bandaged Colton, were marched under heavy guard. They were the spoils of a victory that felt like a defeat, their presence a constant, bitter reminder of the world's ugliness, intruding upon this sacred duty. As they passed through the hidden stone door and into the vale, a collective sigh of mingled relief and sorrow went through the men. The valley was just as they had left it, a perfect, tranquil sanctuary, bathed in the warm light of the afternoon sun. The wildflowers still bloomed, the stream still murmured its peaceful song. It was a place of life, a stark, painful contrast to the death they carried in their midst. They chose a spot for his grave on a small, grassy knoll overlooking the stream, beneath the shade of a tall, ancient aspen, whose leaves trembled and whispered in the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, a place where he could finally rest, close to the spirit of the woman he had loved. There was no preacher, no formal ceremony. These were not men of formal religion. Their faith was in the rock, in their own resilience, in the bonds of loyalty forged in shared hardship. Jedediah Stone spoke, his voice a low, rumbling eulogy, rough and unadorned, but powerful in its simple sincerity. "We are here to lay to rest a brother," he began, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the assembled men. Zeke was not a man of many words. He spoke with his actions. He spoke with his courage. He came back to us when we needed him most. He led us when we were lost. And he gave his life so that we might live as free men. He paused, his throat working, his own grief a raw, open wound. He came to this mountain a branded man, a slave to another's greed. He leaves it a king. Jed looked down at the grave, at the freshly turned earth. He is home now, with her. May they find in the next life the peace that was stolen from them in this one. He picked up a handful of earth and let it trickle from his fingers onto the canvas-wrapped body. "Rest well, brother," he whispered. One by one, the other men came forward, each adding his own handful of dirt. A final, silent farewell. Lola was the last. She knelt by the side of the grave, the small leather-bound journal clutched in her hand. She did not drop dirt. Instead, she took a single, perfect blue wildflower from the meadow and gently placed it on his chest, a mirror of the one crushed by Colton, a symbol of a beauty that could not be destroyed. "I'll keep my promise, Zeke," she whispered, her voice for his ears alone. "I will be your voice. I will be hers." She stood up and turned to face the men of redemption. They looked to her now, their faces questioning, uncertain. Jed was their leader in a fight, but she, the strange woman from another world, had become their conscience, the keeper of their story. "He didn't die for nothing," she said, her voice clear and strong, carrying across the quiet meadow. "He died for the idea of this place, for the idea that men can be redeemed, that they can build a new life, free from the ghosts of their past." She held up the journal. "This is the proof. This is the deed to our freedom. And we will honor his sacrifice by building a life here that is worthy of it." Her words, simple and direct, resonated with them. She was not just mourning. She was rallying. She was reminding them that the fight was not just about survival, but about building something new, something better. from the ashes of their old lives. The days that followed were a strange mixture of grief and labor. The men worked with a quiet, relentless energy, their sorrow channeled into the practical tasks of creating a new home. They began to build more permanent shelters in the valley, felling trees, hewing logs, their axes and saws a rhythmic, purposeful sound that replaced the echo of gunfire. They explored the valley, discovering its resources, its hidden bounty. They were no longer just miners. They were pioneers, homesteaders, the founding fathers of a new, secret commonwealth. Lola found her own rhythm in this new world. She was the camp's healer, its historian, its heart. She tended to the wounded, her hands gentle and sure. She organized the captured supplies, ensuring every man received a fair share. She spent the evenings by the communal fire, reading aloud from Eliza's journal. At first, the men were hesitant, unused to such things, but they were drawn in by the beauty of Eliza's words, by the fierce, intelligent spirit that shone from the pages. They listened as Lola read about Eliza's dreams for a better world, her passionate arguments against injustice, her profound belief in the goodness of even the most broken men. Through Lola's voice, Eliza came alive for them. She was no longer just a name, a ghost from their past. She became their founding mother, her ideals the bedrock of their new society. And as she read, Lola felt a profound connection to the woman whose words she was speaking. She was not just honoring Zeke's promise. She was forging a bond with the woman he had loved. There was no jealousy, no sense of being a replacement. Instead, there was a deep, sisterly kinship, a shared understanding across the veil of death. They were two women from different worlds who had both loved the same difficult, honorable man, and who had both found their own strength in the fight for his ideals. The prisoners were a constant problematic presence. Alistair Finch, his arrogance shattered, had devolved into a whining, pathetic creature, constantly complaining about the conditions, about the rough food, about the lack of respect. The men ignored him with a contemptuous disdain that was more punishing than any physical abuse. Colton was another matter. He was silent, watchful, his eyes burning with a cold, reptilian hatred. He refused to speak, refused to eat. He was a coiled snake, waiting for his moment to strike. Jed wanted to hang him, to rid them of his poison once and for all, but Lola argued against it. "Zeke didn't kill him when he had the chance," she said to Jed one evening as they sat by the fire. "He didn't want us to become him. If we kill him in cold blood, we do just that. We become the monsters. We dishonor Zeke's memory." Jed looked at her, his rugged face troubled. "Then what do we do with him, lass? We can't keep him here forever, and we can't let him go. He'll bring the law, the army, the devil himself down on us." "We use him," Lola said, an idea beginning to form in her mind, an idea born of Eliza's intelligence and Zeke's strategic cunning. "We use him to secure our freedom." A week after the battle, a small lone rider was spotted approaching the mouth of the canyon. It was not an attack. It was a man carrying a white flag of truce. He was a lawyer from the nearest town, sent by the authorities who had been alerted by Colton's fleeing men. He brought an ultimatum: surrender the prisoners and vacate the claim, or face the full force of the territorial marshals. Jed and the men were ready to fight again. But Lola, with Zeke's final promise weighing on her, had another plan. She met with the lawyer, not as a desperate fugitive, but as a calm, articulate representative of the Redemption Mining Cooperative. She did not threaten. She negotiated. She presented him with Eliza's journal, pointing out the passages that detailed her father's brutal, illegal practices, his use of convict labor, his criminal negligence that had led to the deaths of dozens of men, including his own daughter. She presented him with the sworn testimony of Jedediah Stone and the other surviving ex-convicts, and she presented him with their prisoner, Colton's hired gun, Larson, who, in exchange for a promise of leniency, was now willing to testify to everything, to the sabotage of the stagecoach, to the conspiracy with Finch, to Colton's plan to murder them all and seize the mine. "You see, Mr. Pettigrew," Lola said, her voice as smooth and as polished as any she had used on the stage in Vegas. "You have a choice. You can try to enforce Mr. Colton's fraudulent claim, a claim he attempted to secure through murder and terrorism, a story which, I assure you, will find its way into every newspaper from here to San Francisco, along with the very personal and very damning journals of his late sister. It will be a scandal that will ruin careers and tarnish the reputation of your entire territory." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. "Or," she continued, "you can recognize the legal claim of the Redemption Cooperative, a group of hard-working men who are the rightful heirs to this land, as designated by its previous benefactor, Miss Eliza Colton. You can take custody of Mr. Colton and Mr. Finch, who we will gladly hand over to face justice for their numerous crimes. You can be the hero who brought these dangerous criminals to justice and upheld the rights of honest, hard-working miners." She had laid a perfect legal trap. She had used Colton's own weapons, the law, the power of public opinion, against him. The lawyer, a man who valued his career and his reputation far more than any abstract notion of justice, was stunned. He saw the path of least resistance, the path that would make him look good and avoid a bloody, protracted, and scandalous conflict. 2 days later, a detachment of territorial marshals rode into the canyon. It was not a battle, but a formal exchange. A sullen, defeated Colton and a whimpering Alastair Finch were handed over in chains. In return, the marshal, on behalf of the territorial governor, handed Jedediah Stone a document officially recognizing the Redemption Mining Cooperative's claim to the land. As the marshals rode away, taking the ghosts of her past and Zeke's with them, a cheer went up from the men of Redemption. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. It was the sound of freedom. Lola stood on the ridge, watching them go. She felt no triumph, no elation, only a quiet, profound sense of peace. She had done it. She had kept her promise. Zeke's sacrifice had not been in vain. Redemption was safe. It was theirs. That evening, the valley was filled with celebration. For the first time in years, the men of Redemption laughed without fear. They sang songs, told stories, and drank a toast to their future, to their home. Lola sat by the fire, a quiet observer, the leather-bound journal in her lap. She felt a part of their joy, but also separate from it. Her own journey was not over. Jed came and sat beside her, handing her a tin cup of captured whiskey. "We owe you everything, Lola," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You're the heart of this place now." Lola smiled, a sad, gentle expression. "I was just the voice," she said, patting the journal. "The heart was always Eliza's, and the courage was all Zeke's." "You're one of us now," Jed insisted. "This is your home. We'll build you the finest cabin on the mountain." Lola looked at the fire, at the faces of these good, rough men. She looked at the beautiful, peaceful valley. She could stay here. She could have a life here, a life of safety and respect. She could be the queen of this small, secret kingdom. But as she looked at the soaring peaks that surrounded the valley, she knew, with a bittersweet certainty, that this was not her final destination. This was a sanctuary, a place of healing, but it was also a cage, albeit a beautiful one. Zeke's last words to her had been, "Live free." And for her, freedom was not found in a hidden secret valley. It was out there, in the world she had been so desperate to reach. The world of San Francisco, of new ideas, of possibilities. She had a story to tell, a story that was bigger than this one mountain. She had to be the voice for Eliza, for Zeke, for all the forgotten men who had been chewed up and spat out by the world. "This will always be a home to me, Jed," she said, her voice soft but firm. "But my path leads elsewhere." Jed looked at her, and though his face was filled with disappointment, there was also a deep understanding in his eyes. He had seen her spirit. He knew, as Zeke had known, that she was a hawk who was meant to fly in the open sky. "Then we will miss you," he said simply. "But the gate to this valley will always be open to you." A few days later, Lola stood at the mouth of the canyon, a sturdy horse laden with supplies standing beside her. The men of redemption were gathered to see her off, their faces a mixture of sadness and respect. Jed gave her a fierce, fatherly hug. "Don't be a stranger, lass," he said. "I won't," she promised. She mounted the horse, the leather of the saddle a familiar, comforting feeling. She looked out at the vast, open desert stretching before her, the same desert that had almost claimed her life. But she was not afraid. It was no longer an enemy. It was just a landscape, a road to her future. She had come to this land a frightened showgirl, running from her past. She was leaving a warrior, a leader, a woman who had found her own strength, her own voice. She had lost a great love, but she had found herself. She had tasted a stolen, hard-won freedom, and now she was riding out to claim the rest of it. With Eliza's journal in her saddlebag and Zeke's memory in her heart, she turned her horse west toward the setting sun and began the next chapter of her journey. Chapter 15. The Price of a Soul. The world outside of redemption was a shock to the system, a cacophony of noise and motion that felt alien after the profound, quiet solitude of the mountain. Lola rode west, the sun warm on her back, a different sun from the merciless white-hot eye that had tried to bake her into the desert floor. This was a sun of promise, of open roads and new beginnings. Yet, with every mile she put between herself and the hidden valley, a strange and unexpected melancholy settled over her. She had fought for her freedom, for her escape, and now that she had it, she felt a poignant sense of loss for the small, rugged community she had left behind. They were her family, forged in the crucible of shared adversity. Leaving them felt like leaving a part of herself behind. Her journey took her first to Hawthorne, the small, dusty territorial town where the law resided. It was here that Colton and Finch had been brought, and Lola knew her part in their story was not yet finished. The weight of her promise to Zeke, to be a voice for the voiceless, compelled her to see this through to its legal, final conclusion. Hawthorne was a typical frontier town, a single dusty street lined with raw lumber storefronts, saloons, and a single imposing stone courthouse that seemed both out of place and a grim statement of intent. As Lola rode down the main street, she was an object of intense curiosity. News of the siege at Redemption Peak had already spread. A wild, half-true story passed from prospector to merchant, growing more fantastic with each telling. They spoke of a lost tribe of convict miners, a ruthless mining baron, and a mysterious, gun-slinging woman in a silk dress who had appeared like an avenging angel. Lola, her face now clean, her hair brushed and tied back, clad in a simple but sturdy dress she had purchased from the small trading post at the last way station, did not look the part of the legend. But the whispers followed her nonetheless. She found lodging at a small, clean boarding house run by a stern but kind-hearted widow who asked no questions. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Lola slept in a real bed between clean, lavender-scented sheets. The comfort was so profound, so alien, that it was almost painful. She lay awake for hours, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the familiar, comforting sounds of the camp in the vale, the crackle of the fire, the low murmur of men's voices, the whisper of the wind in the pines. She missed it. She missed them. She missed the simple, stark clarity of a life where the only goal was to survive until the next sunrise. The next morning, she walked to the courthouse, Eliza's journal tucked securely in her bag. The building was cool and dark inside, smelling of stale paper, floor polish, and the faint, ever-present fear of the law. She met again with Mr. Pettigrew, the lawyer, a man whose initial skepticism had been replaced by a fawning, opportunistic respect. He saw her now not as a fugitive, but as a key witness, the linchpin of what was becoming the most sensational legal case in the territory's history. "Miss Lola," he said, his smile slick and professional, "your testimony will be invaluable. With your account and the journal, we can ensure that Mr. Colton and Mr. Finch are put away for a very, very long time." Lola looked at the man, at his polished shoes and his self-satisfied air, and felt a flicker of the old Vegas revulsion. He was a different kind of predator from Colton or Finch, but a predator nonetheless, feeding on the tragedies of others for his own professional gain. "I am not here just to testify against them, Mr. Pettigrew," she said, her voice cool and measured. "I am here to testify for the men of redemption. I wanted on the official record what was done to them, not just by Colton, but by his father before him. I want their names cleared. I want their freedom legally and publicly affirmed." Pettigrew's smile faltered slightly. "My dear young lady, that is a more complicated matter. Those men have records, histories." "Their history," Lola cut in, her voice sharp as ice, "is one of being victimized by a corrupt and brutal system, a system personified by the Colton family. This trial will not just be about the crimes of two men. It will be about the soul of this territory. It will ask whether the law serves justice or whether it simply serves the powerful. I assure you, the newspapers will be very interested in that question." She had him. The threat of a wider, more damning scandal was a language he understood perfectly. He agreed, his professional enthusiasm now tinged with a nervous respect. The trial was a spectacle. The small courtroom was packed every day with grizzled miners, curious townsfolk, and ambitious journalists who had traveled from as far as Sacramento and Denver, sniffing a story. Lola sat through it all, a calm, composed figure in a world of legal maneuvering and high drama. She listened as Jedediah Stone, his voice a low, powerful rumble, told the story of his enslavement in the Colton mines, his escape, and his quest to build a sanctuary for other broken men. She listened as Larson, the captured gunman, his arm in a sling, detailed the conspiracy to sabotage the stagecoach and murder its passengers. His voice a monotone of fear and self-preservation. When it was her turn to take the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was the enigma, the beautiful woman at the center of the storm. She spoke for 2 days, her voice clear and unwavering. She did not speak with high emotion or theatrics. She simply told the truth. She described her flight from Finch, the crash, the desperate journey across the desert. She described Zeke's quiet courage, his deep sense of honor, his tragic past. She spoke of the men of redemption, not as convicts, but as husbands, fathers, and sons who had been stripped of their dignity and were trying to reclaim it. And then she opened Eliza's journal. She read from its pages, her voice giving life to the words of the woman who had started it all. She read of Eliza's outrage at her father's cruelty, her dreams of a more just world, her fierce, protective love for the men her father sought to destroy. She read the final, fateful entry. "This is my protector's stand." By the time she finished, the courtroom was utterly silent. There were tears in the eyes of the rough, hardened miners who had come to watch. The journalists were scribbling furiously, their cynicism momentarily forgotten. Lola had not just presented evidence, she had woven a narrative, a powerful, human story of love, loss, and redemption that transcended the dry letter of the law. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion. Alistair Finch, his swagger gone, was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and sentenced to 20 years of hard labor, a fate that made him faint in the dock. Colton, his face a mask of cold, uncomprehending fury, was found guilty on multiple counts of attempted murder, kidnapping, and property destruction. His sentence was life, to be served in the very territorial prison where many of his father's victims had been sent. But the greatest victory was a quiet one. The judge, in his final summation, officially expunged the records of Jedediah Stone and the other founding members of the Redemption Cooperative, citing the extreme and illegal duress under which they had been forced to labor. He declared them free men, their rights fully restored. A roar went up from the miners in the courtroom. Jedediah Stone, his face streaked with tears, embraced Lola, lifting her off her feet in a great, bearish hug. "You did it, lass!" he cried. "You gave us back our names!" In the midst of the celebration, Lola's eyes sought out Colton. He was being led away in chains, his handsome face twisted into a grotesque mask of hatred. His eyes met hers across the crowded room. There was no remorse in them, no understanding. Only a cold, bottomless promise of future vengeance. He was beaten, but his spirit was not broken. It was merely caged. The thought sent a chill down her spine. The world was free of him for now, but the evil he represented was eternal. That evening, as the town celebrated the trial's conclusion with whiskey and wild speculation, Lola sat in her quiet room at the boarding house. The trial was over. Her promise to Zeke was fulfilled. She was, for the first time, completely and utterly free. She had money in her purse from the sale of the cooperative's excess supplies, a horse, and a clear road to San Francisco. Her old dream. But the dream felt hollow. The victory in the courtroom felt incomplete. She had cleared their names, secured their land, seen their enemies brought to justice. But at what cost? Zeke was still dead. The hole in her heart was still there. A constant, aching void. There was a knock on her door. It was Mr. Pettigrew, his face flushed with professional triumph. He held a thick envelope in his hand. "A token of the territory's gratitude, Miss Lola," he said, handing it to her. "A reward for your part in bringing these men to justice. And," he added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "a small advance. From a publisher in Sacramento. They've been following the trial. They are extremely interested in your story. In the journal. They believe it could be a very successful book." Lola looked at the envelope. It was heavy with cash. It was the price of her story, the price of Eliza's words, the price of Zeke's life. It was the price of a soul. She thought of what Zeke would do. He was a man who despised the kind of commodification that Pettigrew represented. He would have scorned this money, this attempt to turn their pain into a commercial product. But then she thought of Eliza. Eliza, the woman of words, the woman who believed in the power of stories to change the world. What would she have wanted? For her words to be locked away, a private memory? Or for them to be a beacon, a catalyst for change? A warning against the kind of greed and cruelty that had destroyed her and her family? Lola looked up at the lawyer, a new, clear-eyed resolve dawning within her. She took the envelope. "Thank you, Mr. Pettigrew," she said, her voice cool and steady. "You can tell the publisher that I will consider their offer. But I will be the one to write the book, and it will be told my way, on my terms." She closed the door on his surprised face. She opened the envelope and looked at the money. It was a small fortune, enough to start any kind of life she wanted in San Francisco, enough to open the finest dress shop, to live in comfort and security for the rest of her days. But as she looked at the crisp banknotes, she didn't see dresses or a comfortable life. She saw something else. She saw a chance to do more. She spent the next day making arrangements. She sold her horse. She bought a train ticket, but not for San Francisco. She went to the bank and wired the entire sum of money from the envelope, every last dollar, to an account in the name of the Redemption Mining Cooperative. With it, she included a short note. "Jed, this is not a gift. It is an investment. In Redemption, use it to buy the best equipment, to hire more men, to build a school. Use it to make Eliza's dream a reality. I will be the voice of your story out in the world. You must be the proof of it on the mountain. Build something that will last. Build something worthy of the price that was paid. Your friend, Lola." That evening, she stood on the platform of the train station, a single small bag at her feet, Eliza's journal held tightly in her hand. The train was heading east, toward the bustling, brawling cities of Denver and Chicago, toward the centers of power and influence. She was not running toward the quiet anonymity of the West Coast. She was walking into the heart of the lion's den. She had a book to write. She had a story to tell. And she had a feeling that her fight, the real fight for the soul of the country, was just beginning. She had given away the price of her own soul, and in doing so had finally, truly, bought her freedom. The train whistle blew, a long, mournful cry that sounded like a call to adventure, and Lola stepped aboard, ready for the next chapter. Chapter 16. A Storm of Dust and Blood. The world beyond the mountains was a relentless assault on the senses. The train, a roaring, smoke-belching iron dragon, carried Lola eastward, away from the stark, silent beauty of the high desert and into the sprawling, chaotic heart of the country. With every clatter of the wheels on the track, the quiet solitude of the vale, the clean scent of pine and dust, faded further into memory, becoming a dreamlike echo. The other passengers, with their fine city clothes, their hushed, polite conversations, and their untroubled faces, seemed to belong to a different species. They looked at her simple, sturdy dress, and the quiet, unnerving stillness in her gaze, with a mixture of curiosity and unease. She was a visitor from another, harsher world, and she carried its dust on her soul. Her destination was Chicago. It was a city she knew only by reputation. A brawling, sprawling giant of commerce and industry. A place of fabulous wealth and desperate poverty, the pulsing, often brutal heart of the nation's ambition. It was the last place a woman seeking peace would go. But Lola was no longer seeking peace. She was seeking a platform. The publisher who had contacted Mr. Pettigrew had his main office there, and she was determined to meet him on her own terms, on his own ground. The city, when she arrived, was even more overwhelming than she had imagined. The sheer scale of it was dizzying. Towering buildings clawed at a sky stained gray with the smoke of 1,000 chimneys. The noise was a physical force, a constant, deafening roar of steam whistles, iron-shod wheels on cobblestone, and the shouts of 1,000 competing voices. The air was thick with the smells of coal smoke, stockyards, and a damp, pervasive rot that seemed to seep from the very ground. After the clean, sharp air of the mountains, it was like breathing poison. She found a modest room in a women's boarding house in a respectable, if threadbare, neighborhood, a small island of quiet decency in the churning sea of the city. Her first few days were a disorienting blur. She felt like a ghost, adrift and invisible in the swarming crowds. The concerns of the people around her, the price of fabric, the latest society gossip, the upcoming mayoral election, seemed trivial, frivolous. Her mind was still on the mountain with the men of redemption. She worried about them. Had they received the money? Were they safe? Was Jed leading them wisely? They were her family, and the distance between them felt like a physical ache in her chest. In her small, quiet room, she began to write. She bought paper and ink, and with Eliza's journal open beside her for inspiration, she started to tell their story. It was not the sensational, romanticized version the publisher probably wanted. She wrote with a stark, unsparing honesty, detailing the brutality of the Colton mines, the quiet dignity of the men, the terror of the desert, the stark, simple beauty of the Vale. She wrote of Zeke, not as a mythical hero, but as a good, wounded man, struggling for his own redemption. And she wrote of Eliza, a woman of fierce intellect and boundless compassion, a martyr to her own ideals. The words poured out of her, a torrent of memory and emotion. Writing was a painful, cathartic process. With every sentence, she relived the fear, the grief, the love. But she also found a strange sense of power in it. She was shaping the narrative, giving voice to the dead, ensuring their story would not be forgotten. She was fulfilling her promise. After a week, she finally went to see the publisher, a Mr. Abernathy. His office was on an upper floor of one of the city's new towering office buildings, a palace of polished mahogany, plush carpets, and hushed, reverent clerks. Abernathy himself was a portly, well-dressed man with shrewd, intelligent eyes and an air of professional cordiality that did little to mask his sharp, predatory instincts. He was surprised to see her. He had expected her to conduct their business through Mr. Pettigrew, to be a passive, grateful recipient of his offer. He was not prepared for the calm, self-possessed woman who sat before him, a sheaf of handwritten pages in her hand. "Miss Lola," he said, recovering his composure. "A pleasure to finally meet you in person. Your story is causing quite a stir. We believe it has the potential to be a monumental success." "My story, Mr. Abernathy," Lola said, her voice cool and even, "is not for sale." Abernathy blinked. "I'm sorry. I don't understand. We made you a very generous offer." "You made an offer to purchase a commodity," Lola corrected him. "My life and the lives of my friends are not commodities. I have not come here to sell my story. I have come here to find a partner to help me tell it the right way." She laid her handwritten pages on his desk. "This is the beginning of the book," she said. "It will be called Redemption Peak. It will be the true, unvarnished account of what happened on that mountain. It will include excerpts from Miss Colton's journal. It will be a testament to the men who died, and a call to arms for the men who survived." She then laid out her terms, her voice never wavering. She would have complete creative control. She would have final approval of the cover, the title, the marketing. And a significant portion of the book's proceeds, 50%, would be placed into a trust fund, managed by Mr. Pettigrew, for the benefit of the redemption community, to be used for education, health care, and to aid other men seeking to escape similar circumstances. Abernathy stared at her, his mouth slightly agape. He had never encountered an author like this, let alone a woman. He was a businessman, used to dealing with contracts and percentages, with writers who were desperate for fame and money. He was not used to dealing with zealots. He started to argue, to negotiate, to explain the realities of the publishing business. But Lola was immovable. She met his arguments with a quiet, unshakable resolve. She was not asking. She was telling. She had faced down men with guns. A publisher in a fancy office held no terror for her. In the end, intrigued by her audacity and sensing the raw, authentic power in the pages she had shown him, a power he knew would sell, Abernathy agreed. He saw the potential not just for a successful book, but for a cultural phenomenon, a story that could tap into the nation's growing anxieties about corporate power, injustice, and the closing of the frontier. Lola left his office feeling drained but triumphant. She had won another battle, in a very different kind of war. The months that followed were a blur of intense, solitary work. Lola holed up in her small room, writing day and night, fueled by black coffee and a burning sense of purpose. The city raged outside her window, a distant, meaningless noise. Her world was the world of the book, the world of her memory. She bled onto the page, pouring out her grief, her love, her rage. The book was her final act of catharsis, her way of processing the trauma and making sense of the woman she had become. As she wrote the final chapters, detailing the battle and Zeke's death, the pain was so intense she could barely breathe. She wept as she wrote, her tears staining the ink on the page. She wrote of his final protector's stand, not as a glorious act of heroism, but as a tragic, necessary sacrifice. She wrote of their final kiss, of his last words, of the profound, unfillable emptiness he had left behind. But she also wrote of the hope he had given her, the freedom he had died for. When she finally wrote the last word, she felt a profound sense of release, as if a great weight had been lifted from her soul. The story was told. Her promise was kept. Redemption Peak was published in the fall. Its success was immediate and explosive. The book was a sensation, a bolt of lightning that illuminated the dark corners of the nation's westward expansion. It was serialized in newspapers, debated in literary salons, and discussed in hushed tones in the corridors of power in Washington. It was praised for its raw honesty, its powerful prose, and its unflinching look at the human cost of corporate greed. Lola, the mysterious author, became a reluctant celebrity. The book changed things. An official federal investigation was launched into the historical practices of the Colton Mining Company, unearthing a generation of corruption and abuse. New laws were proposed to protect the rights of laborers and small claim holders. The story of redemption became a rallying cry for reformists and populists across the country. Eliza's dream, amplified by Lola's voice, was beginning to reshape the world. But with fame came danger. The forces that Colton represented, the powerful, unaccountable corporations, and the corrupt politicians who served them, did not take kindly to being exposed. They saw Lola not as an author, but as a threat, a dangerous radical who was stirring up dissent. One evening, as she was returning to her boarding house, she was accosted in a dark, narrow street. Two men, their faces shadowed by the brims of their hats, blocked her path. They were not common thugs. They moved with a cold, professional menace that was chillingly familiar. "Miss Lola," one of them said, his voice a low, threatening purr. "There are some very important people who are displeased with the stories you've been telling. They feel you've misunderstood certain business practices. They've asked us to clarify things for you." Lola's heart hammered in her chest, but she did not show her fear. She stood her ground, her hand instinctively going to the small weighted reticule she now carried, a reticule that held not just her money, but a small, easily concealed derringer she had purchased after the first anonymous, threatening letter had arrived. Zeke had taught her to be prepared. "I think I understand things perfectly," she said, her voice steady. "We'd advise you to stop," the man continued, taking a step closer. "Stop writing. Stop talking. Go back into whatever hole you crawled out of, or we'll be forced to put you in one, permanently." He reached for her, but Lola was no longer the frightened girl who had fled Las Vegas. She was a woman who had survived a storm of dust and blood. As his hand shot out, she moved with a speed that surprised them both. She dropped her reticule, drew the derringer, and fired. She didn't aim to kill. She aimed for his leg. The shot was a flat, sharp crack in the quiet street. The man screamed and fell, clutching his shattered kneecap. His partner, stunned by the sudden violence, hesitated for a fraction of a second. It was all the time Lola needed. She turned and ran, not in a panicked flight, but in a strategic retreat, disappearing into the labyrinthine streets of the city. She found her way to a police station, her heart still pounding, the smell of gunpowder on her hands. The desk sergeant, a beefy, bored-looking man, listened to her story with a skeptical, dismissive air. Another hysterical woman with an overactive imagination. But when she mentioned the name of the powerful railroad magnate whose company had been most implicated by her book's revelations, a man known for his ruthless tactics and his private army of union-busting thugs, the sergeant's expression changed. A flicker of fear, and then of grudging respect, entered his eyes. He took her statement. An investigation would be opened, he said, but he advised her to be careful. "These are dangerous waters you're swimming in, miss," he warned her. "There are sharks in this city that can swallow a person whole and leave not even a ripple behind." Lola returned to her room, her hands shaking, her sense of victory soured by the encounter. She had won the legal battle, the literary battle. But the real war, the war against the faceless, powerful men who truly ran the country, was a war she could not win with words, or even with a gun. They were an octopus, their tentacles reaching into every corner of society. To fight them was to invite her own destruction. She sat by her window, looking out at the sprawling, indifferent city. The loneliness she had felt upon her arrival returned, more profound and more painful than before. She had a voice, but she was alone. She had fans and admirers, but no allies. She had fulfilled her promise to Zeke, but in doing so had made herself a target. A wave of despair washed over her. Maybe the men had been right. Maybe she should have stayed on the mountain, in the safety of the Vale. Maybe she should have accepted a quiet life as the revered matriarch of redemption. But then she thought of Zeke, charging across that open ground, alone, against impossible odds. He hadn't run. He hadn't hidden. He had made his stand. Her resolve hardened. She would not be intimidated. She would not be silenced. She picked up her pen. There were more stories to tell, more injustices to expose. Her protector's stand was not a single finite act. It was a way of life. The storm of dust and blood had followed her from the desert to the city, and she would face it, pen in one hand, pistol in the other, a lonely warrior fighting for the soul of a nation. Chapter 17. In the Eye of the Hurricane. The attack in the alley was a brutal awakening. It shattered the fragile illusion of safety Lola had begun to build around herself in the heart of the city. She had believed, naively, that the war was over, that the court of law and the court of public opinion were the final arbiters of justice. She had been wrong. The men she was fighting did not respect the law. They bought it. They did not fear public opinion. They manipulated it. She had won a battle on their terms, in their arena, and now they were shifting the fight back to the shadows, to the dark, violent world of intimidation and brute force, where they were the undisputed masters. The days that followed were steeped in a low-grade, persistent fear. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every stranger's face a potential menace. The city, which had once felt anonymous and liberating, now felt like a vierge, its crowded streets, a hunting ground. Lola rarely left her boarding house, venturing out only for necessities, her hand never far from the small, cold weight of the derringer in her reticule. The police investigation, as the desk sergeant had predicted, went nowhere. There were no witnesses. The wounded man had vanished from the charity hospital where he had been taken. The case was quietly closed. Another unsolved act of violence in a city rife with them. Her publisher, Mr. Abernathy, grew nervous. He had wanted a best-selling author, not a martyr. He urged her to be more discreet, to lower her public profile, to perhaps take a long vacation until the controversy died down. He spoke of libel suits, of powerful enemies, of the delicate dance of commerce and politics. He was a man of business, and her crusade was becoming bad for business. Lola listened to his anxious, well-intentioned advice, but it was like listening to a foreign language. Discretion? The time for discretion was long past. The first shot had been fired, not by her, but at her. To retreat now would be to validate their tactics, to admit that fear was a more potent force than truth. It would be a betrayal of everything Zeke and Eliza had stood for. She retreated deeper into her work, her writing becoming her only sanctuary, her only weapon. She began a series of articles for a small, independent newspaper run by a fiery, incorruptible editor, a man who believed the press was a sword to be wielded in the name of the common man. In her articles, she moved beyond the specific story of redemption. She began to connect the dots, to expose the wider network of corruption that linked the railroad barons, the mining magnates, and the politicians in Washington. She used the knowledge she had gleaned from Eliza's journal, from the testimony at the trial, and from her own sharp observations of the world to paint a damning portrait of a nation in the grip of a new kind of tyranny, a tyranny of unchecked corporate power. Her articles, written with a passionate, eloquent fury, caused a new firestorm. She was no longer just the author of a popular book. She was becoming a political voice, a dangerous agitator. The threats against her escalated. Anonymous letters filled with vile, misogynistic abuse arrived daily. Dead rats were left on her doorstep. Her publisher's office was vandalized. The respectable women at her boarding house began to look at her with fear and suspicion, whispering behind their hands when she passed. She was becoming a pariah, an outcast in the very world she was trying to change. The loneliness was a physical ache, a constant, hollow companion. She missed the simple, straightforward camaraderie of the men of redemption. She missed Jed's gruff wisdom. She missed the quiet strength of the mountain. Most of all, she missed Zeke. She found herself talking to him in the long, silent hours of the night, asking for his guidance, for his strength. His memory was her only shield against the crushing weight of her isolation. One evening, as she sat in her small room, staring at a blank page, her inspiration failing, her spirit worn down by the constant, grinding pressure, there was a soft knock on her door. Her hand immediately went to the derringer on her bedside table. "Who is it?" she called out, her voice tense. "A friend," a man's voice replied, a voice that was low, calm, and unfamiliar. "A friend of Jedediah Stone's." Lola's heart leaped. Jed. She opened the door a crack, the small pistol still concealed in her hand. The man standing in the hallway was tall and wiry, with a kind, weathered face and intelligent, watchful eyes. He was dressed in simple, clean work clothes, but he held himself with a quiet dignity. "My name is Marcus Thorne," he said, removing his hat respectfully. "Jed sent me. He was worried about you. We all are." Lola opened the door wider, a wave of relief so powerful it almost buckled her knees, washing over her. She was not as alone as she had thought. She let the man in, and he sat, turning his hat over and over in his work-roughened hands. He was a union organizer, he explained, a man who traveled the country helping to establish labor unions in mines, factories, and on the railroads. He had known Jed for years. He had been one of the first people to read Redemption Peak. "Your book, Miss Lola," he said, his voice filled with a quiet passion. "It's more than just a story. It's a spark. It's giving men the courage to stand up, to demand their rights. From the coal fields of Pennsylvania to the silver mines of Colorado, men are talking about redemption. They're forming unions. They're fighting back." He told her that Jed and the men of redemption were thriving. With the money she had sent, they had purchased new equipment and were working the mine again, this time for themselves. They had built a small school for the children of the miners in the surrounding area, a library filled with books donated by sympathetic readers of her work. They were building Eliza's dream, brick by brick. The trust fund she had established was being used to support the families of striking workers across the country. Her story, their story, was having a real, tangible impact. Marcus's words were a balm to her bruised and weary soul. The fight was not just hers. It was a movement, growing in the dark, forgotten corners of the country. She was not a lone voice crying in the wilderness. She was part of a chorus. "But the danger is real," Marcus continued, his expression turning serious. "The men you're writing about, they don't play by the rules. They're getting desperate. They see what's happening, the unions, the talk of reform. They see you as the source of their troubles. They will stop at nothing to silence you. He had come with a proposal. The nascent labor movement needed a voice, a public face. They needed a newspaper, a platform to tell their stories, to counter the lies and propaganda of the corporate press. They had the will, the passion, the network of brave men and women across the country. But they lacked the funds, and they lacked a figurehead with the national recognition to make people listen. "We want you to be our editor-in-chief, Miss Lola," Marcus said, his eyes alight with the fire of his conviction. "We want you to help us build a newspaper for the people, a voice for the voiceless. It's a dangerous road. They will come after us with everything they have. But together, we can create a storm they won't be able to control." Lola looked at the man, at his honest, earnest face, and she saw the same spirit that had animated Jed, Eliza, and Zeke. It was a continuation of the same fight, but on a grander, more audacious scale. The choice before her was stark. She could retreat into a private life, write her books, and live in relative safety. Or she could step fully into the role that fate had thrust upon her. She could become the leader of a rebellion. She thought of Zeke's final charge, his protector's stand. She thought of Eliza's final journal entry. She thought of her promise. There was only one answer she could give. "When do we start?" she asked. The weeks that followed were the most intense and exhilarating of Lola's life. With Marcus's help, she moved out of the boarding house and into a small fortified office in a working-class neighborhood, an office that doubled as her apartment. The space was humble, a few desks, a small printing press in the back room, but it buzzed with a powerful electric energy. A small, dedicated staff was assembled, a grizzled, ink-stained printer who had been blacklisted for his union activities, a young, idealistic female journalist who had been fired from a mainstream paper for trying to write about factory conditions, and a rotating cast of volunteers, organizers, and informants who brought them stories from the front lines of the labor war. They called the newspaper the Clarion. And it was. Its first issue, with a banner headline written by Lola, "Who Owns America?" was a broadside against the corporate powers, a call to arms for the working people of the nation. It was raw, passionate, and relentlessly honest. It was filled with first-hand accounts of striking miners, stories of child labor, and detailed investigative reports on the corrupt deals being made between politicians and industrialists. The reaction was immediate and explosive. The established press denounced them as dangerous anarchists. The industrialists and their political allies launched a campaign of slander and intimidation against them. Their distributors were threatened. Their advertisers were boycotted. But the people, the common, everyday readers, were hungry for the truth. The paper sold out on street corners. Subscriptions poured in from every corner of the country. They were a tiny, defiant David, slinging rocks of truth at a Goliath of power and greed. Lola was in the eye of the hurricane. She worked around the clock, writing, editing, managing the small, chaotic enterprise. She lived and breathed the paper, fueled by a sense of purpose so profound it left no room for fear or doubt. The threats continued, but they seemed distant, impotent. She was no longer a lone woman in a dark alley. She was part of an army. The office was guarded day and night by burly, loyal Union men who saw her as their champion, their queen. She had found a new family, a new community, a new redemption. It was not the quiet peace of the mountain sanctuary. It was a loud, chaotic, dangerous family bound together by a shared, righteous anger and a desperate, beautiful hope. One night, as she was working late, putting the final touches on the next issue, Marcus brought her a cup of coffee. He stood for a moment, looking at the wall of her small office, a wall she had covered with maps, articles, and photographs, the faces of striking miners, of child laborers, of the powerful, predatory men they were fighting against. In the center of it all was a single, small, faded photograph. It was a picture of a rugged, beautiful mountain peak. "You miss it, don't you?" Marcus asked gently. Lola looked at the photograph of Redemption Peak, and a wave of profound, bittersweet longing washed over her. "Every day," she admitted, her voice soft. "I miss the quiet. I miss the stars." She paused, her gaze drifting to an imaginary spot beside the peak, a spot where a man with sad, kind eyes and a crooked smile was watching over her. "I miss the man who led me there." "He would be proud of you, Lola," Marcus said, his voice full of a deep, quiet respect. "What you're doing here, this is his legacy. This is his protector's stand, carried on by you." Lola looked around her small, cluttered office, at the clatter of the printing press in the back room, at the passionate, dedicated people who had joined her in this impossible fight. She was in the heart of a storm, a hurricane of her own making. It was a dangerous, exhausting, and uncertain life. But she was not alone, and she was free. Truly, finally free. She picked up her pen and turned back to the page, ready to write the words that would fan the flames of the rebellion, her heart filled with a fierce, quiet joy. The hurricane was raging, and she was its calm, unshakable center. Chapter 18. A Letter Soaked in Regret. The Clarion became Lola's life. The cramped, ink-stained office was her home, her fortress, and her battlefield. The relentless rhythm of the printing press was the beat of her own heart. Each new issue was a salvo fired in a war that was growing more intense and more dangerous by the day. Their circulation grew, their influence spreading like wildfire through the discontented working classes of the nation. They were no longer just a newspaper. They were a movement, and Lola, to her own astonishment, was its reluctant figurehead. She wrote with a fire that was fueled by a deep, righteous anger and a profound personal grief. Every article exposing the greed of a railroad baron was an indictment of the system that had created men like Colton. Every story of a striking miner's family being evicted from their home was a tribute to the men of redemption. Every call for justice was an echo of Eliza's voice, a fulfillment of the promise made over Zeke's grave. She was a warrior, her pen a sharper and more potent weapon than the derringer she still kept close at hand. The enemy, however, did not remain idle. The campaign of intimidation escalated. The slanders in the mainstream press grew more vicious, painting her as a hysterical anarchist, a seductress, a foreign agent, seeking to destroy the very fabric of American society. Her few remaining friends from her old life, the respectable women of the boarding house, the acquaintances she had made in the literary world, fell away, frightened by the controversy, by the sheer, unlaid matronly force of her convictions. Her world shrank until it consisted only of the small, fierce circle of her allies at the paper and the vast anonymous sea of her readers. The isolation was a constant, low-grade ache. There were nights when the weight of it all, the loneliness, the constant danger, the ghost of Zeke that still haunted her quiet moments, felt unbearable. In those moments, she would take out Eliza's journal. She would read the words of the woman who had faced a similar, solitary battle, and she would find her own courage reflected in them. She and Eliza were two ends of a single unbroken thread of defiance, a thread that stretched from a lonely mountain peak to the heart of a roaring city. One bleak winter afternoon, as a cold gray sleet rattled against the office windows, a letter arrived for her. It was not the usual anonymous threat, or a letter of support from a union local. The envelope was of a fine, expensive, cream-colored stock, the handwriting on it elegant, feminine, and vaguely familiar. There was no return address. Puzzled, Lola opened it. The letterhead was from one of the most exclusive and expensive hotels in Chicago. The note inside was short, the words written in a hurried, almost frantic script. Miss Lola, I know you have no reason to trust me, and every reason to despise the world I come from. But I must speak with you. It is a matter of the utmost urgency, a matter of life and death. Not just for me, but for you as well. I will be in the ladies' parlor of the Grand Imperial Hotel tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Please, I beg you to come. Do not bring anyone with you. It was signed, simply, a friend of Eliza. Lola stared at the letter, her heart pounding. A friend of Eliza. The words were a key, unlocking a door to a past she had only ever viewed through the prism of Zeke's grief and Eliza's own words. Who was this woman? How did she know Eliza? And what urgent life-and-death matter could possibly connect them? Her first instinct, honed by months of paranoia, was that it was a trap, a lure to draw her out into the open, away from the protection of her Union guards. The Grand Imperial Hotel was the heart of the enemy's territory, a bastion of the very wealth and power she was fighting against. To walk in there alone was an act of profound foolishness. But the mention of Eliza, it was a hook she could not ignore. The handwriting was not a man's, it was a woman's, and the plea felt genuine, desperate. Against her better judgment, against every instinct for self-preservation she had developed, Lola knew she had to go. She had to know. The next day, she dressed with care. She chose a simple dark blue dress, severe and unadorned, the dress of a businesswoman, not a victim. It was a suit of armor, a statement of intent. She tucked the derringer into her reticule, its small weight a cold, grim comfort. She told Marcus she was going to meet a source, and ignored his worried, questioning look. The ladies' parlor of the Grand Imperial Hotel was another world. It was a hushed, opulent cavern of velvet settees, crystal chandeliers, and potted ferns. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and quiet, privileged gossip. The women who dotted the room, sipping tea from delicate porcelain cups, were like exotic hothouse flowers, their lives untouched by the grit and grime of the world outside their gilded cage. Lola felt like a crow in a cage of canaries. Her presence caused a ripple of curious, disapproving glances. She sat in a secluded corner, as instructed, her back to the wall, her eyes scanning the room. A few minutes after 3, a woman entered the parlor. She was in her late 50s, impeccably dressed in the latest Parisian fashion, her hair elegantly coiffed, her face a carefully preserved mask of aristocratic beauty. But beneath the powder and the paint, her eyes were shadowed with a deep, consuming anxiety, her gloved hands twisting a small handkerchief into a knot. She scanned the room, her gaze finally landing on Lola. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod and made her way to Lola's table. "Miss Lola?" the woman asked, her voice a low, cultured whisper. "I am," Lola replied, her own voice cool and guarded. The woman sat down, her posture ramrod straight, but her eyes darted nervously around the room. "Thank you for coming. I know this was a great risk for you." She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself. "My name is Beatrice Vance, and your friend, Zeke. He once saved my life." Lola stared at her, stunned into silence. This elegant society matron, a friend of Zeke's? It seemed impossible. Beatrice saw the disbelief in her eyes. "It was a long time ago. Before the mines. Before everything. My family had a ranch not far from his. We were neighbors, children together." A faint, nostalgic smile touched her lips. "He was a wild boy, all arms and legs and quiet intensity. He loved the mountains, the solitude. He taught me how to track, how to read the stars." The smile faded, replaced by a shadow of old pain. "There was a fire, a prairie fire, started by a lightning strike. It moved so fast. I was trapped. I thought I was going to die. But Zeke, he came through the smoke and the flames. He was just a boy, no older than 16, but he was fearless. He wrapped me in a wet blanket and carried me out. He was badly burned on his arms and back, but he saved me." She was telling the truth. Lola could see it in the genuine emotion in her eyes, in the memory of a shared past that was too specific to be a lie. This was a piece of Zeke's life Lola had never known, a life before the brand, before the grief. "Why are you telling me this now?" Lola asked, her voice softening slightly. Beatrice's eyes filled with tears, which she quickly, angrily blinked away. "Because I owe him a debt I have spent my entire life failing to repay, and because I am a coward." Her voice dropped to a choked whisper. "Eliza Colton. She was my dearest friend. We went to finishing school together back east. She was brilliant, fierce. She was everything I was not." The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. "You knew her," Lola breathed. "I introduced them," Beatrice said, her voice laced with a lifetime of regret. "When Eliza came home from school, she was so full of life, so eager to understand the world beyond her father's mansion. I told her about the boy who had saved my life, the quiet, honorable boy who knew the mountains like the back of his hand. I took her to meet him." She closed her eyes, a look of profound pain on her face. "It was the best and the worst thing I have ever done. I saw them fall in love. It was a beautiful, impossible, dangerous thing. I knew what her father was. I knew what would happen if he found out." "And what did you do?" Lola asked, her voice cold. Beatrice flinched. "I did what I have always done," she whispered, her gaze falling to her twisting hands. "I did nothing. I was afraid. Afraid of my own family, who were in business with the Coltons. Afraid of losing my social standing, my comfortable life. When Zeke was arrested on trumped-up charges, when he was branded and sent into the mines, I said nothing. When Eliza began her secret rebellion, I turned a blind eye. I told myself it was not my fight." Her voice broke, a sob escaping her lips. "And when she died, when she went into that mine, I was the one who was supposed to meet her. She had sent me a note. She had uncovered definitive proof of her father's crimes. Proof she was going to take to the authorities. She wanted me to hide it for her, to be her witness. But I didn't go. I was too frightened. I left her to face him alone." The confession hung in the opulent, silent parlor, a thing of ugly, profound shame. This woman, in her fine clothes and her gilded cage, had been the key. Her cowardice had cost Eliza her life and had condemned Zeke to years of grief and a lonely quest for a vengeance that was not his to claim. "I have lived with that choice every day of my life," Beatrice continued, her voice a ragged whisper. "It has been a poison in my soul. I married a wealthy man. I moved to this city. I built a life of comfort and privilege. But it is all a lie. A beautiful, empty cage." "Why now?" Lola asked again, her voice hard, unforgiving. "After all these years of silence, why come to me now?" "Because of you," Beatrice said, looking up, her eyes pleading. "Because of your book. You have given her a voice again. You have given him justice. You have done what I was too cowardly to do. But in doing so, you have made a powerful enemy. An enemy I know all too well." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a near inaudible whisper. "My husband, Mr. Vance, he is one of them. He is a senior partner in the railroad consortium, the one you have been writing about. He is a friend, a business associate, of the men who want to destroy you." The final piece clicked into place. This was not just a confession. It was a warning. "They are terrified of you," Beatrice said, her eyes wide with a fear that was not for herself, but for Lola. "Your articles are hurting them. The threat of a congressional investigation is real. They are losing money, losing power. They see you as a cancer that must be cut out." Her voice trembled. "I have heard them talking, at dinner parties, in their private clubs. They speak of you. They are not just planning to silence you, Miss Lola. They are planning to disgrace you, to destroy your reputation so completely that no one will ever believe a word you say again." "How?" Lola asked, her own blood running cold. "I don't know all the details," Beatrice whispered, darting another nervous glance around the room. "But it involves a man, someone from your past, someone from Las Vegas. They are going to use him to paint you as a woman of low morals, a liar, a blackmailer. They are going to create a scandal so great that it will consume you and your newspaper." She wrung her hands, her face a mask of desperation. "They are going to turn your own life into a weapon against you." Lola's mind raced. A man from her past. From Vegas. It could only be one person. A person she had thought was gone. Vanquished. Alistair Finch. "But he's in prison," Lola said, more to herself than to Beatrice. "Men like my husband have long arms," Beatrice said bitterly. "A prison sentence can be commuted. A pardon can be arranged. For the right price. Or the right service." It was a brilliant, diabolical plan. They would release Finch, give him a story to tell, a story of a manipulative saloon girl who had tried to extort him, who had conspired with a fugitive convict to ruin him. They would use his greasy, false charm to poison the well of public opinion. They would use the very prejudices of the world she was fighting against. The idea that a woman like her could not possibly be a virtuous crusader. To destroy her. "I had to warn you," Beatrice said, her eyes pleading for an absolution that Lola could not give her. "It is the one small, decent thing I can do. The one act of courage in a lifetime of cowardice. It is my protector's stand. Too little and far, far too late." She stood up, her composure beginning to crack completely. "I must go. If my husband knew I was here—" She didn't have to finish. She turned and, without another word, hurried out of the parlor, a ghost of regret disappearing back into her gilded cage. Lola sat alone at the table, the untouched cup of tea cold before her. The world had tilted on its axis once again. The threat was no longer a shadowy figure in an alley. It had a face, a name. Alistair Finch. The ghost of Vegas was coming for her, not with a gun, but with a more potent weapon. A lie. A lie that could undo everything she had fought for. She thought of Zeke. He had faced his enemies head-on, with courage and honor. How could she face this insidious new threat? She couldn't shoot a lie. She couldn't reason with a slander. She left the hotel, the opulence of it now feeling obscene, suffocating. She walked for hours through the cold, grimy streets of the city, her mind a turmoil of fear and rage. She was a woman with a past she had never tried to hide, but one that could now be twisted and used against her. She returned to her office late that night. Marcus was waiting for her, his face etched with worry. "Lola, where have you been? I was about to call out the guards to search for you." She looked at him, at his kind, honest face, and her own carefully constructed composure finally broke. She told him everything, about Beatrice Vance's warning, about Alistair Finch, about the impending storm of slander and lies that was about to break over their heads. When she finished, Marcus was silent for a long moment, his expression grim. "I see," he said quietly. "They are not just trying to kill you. They are trying to kill the truth." "What do we do, Marcus?" she asked, her voice filled with a weariness that went bone deep. "How do we fight this?" He looked at her, and his eyes were not filled with fear or doubt, but with a fierce, unwavering loyalty. "We do what we have always done," he said, his voice ringing with a quiet conviction. "We tell the truth, louder. We get ahead of their lies. We print the story of Alistair Finch ourselves. We print your story. All of it. The good, the bad, the ugly. We show the world who you really are, and we trust them to see the difference between a survivor and a villain." It was a terrifying prospect. To lay her own soul bare, to offer up her own painful past, iptomast for public consumption, to trust in the fundamental decency of a world that had so often proved to have none. But as she looked at Marcus, at the unshakable faith in his eyes, she knew he was right. It was the only way. It was the last, most difficult protector's stand she would have to make. Not for Eliza, not for Zeke, but for herself, for the truth of her own life. She picked up her pen. The letter, soaked in regret, had delivered a threat, but it had also delivered a weapon, and she was finally ready to use it. Chapter 19. A Reckoning at Dawn. The decision to preemptively publish her own story was the most terrifying gamble of Lola's life. It felt like standing voluntarily in the path of a wildfire, hoping the blaze would burn itself out before it consumed her. For days, she locked herself in her small office, the outside world a distant roar, and wrote with a feverish, desperate intensity. She did not spare herself. She wrote of her impoverished childhood, of her father's drunken rages, of the scar he had left on her face and her soul. She wrote of her arrival in Las Vegas, a naive, hopeful girl chasing a dream of independence, and of the slow, insidious way Alistair Finch had tried to ensnare her. His gifts turning to chains, his protection to a cage. She wrote of her flight, of the terror and the beauty of the desert, of the quiet, wounded man who had saved her body and her soul. She laid her life bare on the page, every mistake, every compromise, every moment of fear and of courage. It was a brutal act of self-exorcism, a confession, and a declaration of war. She was seizing control of her own narrative, refusing to let her enemies define her. She would show the world the truth of her past in all its messy, painful complexity, and dare them to judge her for it. Marcus and the small, loyal staff of the Clarion stood by her, their faith in her unwavering. They prepared the special edition of the paper, their faces grim but resolute. This was more than just a story. It was a battle for the soul of their movement. If their enemies could destroy Lola's credibility, they could destroy everything she had built. The atmosphere in the small office was thick, with a tense, almost sacred sense of purpose. They were soldiers preparing for a final, desperate charge. The night before the issue was to be printed, Lola stood looking out her window at the gas-lit streets of Chicago. The city, with its endless, anonymous crowds, had once seemed like a refuge. Now it felt like a vast public stage upon which her life was about to be dissected. She felt a profound, bone-deep weariness, a longing for the simple, silent grandeur of the mountains, for the uncomplicated loyalty of the men of redemption, for the quiet strength of the man she had loved and lost. She picked up Eliza's journal, its worn leather a familiar, comforting weight in her hands. She opened it to a random page. Eliza's elegant, confident script seemed to reach out to her across the years. "Courage," she had written, "is not the absence of fear. It is the refusal to be silenced by it." Lola closed the journal, a sense of calm settling over her. She was not alone. She was part of a legacy of courage. She would not be silenced. The special edition of the Clarion hit the streets at dawn. The front page was a single, stark headline, "The Price of a Woman's Freedom. My Story. By Lola." The response was immediate and overwhelming. The initial print run sold out within hours. People crowded on street corners, reading the story aloud, their faces a mixture of shock, pity, and a growing, simmering anger. The mainstream press, initially prepared to print Finch's salacious, ghost-written lies, was caught off guard. Lola had outmaneuvered them. She had inoculated the public with the truth. Her raw, honest, and heartbreaking account was so much more powerful, so much more believable, than the manufactured slander of a spurned, vengeful man. The railroad magnates and their allies were furious. Their carefully planned character assassination had been turned into a public relations disaster. Lola had not only survived their attack, she had turned it into a weapon, using it to further expose their ruthless, amoral tactics. The public, who might have been swayed by a simple scandal, was now outraged by the story of a powerful cabal conspiring to destroy a woman who had dared to speak out against them. The tide of public opinion, which they had sought to turn against her, was now a tsunami threatening to engulf them. A few days after the special edition was published, a message arrived for Lola. It was from Beatrice Vance. "You are braver than I could ever have imagined," the note read. "My husband and his friends, they are in a panic. They have underestimated you. Be careful. Their desperation will make them more dangerous than ever." The warning was prophetic. The enemy, having failed to destroy her with lies, now resorted to the blunter instrument of the law. A series of lawsuits were filed against the Clarion for libel, for sedition, for incitement to riot. Their legal basis was flimsy, but their purpose was clear: to bleed the small newspaper dry, to bury it under a mountain of legal fees and court appearances. At the same time, the pressure on their distributors and advertisers intensified. Their sources of revenue began to dry up. The noose was tightening. Lola and her small team fought back with everything they had. They worked day and night, writing, printing, distributing the paper themselves on street corners. They were fueled by a righteous fury and the outpouring of support from their readers. Small donations trickled in from union locals, from church groups, from ordinary men and women across the country, who saw in their struggle a reflection of their own. It was a desperate, hand-to-mouth existence, a constant battle for survival. The strain began to show. The long hours, the constant stress, the ever-present threat of violence took their toll. Lola grew thinner, paler, the shadows under her eyes a permanent fixture. The fire of her conviction still burned bright, but the fuel was running low. She was an army of one, and the forces arrayed against her were legion. One evening, as she sat slumped over her desk, trying to find the words for an editorial she no longer had the energy to write, Marcus entered her office. He looked at her with a deep, compassionate concern. "You can't keep this up, Lola," he said gently. "You're going to destroy yourself." "We can't stop now, Marcus," she replied, her voice a weary rasp. "If we stop, they win." "I'm not talking about stopping," he said. He pulled up a chair and sat down opposite her. "I'm talking about fighting smarter. You've done the impossible. You've created a voice, a platform. But you can't be the only one speaking. The movement is bigger than one woman." He told her that a national convention of labor unions and populist groups was being planned. It was to be held in Omaha, a gathering of all the disparate, discontented factions who were fighting against the stranglehold of corporate power. "They want you to be the keynote speaker," he said. "They want you to bring your story, the story of redemption, to a national stage, to turn this from a newspaper war into a political crusade." The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. To stand before thousands, to be the public face of a national movement, it was a role she had never sought, a responsibility she did not feel equipped to handle. She was a writer, a storyteller, not an orator or a politician. "I can't, Marcus," she whispered. "I don't know how." "Yes, you do," he said, his voice firm. "You just have to do what you've always done. Tell the truth. Speak from the heart. They don't need a polished politician. They need a leader with a soul. They need you." Before she could answer, the door to the office burst open. A young, breathless newsboy stood there, his eyes wide. "Miss Lola!" he gasped. "It's on the wire. There's been a verdict in the Finch appeal." Lola and Marcus stared at him. They had been so consumed with their own battles that they had almost forgotten about Alistair Finch. After his conviction, his high-priced lawyers had immediately filed an appeal, citing procedural errors and jury tampering. "What is it?" Lola asked, her heart suddenly pounding. "They overturned it," the boy cried. "The verdict's been thrown out. They're saying he's a free man." The news was a physical blow. Lola felt the air leave her lungs. It was a blatant, arrogant display of power. A message. We can do whatever we want. We own the courts. We own the law. You are powerless. But the newsboy wasn't finished. "That's not all," he said, his voice trembling with excitement. "There was a riot. At the prison. When they let him out. The other prisoners. They'd all read about him in your paper. They knew what he was. They took care of him themselves. The guards couldn't stop them. He's dead, Miss Lola. Alistair Finch is dead." A profound, stunned silence filled the small office. Lola sank back into her chair, her mind reeling. Finch was dead. Killed not by the law, not by some grand act of righteous vengeance, but by the rough, brutal justice of the very men he despised. Her words, her story, had been the instrument of his demise. The power of the press, the power she had so fiercely wielded, was a terrifying, double-edged sword. She had wanted to bring him to justice, not to incite a mob to tear him apart. The news of Finch's death, and the manner of it, created a new, more dangerous firestorm. The establishment press, funded by her enemies, seized upon it. They painted her not just as a radical, but as a demagogue, an inciter of violence, a woman with blood on her hands. They called for the Clarion to be shut down, for her to be arrested for sedition. The legal and political pressure intensified to a breaking point. It was in the midst of this new crisis that a second letter arrived from Beatrice Vance. This one was delivered by a trusted messenger, a plain-clothed man with watchful eyes who melted away as soon as the letter was in Lola's hands. The letter was short, panicked. "They are coming for you. My husband. He is no longer just trying to silence you. He sees you as the one who destroyed his allies, who ruined his plans. He has hired men, not the usual thugs, but professionals. Killers. They are not coming to threaten you. They are coming to finish the job. You are no longer safe in that city. You must run. Run now." This was it. The final move. They had failed to destroy her reputation, so now they would simply destroy her. The war of words was over. This would be a reckoning of blood. Marcus read the letter, his face pale, his jaw tight. "She's right," he said, his voice grim. "You have to leave, tonight." "And go where, Marcus?" Lola asked, a bitter, weary laugh escaping her lips. "There's nowhere left to run. They'll find me wherever I go." "Then we don't run," Marcus said, a new hard light in his eyes. "We fight, but not here, not on their ground." He began to pace the small office, his mind working furiously. "This convention in Omaha, it's in 2 weeks, it's a public event. There will be reporters there, politicians, thousands of people. It's the one place they wouldn't dare to touch you. It's the safest place in the country for you right now." He stopped and looked at her, his plan taking shape. "We get you there, in secret. We leak a false story that you've fled the country, gone to Europe. We throw them off your trail. You lay low, travel under an assumed name. We get you to Omaha, and then you walk out on that stage. You show them all that you are not dead, that you are not silenced. You give the speech of your life. You expose them, all of them, in front of the whole world." It was a plan of breathtaking audacity, a final all-or-nothing gamble. To hide, to run, only to reappear in the brightest, most public spotlight imaginable. Lola looked at him, at the fierce loyalty in his eyes. She thought of Zeke, of his final desperate charge. She thought of Eliza, of her final protector's stand. Her entire life, her entire journey, had been leading to this one moment, this one choice. To fade away into obscurity, or to risk everything for one last, glorious, defiant roar of truth. She stood up, the weariness falling away from her, replaced by a cold, clear, unshakable resolve. "Book me a ticket to Omaha," she said, "and find me a pen. I have a speech to write." The reckoning was coming, not in a dark alley, not in a courtroom, but at dawn, on a public stage, in the heart of the country, and Lola would be there to meet it. Chapter 20. The Road to Redemption. The escape from Chicago was a clandestine affair, a flight into the heart of the country conducted like a military operation. Marcus, with the quiet efficiency of a seasoned general, orchestrated every detail. A false trail was laid with theatrical precision. A story was leaked to a gossip columnist about a scandal-plagued lady author booking passage on a steamer to Liverpool. A trunk bearing Lola's name was conspicuously delivered to the docks. A woman resembling her was hired to be seen boarding the ship just before it sailed. While the city's press and her enemies' hired guns were chasing this phantom, the real Lola, clad in the drab, shapeless dress of a farmer's wife, her hair hidden under a plain bonnet, slipped out of the city on a westbound milk train that shuddered its way through the pre-dawn darkness. She traveled under the name of Sarah Brown, a widow heading to Nebraska to live with her sister. Her papers were flawless, her backstory simple and believable. Marcus had arranged for her to be passed along a secret network, an underground railroad of Union sympathizers, populist farmers, and fellow radicals. She moved from safe house to safe house, from one remote farmhouse to another, never staying in one place for more than a night. Her escorts were quiet, grim-faced men and women who asked no questions and offered their protection with a fierce, unspoken loyalty. They were the people for whom she was fighting, the silent, invisible army that was rising up across the nation. The journey was a strange, dislocating experience. Lola, who had become a symbol, a public figure, was now invisible, a ghost moving through the vast, open landscapes of the Midwest. The change was a profound relief. The constant pressure, the fear, the claustrophobic scrutiny of city life, all fell away, replaced by the immense, quiet dignity of the land. She traveled in the back of farm wagons, smelling the rich, dark scent of the earth, watching the endless fields of corn and wheat ripple under the vast, open sky. She shared simple meals of bread and stew in drafty farm kitchens, listening to the stories of her hosts, stories of crushing debt to the banks, of extortionate railroad fees, of a quiet, desperate struggle to hold on to the land their families had worked for generations. These were not the sensational, violent stories of the mines, but they were part of the same narrative of injustice. She was seeing, firsthand, the depth and breadth of the anger that was simmering just beneath the surface of the nation's Gilded Age prosperity. Her book had been a spark, but the tinder of discontent had been dry, and waiting for a long time. In the long, quiet hours of her journey, she worked on her speech for the Omaha Convention. She wrote by the light of flickering kerosene lamps in hushed farmhouses, the only sound the whisper of the wind across the prairie. This speech would be different from her book, different from her newspaper articles. It could not just be a story of the past. It had to be a vision for the future. It had to be a call to arms. She filled pages with starts and stops, with angry diatribes and eloquent pleas. She wrestled with the words, trying to find a language that could bridge the gap between the miners of the West, the farmers of the plains, and the factory workers of the East. She was trying to articulate a new American dream, one based not on individual riches and corporate power, but on communal strength, on justice, on a shared democratic destiny. One evening, in a small, isolated farmhouse in rural Iowa, she was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a half-finished page, when the farmer's wife, a stern, gray-haired woman named Martha with kind, tired eyes, set a cup of chicory coffee down beside her. "You carry a heavy burden, child," Martha said, her voice gentle. Lola looked up, surprised. "It's a difficult speech to write." Martha sat down opposite her, her hands, gnarled and chapped from a lifetime of hard labor, resting on the worn wooden table. "My boy, Thomas. He's a brakeman on the railroad. The company works them 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. For pennies. 2 men in his crew have been killed this year, crushed between cars. The company calls it the cost of progress. They don't even send a letter to the families. She looked at Lola, her eyes clear and fierce. When you stand up on that stage, you speak for my Thomas. You tell them that a man's life is worth more than a line on a ledger. You tell them that for me. The encounter clarified everything. Lola pushed her half-written pages aside and started again. This time the words flowed. She was not a politician, not a philosopher. She was a witness. She would simply bear witness to the truth she had seen, the truth of men like Zeke, of women like Eliza, of boys like Thomas. She would tell their stories. That would be her power. The day of the convention arrived, a bright, clear autumn day in Omaha, Nebraska. The city was overflowing. Thousands of delegates had poured in from all over the country, a vast, unruly river of humanity. They were farmers in overalls, miners with coal dust still under their fingernails, factory workers in their Sunday best. They were a raw, powerful, and profoundly American gathering, the physical embodiment of the populist revolt that was shaking the foundations of the nation. Marcus met Lola at a prearranged rendezvous on the outskirts of the city. He looked at her, at the new, quiet strength in her eyes, at the calm resolve in her face, and he smiled. "The city is buzzing," he said. "Your disappearance is the talk of the convention. Your enemies think they've won. They think you've run." "I'm done running," Lola said simply. The convention hall was a vast, cavernous space, a converted livestock pavilion that smelled of sawdust and sweat and a palpable electric excitement. The hall was packed to the rafters, a sea of thousands of faces, all turned toward the stage. Marcus led Lola through a series of back corridors, her heart pounding a slow, steady rhythm. This was it, the final act. She stood in the wings, waiting to be introduced. A small, solitary figure in her simple blue dress. She could hear the murmur of the crowd, feel the energy, the hope, the anger that filled the vast space. The chairman of the convention, a fiery, silver-tongued farmer from Kansas, was at the podium, his voice thundering through the hall. "And now," he roared, his voice reaching a crescendo, "we have been told that the forces of greed and corruption have silenced the one voice that has dared to speak the truth. We have been told that the author of Redemption Peak, the champion of the common man, has fled, that she has abandoned our cause. The jackals of Wall Street and their paid-for press are celebrating her demise. Well, I am here to tell you that they are celebrating too soon. For I say to you, a spirit like hers cannot be silenced. A fire like hers cannot be extinguished. Brothers and sisters, I give you the ghost of Chicago, the conscience of the West, the heart of our revolution. Miss Lola." A wave of stunned silence, followed by a roar that shook the very foundations of the building, swept through the hall. Lola took a deep breath, clutching the small leather-bound journal in her hand, and walked out onto the stage. She walked to the center of the stage, into the glare of the lights, and stood before the podium. The crowd was on its feet, a vast, surging ocean of humanity, their faces turned up to her, their voices joined in a single deafening cheer. They were cheering for her survival, for her defiance. For a moment, the sheer, overwhelming force of their hope threatened to buckle her knees. She looked out at them, at the thousands of expectant faces, and she did not see a mob. She saw individuals. She saw the face of the farmer's wife, Martha. She saw the faces of the men of redemption, and in a quiet corner of her heart, she saw the face of Zeke, his blue eyes filled with a fierce, quiet pride. She held up a hand for silence, and slowly, miraculously, the roar subsided into a hushed, expectant quiet. She looked down at the pages of her prepared speech, and then she pushed them aside. She would not read. She would speak. "My name is Lola," she began, her voice, without amplification, seeming to fill the vast hall, clear and steady and true. "And I am not a ghost. I am a witness." She told them her story, not the polished, literary version from her book, but the raw, unvarnished truth of it. She spoke of the desert, of her fear, of her thirst. She spoke of a branded man named Zeke, a man who had been condemned by the world, but who had never lost his own soul. She spoke of his courage, of his sacrifice, of his simple, profound belief that every man had a right to his own life, to his own dignity. She held up Eliza's journal. "This book," she said, her voice ringing with passion, "was written by a woman of wealth and privilege. But she chose to see the world not from the windows of her father's mansion, but from the eyes of the men he enslaved. She chose to fight for them. She chose to die for them. Her name was Eliza Colton, and she believed in a thing called redemption." She then spoke of the men on the mountain, of Jed, of their struggle to build a home, a sanctuary. She spoke of the forces that had tried to destroy them, the same forces that were trying to destroy the farmers in the crowd, the factory workers, the railroad men. "They call us anarchists," she cried, her voice rising, filled with a righteous, holy anger. "They call us radicals. They call us a threat to the American way of life. And they are right. We are a threat. We are a threat to their America, an America built on the broken backs of the poor, an America where a man's life is worth less than $1, an America where justice is a commodity to be bought and sold by the highest bidder." A roar of assent went up from the crowd. She had them. They were with her. "But we have a different vision for America," she continued, her voice soaring. "We have a vision of an America where the land belongs to the people who work it, where the wealth of this nation is shared by the many, not hoarded by the few, where a man like Zeke, a woman like Eliza, a boy like Thomas can live and work and dream in freedom and in dignity. That is our America. That is the nation we must build." She then spoke of her own journey, from a Vegas showgirl to the woman who stood before them. "I am not a politician. I am not a saint. I am a woman with a past my enemies have tried to use to destroy me. But I am not ashamed of my past. It is the crucible that forged me. It is the source of my strength. For I have looked into the face of power, and I have seen its ugliness. And I have looked into the face of poverty, and I have seen its quiet, unbreakable dignity. And I know which side I am on." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the vast, silent, upturned faces. "The road ahead of us is long, and it is hard. They will fight us with their money, with their laws, with their guns. They will try to divide us. They will try to break our spirit. But they will not succeed, because our cause is just. Our will is strong, and we are not alone." She raised the small, leather-bound journal high above her head. "This is our Declaration of Independence. This is our claim of ownership on the soul of this nation. The road to our redemption begins here. It begins now. It begins with us." The hall erupted. It was a sound Lola had never heard before, a sound of hope and rage and love and revolution all mingled into one. It was the sound of a sleeping giant awakening. As she stood on the stage, bathed in the light, the roar of the crowd washing over her, she felt a profound sense of peace. The journey that had begun in the dust and blood of the desert had led her here. The lonely, separate paths of her life, of Zeke's, of Eliza's, had all converged at this single momentous point in time. She was no longer a witness. She was a leader. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger. But for the first time, she was not walking it alone. She was walking at the head of an army, and their destination was the future. Chapter 21. A Town Called Hope. The roar of the Omaha Convention faded, but its echo chased Lola across the country. She had returned to Chicago not as a fugitive, but as a reluctant monarch, the leader of a burgeoning, chaotic kingdom of the discontented. Her life, once a solitary pursuit of truth in a small, quiet room, transformed into a whirlwind of meetings, strategy sessions, and public appearances. She was no longer just an author. She was a symbol, a lightning rod for the hopes and fears of millions. The offices of the Clarion became the nerve center of the populist movement. Union leaders, agrarian reformers, and wild-eyed idealists made pilgrimages to her door, seeking her endorsement, her guidance, her voice. She navigated this new world with a weary grace, her political instincts honed by a lifetime of reading men's intentions in the smoke-filled back rooms of Las Vegas saloons. She learned to parry, to negotiate, to inspire. But with every speech she gave, with every political alliance she forged, a small piece of her soul felt mortgaged. She was becoming the thing she had so often written about, a figure of power, a name that could sway crowds and influence policy. The loneliness of this new pedestal was profound. She was surrounded by people, by admirers and allies, but she was utterly alone. There was no one with whom she could share the crushing weight of her responsibility. No one who had stood with her in the dust and blood of the mountain. Marcus Thorne was her loyal lieutenant, her steadfast friend. But he had not known Zeke. He had not felt the sun of the desert or the sacred quiet of the vale. He saw the leader she had become, but he had never known the woman she had been. In the dead of night, when the city fell into a temporary, grudging silence, the ghosts would return. She would see Zeke's face, not as the fierce warrior of his final moments, but as the quiet, gentle man who had shared his meager rations with her, who had taught her to read the stars. She would feel the phantom weight of his hand on her back, the memory of his one desperate kiss, a brand on her lips. The love she had found and lost was the source of her strength, but it was also a constant, unhealable ache. She was living the life his death had made possible, and the debt felt immeasurable. One cold, windswept morning, a letter arrived, bearing a postmark from a small, remote town in Nevada. The handwriting was Jedediah Stone's rough, blocky scrawl. Her heart leaped. It was the first direct word she had had from redemption in months. Her hands trembled as she opened it. "Lola, I hope this letter finds you well. We read about your speech in the papers that make their way up here. We are proud of you, lass. You have given us a voice that reaches farther than we ever dreamed. Things here are good. Better than good. With the funds you sent, we have become more than just a mine. We have become a town. We have built a dozen new cabins, a proper mess hall, a schoolhouse. We have hired a teacher, a young woman from back east, with as much fire in her belly as you. The children of the men are here now. There is laughter on this mountain. Can you imagine it? Laughter. The mine is producing. We are working it as a cooperative, every man an owner, every man sharing in the profits. We are selling our silver through honest brokers, bypassing the corrupt monopolies. We are building a life here, a real one. We have given the settlement a new name. We no longer call it redemption. Redemption is a process, a journey. We feel we have arrived at the destination. We call it hope now, because that is what you and Zeke gave us. He would be so proud of what has grown from the seeds he planted. We have built a small stone monument for him on the knoll in the vale where we laid him to rest. It is a place of pilgrimage for the men, a place of quiet thanks. We know you are fighting a great war out there in the world, but know that you have a home here, a place of peace. The gate is always open. Your friend, Jed. Lola read the letter 3 times, her vision blurring with tears. A town called Hope. Laughter on the mountain. A schoolhouse. These were not abstract political victories. They were real, tangible things. They were the fruits of Zeke's sacrifice, the living legacy of Eliza's dream. A sudden, overwhelming need to see it, to touch it, to breathe its air, rose up in her. She was tired of fighting shadows. She needed to go home. She made her excuses, telling Marcus and her staff that she needed a period of rest and seclusion to work on her next series of articles. She arranged for a trusted associate to take her place in the day-to-day running of the paper. Then, just as she had done months before, she disappeared. She took a train west, traveling once more as a simple, anonymous woman, leaving the celebrated, controversial figure of Lola behind in the smoky, clamorous city. The journey west was a pilgrimage. As the grimy, industrial landscapes of the east gave way to the vast, open plains, and then to the stark, majestic beauty of the high desert, she felt the layers of her new identity peeling away. The politician, the editor, the orator, all fell away, leaving the woman who had walked out of the desert, the woman who had loved a broken man and found her own strength in his shadow. When she finally arrived at the foot of the mountains, she did not go directly to the town. She hired a horse, and following a path she now knew by heart, she made her way to the hidden entrance to Eliza's Vale. She needed to see him first. The Vale was just as she remembered it, a perfect, secret world of green and gold. But as she rode into the meadow, she saw the changes. A small, orderly graveyard now stood in a quiet corner, with a few simple wooden crosses marking the resting places of miners who had succumbed to accident or illness. And on the knoll, overlooking it all, was Zeke's monument. It was a simple, beautiful thing, a rough-hewn obelisk of the mountain's own granite, standing tall and proud under the aspen tree. There were no grand words carved into it, just his name, Zeke, and beneath it, a single line, "He stood." Lola dismounted and walked to the monument, her boots silent on the soft grass. She ran her hand over the cool, rough stone, her fingers tracing the letters of his name. She stood there for a long time, the silence of the valley wrapping around her like a blanket. The grief she had held at bay for so long, submerged under the relentless demands of her new life, now rose up, a great, silent wave. "I kept my promise," she whispered to the silent stone, to the whispering leaves of the aspen. "I told our story. We won, Zeke. The mine is safe. The men are free." She told him everything. About the trial, about the book, about the newspaper. She told him about her loneliness, about her fear, about the crushing weight of being a symbol. "Is this what you would have wanted for me?" she asked the quiet air. "This life? This fight? I feel so far from the woman you knew, the woman you saved." She sank to the ground at the base of the monument, her energy spent, her soul laid bare. She had done it all for him, to honor his memory, to fulfill his legacy. But in the process, had she lost herself? As she sat there, lost in her grief and doubt, a sound drifted up to her from the valley below. It was the sound she had read about in Jed's letter, a sound that had been absent from her life for so long she had almost forgotten what it was. The sound of children's laughter. She looked down from the knoll. In the meadow below, a small group of children were playing by the stream, their high, joyous shrieks echoing in the clear mountain air. Near them, a woman, the new schoolteacher perhaps, sat reading a book. In the distance she could see the new cabins, the smoke rising from their chimneys, the sight of men working together, not as slaves, but as partners. She could see the town, a town called Hope. A profound, clarifying peace settled over her. This was the answer. Her work, her fight, was not just an abstract political crusade. It had a tangible reality. It had a home. It was this place. She was not just fighting against the darkness. She was fighting for this light. She realized then that Zeke had not wanted her to become a living monument to his memory. He had wanted her to be free, and her freedom, her true freedom, was not in running or hiding, nor was it in the lonely, rarefied air of political power. It was in the choice to use her strength, her voice, to protect this fragile, beautiful thing that they had all built together. Her purpose was not to be Eliza's voice or Zeke's legacy. It was to be Lola, the protector of hope. She stood up, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The grief was still there, a permanent part of the landscape of her soul, but it was no longer a crushing weight. It was a foundation. She walked down from the knoll, back toward the living, back toward the laughter. She spent the next few weeks in hope. It was a homecoming. She was no longer a symbol, but a person, a friend. She sat in on the school lessons, her heart aching with a gentle joy as she watched children who would have been destined for a life of brutal labor, learning to read and write. She shared meals with the miners and their families, listening to their stories, their dreams for the future. She walked the mountains with Jed, who showed her the new veins of silver they had discovered, the plans for a new mill, the slow, steady growth of their community. She was happy. For the first time since Zeke's death, she felt a real, uncomplicated happiness. She had found a new kind of peace, not in solitude, but in community. She began to think that perhaps she could stay. She could write from here. She could lay down her arms and simply live. The dream was shattered by the arrival of a rider from the east. He was one of Marcus's men, his horse lathered, his face grim. He carried a telegram. Lola's hands trembled as she opened it. The message was from Marcus, stark and stripped of any code. Lola, they know where you are. Congressional investigation quashed. Your allies in Washington have been bought or silenced. A new executive order has been signed, declaring the Redemption Peak area a strategic federal reserve, citing risk of insurrection. U.S. Army Cavalry Detachment dispatched from Fort Churchill to secure the territory and remove all unauthorized personnel. They will arrive in 3 days. This is not the law. This is an annexation. God help us all. Marcus. Lola read the telegram twice, the words blurring, the world turning to ice. The final, desperate move. They had failed to buy her, to silence her, to kill her. So now they were bringing the full crushing weight of the United States government down upon them. They were sending the army. Jed read the telegram over her shoulder, his face turning to a mask of grim, furious disbelief. "The army?" he breathed. "Against us? We are American citizens." "Not to them," Lola said, her voice a dead, flat whisper. "To them, we are an inconvenience, an insurrection, an obstacle to be removed." The men of hope gathered around them, a silent, horrified circle. They had fought off hired guns and corporate thugs, but how could they fight their own country's army? The taste of their stolen freedom, so sweet just moments before, had turned to ash in their mouths. The town called Hope was now standing directly in the path of a storm of blue-coated soldiers. The final reckoning was at hand, not in a courtroom or on the pages of a newspaper, but here, on the sacred ground of their mountain home. Chapter 22. The Final Gamble. The telegram was not just a message. It was a death sentence. The news swept through the small, bustling town of Hope like a plague wind, extinguishing the laughter, silencing the saws and hammers, and replacing the hard-won joy with a cold, familiar dread. The U.S. Army. It was an enemy they could not fight, a force they could not outrun. The very institution that was supposed to protect them was now being wielded as a weapon to crush them. The irony was so bitter, it was suffocating. A town meeting was called in the new mess hall, the building that had been a symbol of their communal strength. Now it was filled with the scent of fear. The men, their faces grim, their shoulders slumped, looked to Jed and Lola, their eyes asking the question that no one dared to speak aloud. What do we do now? The options were stark and brutal. They could surrender, abandon their homes, their mine, their town, and scatter to the winds, becoming fugitives once more, forever looking over their shoulders. Or they could stand and fight, a suicidal act of defiance against the trained, disciplined soldiers of the U.S. cavalry. It was a choice between a slow death of the spirit and a quick death by the gun. One of the younger miners, a man named Caleb, whose wife and infant son had only just arrived in the valley, stood up, his voice trembling with a mixture of anger and despair. "We should fight," he cried. "This is our home. We can't just let them take it." An older miner, a man who had survived the original Colton hell, shook his head, his face a mask of weary resignation. "Fight the army, son? With what? A handful of rifles against cannons and cavalry charges? It's suicide. We'd be leading our women and children to the slaughter." The room erupted into a chaos of competing voices, a desperate, angry debate between defiance and despair. Lola stood at the front of the room, beside Jed, and watched the community she had come to love begin to fracture under the unbearable pressure. The unity that had been their greatest strength was dissolving into fear and recrimination. Jedediah Stone, his face like a thundercloud, slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing through the hall like a gunshot. "Enough!" he roared. "We will not turn on each other. Not now. We are men of redemption. We will face this together as one." The room fell silent. The men's faces turned to him, their expressions still torn, but their respect for him, for their leader, holding them in check. Jed looked at Lola, his eyes filled with a terrible, weary sadness. "What say you, lass?" he asked, his voice low. "You have the sharpest mind among us. Is there a path through this that doesn't lead to a grave?" All eyes turned to her. Lola felt the weight of their gaze, the weight of their lives, their hopes, settling on her shoulders. She thought of Zeke. What would he have done? He would not have surrendered. But he would not have led his people into a senseless slaughter either. He would have found a third way. He would have changed the battlefield. An idea, insane and desperate, began to form in the back of her mind. It was a final, desperate gamble. A play that staked everything, not on guns or barricades, but on the one weapon they still possessed that their enemies did not, the truth. "There is no military solution," she said, her voice quiet but carrying through the silent hall. "We cannot win a fight against the U.S. Army. To try would be to dishonor the very lives we are trying to protect." She looked at Caleb, the young father. "We cannot ask our children to pay the price for our pride." A murmur of agreement, of relief, went through the room. "But we will not surrender," she continued, her voice rising, gaining strength. "We will not abandon this town. We will not give up our home." She paused, taking a deep breath, steeling herself for the radical, terrifying proposal she was about to make. "We will not fight them with guns. We will fight them with light." She turned to Jed. "The day the army arrives, they will not find a town of armed insurrectionists. They will find a town of families. They will find a schoolhouse filled with children singing. They will find men not with rifles in their hands, but with pickaxes, working their claim. They will find women baking bread." She looked out at the assembled faces. "And they will find the entire story of this place, our story, nailed to the door of every cabin, for every soldier and every officer to read." Her plan was audacious. They would welcome the army. They would offer them no resistance, but they would confront them with a moral choice so stark, so undeniable, that to follow their orders would be to commit a monstrous public crime. "And that's not all," she said, her mind now racing, the plan crystallizing. "We have one more card to play." She looked at Jed. "The prisoners, Colton's men, Larson, and the others." "What about them?" Jed growled. "We should have hanged them long ago." "No," Lola said. "We are going to set them free." The room erupted in protest. To release the very men who had tried to kill them seemed like madness. Lola held up a hand for silence. "Think," she said, her voice sharp. "When the army arrives, what story will they have been told? That we are a dangerous gang of fugitives, holding innocent men captive. But what will they find? They will find that we have released our prisoners, that we have treated their wounds, that we have shown them a mercy they did not deserve." She turned to the prisoners themselves, who had been brought to the meeting and were standing under guard in a corner, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. She walked towards them, stopping in front of Larson, the man she had shot. "Mr. Larson," she said, her voice clear and direct, "in 3 days, the army is coming to destroy this town and everyone in it. Your former employer, Mr. Colton, has arranged it. You have 2 choices. You can stay here and die with us, or you can take a horse and a canteen of water, and you can ride to Fort Churchill. You can ride to the commander of the cavalry detachment, a Major General Harrison, and you can tell him the truth. You can give him your sworn testimony about what really happened here. You can tell him he is being used as a private army to settle a corporate grudge. You can give him a copy of my book. You can appeal to his honor as a soldier and as an American. It is a long shot. He may not listen. He may throw you in irons. But it is the only chance you have. And it is the only chance we have." Larson stared at her, his mouth agape. He was a hired gun, a man who lived by a simple code of violence and self-interest. He did not understand the language of honor, of moral choices, but he understood survival, and he could see the unshakable conviction in this woman's eyes. He looked at his fellow prisoners, then back at Lola. He saw his own life hanging in the balance, and for the first time, perhaps, he saw the chance to be something more than a rich man's thug. He gave a slow, grudging nod. The next 2 days were a fever dream of preparation. The town of Hope was transformed. It was not a fortification for war, but a stage setting for a moral drama. Every man, woman, and child was given a role. The women baked bread and pies, preparing to offer food to the soldiers. The children practiced their lessons, their multiplication tables, the patriotic songs their new teacher had taught them. The miners worked the claim, stockpiling ore in plain sight, their actions those of peaceful, industrious citizens. And Lola, with the help of the schoolteacher, spent hours writing. They copied out key passages from Eliza's journal, excerpts from Redemption Peak, and a new, powerful open letter written by Lola to Major General Harrison and the men of his command. It was a plea, a warning, and an indictment. It laid out the entire history of their struggle, appealing not to the soldiers' pity, but to their duty, to their oath to uphold the Constitution and protect the innocent. Copies of this testament were nailed to every door, to the front of the mess hall, to the schoolhouse, to the entrance of the mine itself. The town became a living library, its very walls crying out with the truth. On the morning of the third day, a tense, expectant silence fell over the valley. The lookouts on the ridge signaled the army's approach. Lola, Jed, and the entire population of Hope gathered in the center of the town, unarmed, waiting. The children were arranged on the steps of the schoolhouse. The women stood with their offerings of food. The men stood behind them, their hands empty, their faces a mixture of fear and a strange, calm resolve. Lola stood at the very front, her heart pounding a slow, heavy drumbeat. She was not afraid of death. She was afraid of failure. She was afraid that their final desperate gamble on the power of truth would be met with the cold, unthinking indifference of military force. The sound of hoofbeats, a low, rumbling thunder, grew louder, and then they appeared. A long column of blue-coated cavalry riding into the valley, their sabers rattling, their guidon flags snapping in the breeze. They were a beautiful, terrifying sight. A wave of disciplined power come to crush this small, defiant town. At their head rode a tall, imposing, silver-haired officer, his uniform immaculate, his face a stern, unreadable mask. Major General Harrison. He reined in his horse, his eyes taking in the strange, unexpected scene before him. He saw not an armed insurrection, but a peaceful town. He saw children singing. He saw the pages nailed to the doors, fluttering in the breeze like prayers. He saw a woman, standing alone and unarmed at the front of the crowd, her gaze direct and unflinching. An officer rode up to his side. "Sir," he said, his voice puzzled, "there's no resistance, and we met a man on the trail. One of Colton's gave us this." He handed the general a packet. It contained Larson's sworn, signed confession and a copy of Lola's book. The general took the packet, his eyes never leaving Lola. He dismounted, his movements deliberate, and walked forward until he stood just a few feet from her. The entire valley seemed to hold its breath. "I am Major General Harrison of the United States Army," he announced, his voice a powerful baritone that carried across the silent square. "I have been ordered to secure this territory and remove all unauthorized personnel under the authority of a federal executive order." "I am Lola," she replied, her voice steady, though her heart was hammering. "And these are the authorized personnel of the town of Hope. We are American citizens on our own legally held land. And we welcome you, General. We offer you and your men our hospitality." She gestured to the women with their baskets of bread, to the children who had fallen silent, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Harrison's stern expression did not change, but Lola saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Doubt. Confusion. He was a soldier, a man of orders. But he was also an intelligent man, a man of honor. He was being confronted with a reality that was completely at odds with his mission briefing. He opened the packet his officer had given him. He read Larson's confession, his brow furrowing. He looked at the cover of the book, at the title, Redemption Peak, and then back at the testament nailed to the door of the mess hall. "I have my orders, madam," he said, his voice hard, but the certainty was gone from it. "And I have the truth, General," Lola replied, her voice ringing with a power that came not from a weapon, but from an unshakable conviction. "Your orders are based on a lie crafted by a murderer and a thief to serve his own greed. You are a man of honor. I ask you to read what is written on these walls. Read the testimony of your own countryman, a man who has risked his life to bring you the truth. And then look into the faces of these children, and ask yourself what your duty truly is. Is it to a piece of paper signed by a corrupt politician in a distant city? Or is it to the ideals of justice and liberty that your uniform is supposed to represent?" She had thrown down the final gauntlet. She was asking him to choose between his orders and his conscience. It was the final, greatest gamble. Major General Harrison stood there for what felt like an eternity. The fate of the town, the fate of them all, resting on his decision. He looked at the faces of his own men, at their confusion. He looked at the determined, hopeful faces of the townspeople. He looked at the children on the steps of the schoolhouse, and he looked at the woman standing before him, her courage a palpable force. Finally, he folded the confession and tucked it into his coat. He turned to his second-in-command. "Captain," he said, his voice a clear, ringing command that echoed through the silent valley. "Have the men make camp at the mouth of the canyon. We will accept the hospitality of these good people, but we will not enter their town as an occupying force." He turned back to Lola, and for the first time, a look of profound, weary respect entered his eyes. "It seems, madam," he said, his voice low, "that I have a great deal of reading to do." A single collective breath of relief, of disbelief, of impossible, miraculous hope went through the people of Hope. The soldiers were not attacking. The general was listening. The gamble, the final, insane, desperate gamble, had worked. Truth, for one shining moment, was proving to be a more powerful weapon than dynamite or guns. The reckoning at dawn had not been a battle of blood, but a confrontation of souls. And in the quiet, peaceful valley, a town called Hope had just won its war. Epilogue. The years that followed the miracle at Hope became a quiet legend in the annals of the West. Major General Harrison, a man of quiet integrity, did indeed read. He read Lola's book, he read Eliza's journal, and he took depositions from Jed and the other men. He sent a series of scathing, detailed reports back to Washington, reports that, combined with the continued public pressure from the Clarion and other sympathetic newspapers, made the political position of the railroad magnates untenable. The executive order was quietly rescinded. The cavalry detachment withdrew. The town of Hope was, at last, truly and legally safe. The victory was not loud or glorious. It was a slow, quiet turning of the tide, a testament to the stubborn, persistent power of a truth well told. Lola did not stay to see the fruits of that victory. Her work was done. The town had its own leaders, its own future. Her path, she knew, lay elsewhere. With a quiet, heartbreaking farewell to Jed and the family she had found on the mountain, she once more headed east, back to the ongoing, larger war. She never returned to Hope, but the town was never far from her heart. She received letters from Jed, detailing the town's slow, steady growth. He wrote of new families arriving, of a small church being built, of the first class graduating from the schoolhouse. He wrote of the silver from the mine being used not to enrich a single man, but to build a community, to fund other cooperatives, to support the families of striking workers 1,000 miles away. Hope became more than a town. It became a symbol, a working model of the different, better America that Lola was fighting for. Lola, for her part, became a force of nature. The Clarion grew from a small, radical paper into a journalistic powerhouse, a trusted voice for the nation's dispossessed. She never lost her fire, but she tempered it with a shrewd, pragmatic wisdom. She became a brilliant editor, a masterful political strategist, and a writer whose prose could move mountains and sway senates. She never married, never sought a personal life of comfort or ease. Her life was her work, her cause, a demanding and jealous lover. There were moments of profound loneliness, of deep, soul-crushing weariness. In those moments, she would retreat into her memories of the mountain. She would remember the scent of pine and dust, the feel of Zeke's hand in hers, the sound of his low, rough voice. He was her touchstone, her North Star, the silent, invisible partner in all her battles. Her love for him did not fade with time. It simply changed, evolving from a raw, open wound into a deep, quiet strength, the bedrock upon which she had built her extraordinary life. Decades passed. The Gilded Age gave way to a new, more progressive century. The world changed. The populist movement she had championed saw many of its radical ideas: the 8-hour workday, women's suffrage, the regulation of monopolies, slowly, painstakingly become the law of the land. The world was still a deeply unjust place, but it was better. A little. The seeds she and so many others had planted had borne fruit. Lola grew old. The fire in her eyes was banked, replaced by the warm, gentle glow of a life lived with purpose. Her hair turned the color of the silver from the redemption mine. Her hands, once soft and manicured, then calloused and capable, were now gnarled with age and arthritis, but they still held a pen with a steady grip. One spring morning, when she was well into her 70s, a large, official-looking envelope arrived at her office. It was from the United States Department of the Interior. It informed her that, as part of a new national conservation initiative, a large tract of land in the Nevada mountains was being designated as a national monument, to be preserved for all time for the American people. The area was to be named the Eliza Colton National Wilderness Area, in honor of the pioneering female naturalist and social reformer whose journals had become a beloved classic of American letters. The letter was an invitation. The Secretary of the Interior himself would be presiding over the dedication ceremony. They were hoping Miss Lola, the woman who had brought Miss Colton's story to the world, would agree to say a few words. Lola sat with the letter in her lap for a long time, a slow, quiet smile spreading across her wrinkled face. An annexation, Marcus had called it, all those years ago. And now the government that had tried to steal the land was naming it in honor of the woman who had first sanctified it. It was the final, perfect, most ironic victory of all. She accepted the invitation. The journey west was a return to a world she barely recognized. The train was a sleek, modern marvel. The towns that had been rough, dusty outposts were now bustling small cities. The West had been tamed, fenced, civilized. But as the train climbed into the high country, the eternal, unchanging beauty of the mountains rose up to greet her, and she felt a sense of homecoming that brought tears to her eyes. The dedication ceremony was to be held at the base of the mountain, near the mouth of the canyon that had once led to the town of Hope. The town itself was gone. After the silver vein had finally played out, decades ago, the families had moved on, taking the spirit of the community with them, seeding it in other towns, other cooperatives across the country. The cabins had slowly collapsed. The schoolhouse had fallen into ruin, and the forest had reclaimed its own, leaving only a few scattered, ghostly foundations and the monument on the knoll as a testament to the dream that had once lived there. The ceremony was a grand affair. Politicians, dignitaries, and journalists had come from all over the country. Lola, a small, frail-looking woman leaning on a cane, was the guest of honor, a living legend from a heroic bygone age. She sat on the stage, listening to the speeches, to the lofty, self-congratulatory words of the politicians who now claimed the legacy of the very rebellion their predecessors had tried to crush. She listened with a quiet, wry amusement. When it was her turn to speak, she walked slowly to the podium. A hush fell over the crowd. They were expecting a nostalgic look back, a few sentimental words from an old woman. But the fire was not yet out. She looked out at the crowd, at the well-fed, complacent faces of the powerful, and she did not speak to them. She spoke, as she always had, to the people who were not there, to the ghosts. "We are here today to dedicate a wilderness," she began, her voice thin and reedy, but carrying an echo of its old, unwavering authority. "We are here to celebrate the preservation of a piece of land, and that is a good and noble thing. But let us not forget what this land truly represents. This is not just a collection of rocks and trees. This is a monument to an idea. The idea that a person's worth is not measured by the contents of their bank account. The idea that justice is not a privilege for the few, but a right for all. The idea that a single defiant act of courage can change the world." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the silent, startled crowd. "This wilderness is named for Eliza Colton, a woman of courage, but it was consecrated by the blood and sweat of countless other men and women whose names are not carved in stone. Men like Jedediah Stone, and men like Zeke." At the sound of his name, a name she had not spoken in public for 50 years, her voice broke for a fraction of a second. She took a breath and continued, her voice stronger now. "They were not famous. They were not powerful. They were the dispossessed, the forgotten, the broken. And on this very ground, they chose to make a stand. They built a town here. A town built not on silver, but on a shared, desperate hope for a better life. They called it Hope. And the story of their struggle of their victory is a reminder to us all that the soul of this nation is not found in its halls of power, but in the hearts of its ordinary, extraordinary people. She looked up at the towering, silent peak of the mountain. So let us dedicate this place not just as a sanctuary for nature, but as a sanctuary for memory. Let it be a place where we remember the cost of our freedom. Let it be a place where we are reminded that the fight for justice is never truly over. And let it be a place where future generations can come and listen to the whisper of the wind in the pines, and hear the story of a town called Hope. She finished, and for a long moment there was a profound, stunned silence. Then the applause began. Not the polite, perfunctory applause of a political ceremony, but a genuine, thunderous ovation, a wave of emotion that seemed to shake the very air. After the ceremony, as the dignitaries and the crowds began to disperse, Lola slipped away. She had one last pilgrimage to make. An old park ranger, a man whose grandfather had been one of the original miners of Hope, took her up the familiar trail on the back of a sturdy mule. The vale was just as she remembered it, a perfect, timeless Eden. The graveyard was overgrown, the wooden crosses weathered and leaning, but the stone monument on the knoll still stood, proud and defiant, the aspen tree above it a shimmering cloud of gold in the late afternoon sun. She walked to the monument, her old bones aching, and ran her hand over the familiar, rough stone. Zeke, he stood. The words were as clear and as true as the day they were carved. "Well, old friend," she whispered, a gentle, familiar smile on her face. "We did it. We told our story." And they finally listened. She stood there for a long time, the setting sun casting a warm, golden glow over the valley. The wind whispered through the aspen leaves, a sound like a gentle sigh, like a voice from a long-lost love. She was old. She was tired. Her long fight was over. She had kept her promise. She felt a strange lightness in her chest, a sense of peace she had not felt in a lifetime. The weight of her promise, the burden she had carried for so long, was finally lifted. She had earned her rest. She looked up at the vast, darkening sky where the first stars were beginning to appear. She thought of a young man, a boy, really, who had taught a little girl how to read them a lifetime ago. She thought of a man who had faced down his ghosts and died a king. "I'm coming home, Zeke," she whispered to the wind. She sat down at the base of the monument, her back resting against the warm, solid stone, and watched as the last of the sun's fire bled from the sky. The stars came out, a breathtaking, brilliant flood, a spill of diamond dust across black velvet. And in the quiet, perfect peace of the valley, in the sanctuary she had fought for, in the arms of the memory she had loved, Lola closed her eyes and at long last followed him into the light.